All right, so we're live on the other platforms. Okay, I think we're good. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us today. It's a beautiful Thursday afternoon. I hope you're having a great day. I'm very well, thank you, Prince 577, and I hope you're okay as well. Thank you very much for being here. Good afternoon, Mr. Bayomi. Thank you, Prince Eshel. Thank you very much. Please, let's power tap. We're on 4K, which is good, but I mean, as you know, it can be better. So please, let's power tap. Let's share the live. Excuse me. So please power tap, let's share the live. Let's get us on the FYP on TikTok. Please click on the heart icon just above my head. Join the team, drop a heart me, or whatever gift you want to drop. Again, these things help the live, so please let's make it happen. Thank you very much for being here. Also, if you maybe you have folks who are not on TikTok, you may want to share the YouTube link with them, or just tell them to check Busui Oris on YouTube. Thank you very much. One second, please, just to be sure. We're good. We are good. So thank you very much for being here. So we're on 5 rounds, last 24 to 48 hours. So we're going to start with that, and then we'll move from there to other things. So today, like I said, yesterday we stopped in September 1966. We're discussing what led to the war, and we're looking at Gowon and Ojukwu and the issues they had between themselves. But before we get into all of that, let's have the news first. Ayodeji. You and your laughter in the comment section. OD was here earlier, dropping questions. I hope he's still here. If you're still here, I promise to answer those questions if you ask me again. Just wanted to make sure that we didn't change the structure of the program. All right, so I was reading a book this morning. I'll tell you about it much later, but it's actually quite interesting. It's a book by Kensa Wiwa. Okay. Ayodimeji. All right, let's get back into it. Let's get into the news, and then from there we'll go into other stuff. Please, let's keep our tapping, share the live, join the community, drop a heart me, whatever you do. Please just let's get it on the FYP. All right. So I want to start with, I mean, if you're a Twitter user, you must know this person. Well, I first met him on Clubhouse back in the day. Did you used to be on Clubhouse as well? And then, of course, he surfaced as one of the major proponents of Peter Obi and the obedience movement. He's Yoruba, but you have to add the but these days, just to be clear whose side people are on. Anyway, he put out a statement yesterday that I think has now turned the whole place upside down. He said, "One less obedient, officially signing out. All the best, folks. 6/4/2025. So that's June 4, 2025. It's one of the people who always spoke up for the obedient movement and Peter Obi. He blocked you on CH. Yeah. Apparently has left the obedience movement now. I think it's better late than never. But see, the funny thing about life is this is when people now start reminding you of things that you did or that you didn't do. For instance, when your heritage was being spoken against, they're speaking against the honey, for instance. Like I said, the obedient movement, for some reason, is very easy to insult Yoruba people for obedience. And the Yoruba people amongst them rarely said anything. As a matter of fact, let me even make you laugh. When they were insulting Oni, I remember I sent a message to somebody that this person should check. Tagged someone on Twitter that they should check their DM. In other words, they'll talk about it so they can insult your leaders in public glare, but you're going to have to deal with it, the back door or the back room. So you see, these are the things that you see and just makes you wonder why your people are still part of it. So I'm actually happy that he has left. I wish him all the best. Like I always say, I think people are free to join whatever it is they want to join, movement, political parties, whatever. But any movement or party that denigrates Yoruba people is not a movement or party that Yoruba people should be a part of, right? They will just be shouting, "Oh, you're a tribalist, but they are worse tribalists." So I'm actually quite happy that he's, getting out of it. And I hope that where he is right now, he will be able to make better decisions. But like clockwork, people are all over the place insulting him, Komot, Yaronu and things like that, just insulting him. And all those things. I want to read something to you because I think it's important for me to highlight this. So somebody said, you suddenly do not support the man you believed in due to his uprightness because some of his followers tend to be vile with words. Only if you know how silly this sounds and looks, chameleons. So this is what you see from, again, if you're from the Southeast, politics is not your forte. You have no idea what it means when followers are stupid. It can affect the leader, especially in a movement where the leaders are the one leading the leader. So obedient movement is one of those movements that you can tell that the leader is being led by the people. And that's one of the disadvantages of running a populist organization or a populist movement. You're not going to be able to decide what to do or where to go or the direction of the organization because you have to pander to the people, even if they are dumb. So in this case, if your people are being stupid, it will affect you because people see you through the lens of your people because that's how you got the power you got. And to be clear, all of that power is whittling down and whittling away right now. Peter Obi tries election next time. I hope he does, because at least he has a right to run. He will lose. That one is a fact. It's not even. He's going to lose, but hopefully that will help his people to eventually discover how politics actually works, rather than just insulting everybody and insulting ethnic groups. They'll be able to understand that by the time they get to, like, some of them will be like 57, or they're like 20 now, and the ones who are 40 amongst them will probably be in their 70s before they get it. Oh, they're already on YouTube. We say, get out. I'm here. You are the one that has to get out. You should allow people to complete his 8 years. Listen, when President Tinubu finishes in 2031, which he will, by the grace of God, a Northerner will take that thing. I mean, all things being equal, right? Like they say in economics, all things being equal. So from 2031 to 2039, there's going to be a Northerner. From 2039, add 8 to that. That'll be what? 2047. I can assure you, it's either a South-Southerner, someone from South-South, or someone from Southwest that will become president from 2031 to 2030. Sorry, from 2039 to 2047. Then from 47 to 55, it will be a Northerner. All things being equal, anything can happen, anything can change. But just the way everything they look now. So from that 47 to 2055, you now have a Northerner. That means that the chance, things can change absolutely, Phoenix. That's what I'm saying, that everything, I'm not God. That's what I'm saying, all things being equal, So by 2055 is the earliest chance of anybody from Southeast becoming president. 55 minus 25 is 30 years. Mm-hmm. So if you're 27 now, you'll be 57 by then. If you're 40, you'll be 70 by then. If you're 50, you'll be 80 by then. Right? So you have a question for me. Do you make something reasonable with your already? No, your parents' lives are wasted, Bitcoins. Because if all they did was to give birth to you and your siblings, then they clearly wasted their life. So I've said this, Mama, so Bitcoins, for instance, your parents, that's your dad and your mom, you are retarded, and their lives are wasted. Now, I'm not going to mute you, I'm going to block you, because you don't have the sense to be telling me what to do here. All right. That's the point. These are badly raised children. Once you guys act stupid, I'm sending you back home to your parents. And like I said I have a book. If I have some books that will buttress all these points, even when I insult you, there's a source for it. There's a book by Matthew Hassan Kuka, right? Witness to Justice. It was based on his experience at Oputa panel, and he said, and in there, one of the things, the book is inside, but I don't want to stand up now. One of the things that the Ohaneze Ndigbo said was that about 2 million Igbos are. By the way, Phoenix, this doesn't apply to. Thank God they didn't say all Igbos. They said 2 million Igbos are permanently, irreversibly retarded. That one, his parents, both of them are 2 of the 2 million. It is what it is. So, all as I say before that clown came here, yes, obedient movement. If you continue the way you are going, Omato 2055. Welcome, Mr. Solo, Model 2055. And the sad part really is I would want to have like an Igbo president, maybe, of course not now, another 14 years, to be honest. With my pure church mind, because Tinubu has to finish his term, his second term, he has to. So with my church mind, as I did right now, I would love to have an Igbo person. Did they open the asylum today? What would I want to do with the eyes of Horus? Let me help you erase that. Do I even need to erase you? When necessary, be playing in the comment section. Or as I say, Tinubu has to finish his second term, right? And then the North will come, and most likely they're going to spend 8 years. So 8 plus 4, 12 plus 2, 14. I would really love for us to have an Igbo president. But the earliest time that can happen will be 2040. What's 14 plus 2025? 2039. That's the earliest time. And that's me saying that I have a good heart towards like the best that can happen. Prof, this is a result of yesterday. Atuche Chris has gone to call his minions. Oh, okay. And then they'll come now. See, when we start reading book, people will resort and they will stop talking. In fact, they should come. You know, they're always disturbing me. If you want to talk, you can talk now, Shao, because once I start reading, I've made up my mind that, dear, sorry. Oh boy. They cried to so I said all of this because of back in Tollgate. I would want to have an Igbo president, but the earliest will be 2039. But you know what? Even 2039, I don't think they will be ready. I don't think so. So might as well wait till 2055. May God keep all of us till then. I hope my math is correct. Is my math correct? Yes. 4 times 4 is 16. But let's face reality, for my church mind can never be possible. I mean, never say never. I mean, anything is possible. Humble soul. So you just block, don't need to curse, because who got cursed already need to be. Jesus is Lord. Humble soul on YouTube. You're a bad person, no. What you even said is worse than. There are people in this world. Just type something. Mama, one around when you. But thank you very much for your support. All right. So moving on from there. Kasongo, that's the song that somebody put on YouTube to mock this guy. I don't know if it's a good thing, Sha, but it is what it is. Where were we? All right, so there is a tweet by someone on Twitter. Of course, it has to be someone on Twitter or on X. The person typed this in 2013. It says, all Peter Obi has done is Anambra State, I think what he meant in Anambra State, for the past 8 years is to pour coal tar along Unizik Junction. That was posted November 5, 2013. It says, all Peter Obi has done in Anambra State for the past 8 years is to pour coal tar along Unizik Junction. Then on October 4, 2012, he says, I hate Peter Obi. You shouldn't hate anybody, but that's what he says. And then 19 hours ago, he says, deep down, I genuinely wish Peter Obi wouldn't run in 2027. If I had supernatural powers, I would stop him myself, not out of spite, but because Nigerians don't deserve him. They mock sincerity, ridicule competence, and worship mediocrity. Let others contest. The person who is while the person was head of the governor, he didn't see any good thing he did. Suddenly, he's the best thing since sliced bread. This is why people cannot win in Nigeria. I just purchased 13 books from Sunshine, thanks to you. Don't worry, I'll send my invoice to Sunshine. I'll tell them to send me my cuts of all the books you bought, because we are doing the Lord's work. But I'm happy you got the books. Don't worry, very soon we'll be able to keep the money inside. But yeah, if you can buy from Sunshine, they have good books there. All right. So yeah, that's just wanted to put that out there. People who didn't see anything good suddenly are telling you that hold your bag. Are you sure you're not going to spend the next 6 hours on this live crying? Because the tears will not be. I won't mind you crying also. All right, let me play something from. It's a clip from a show that's about that will be. I think it should be aired on Monday. So let me play this. Please take a listen.
And how when I sit down with a bunch of my Nigerian friends, 90% of our conversation is When I sit down with a bunch of my Nigerian friends, 90% of our conversation is usually centered around how terrible the country is and how things are going downhill and how there's no opportunities. But when I sit around with some of my friends who are maybe of other backgrounds and ethnicities who are also based in Nigeria, 90% of the conversation is about the opportunities that exist. Different perspective. Different perspective.
It's just a little clip, but it says a lot. How Oh, thank you, Mr. Lasuji. How a person would sit down with Nigerians and all they're saying is just the terrible things about the country, but they talk to other people who live in Nigeria and they're talking about opportunities. My question is why? For instance, why do we have a stream of people coming in through Murtala Mohammed Airport on a daily basis? And all of in many cases, they are not necessarily, we have our own people. We have people with the same hue, that we have other skin color. We also have the other side, like we have whites, we have Chinese, and people moving into Nigeria on a daily basis. Yet, the only thing people want to spend their life doing is to just talk down on the place. That's why people are not happy. Other people are not happy. So when he said that, I just felt like, okay, I'm going to share it because things are not perfect, of course. But like I always say, the way maybe because of my life, you have to find, terrible things happen, yeah, but you can see the good in something. The foreigners are coming in, they're investing and taking money back home. The people here are complaining that there's nothing here. My question is, why are the people coming in? There's a saying in the Bible. Jesus said that the one who has, more will be given to him. The one who doesn't have, even that which he has will be taken away from him. My question is that if he has nothing, where are they getting what they are taking away from him from? It means that he actually has something, he just doesn't acknowledge it. So he's saying, I don't have. Even that which he has will be taken away from him and given to the one who has. And I think we have to change our mindset about Nigeria. I'm not deluded to think that Nigeria is perfect and that we should never complain or criticize what the government is doing. But this mindset where everything you see is just evil, it's darkening your own heart. Your heart becomes darkened. There's a scripture in Jeremiah. It says certain people, because they put their trust in man, they will not see good when it comes. It's a very powerful scripture. Like, it's not that good is not coming, it's that they are incapable of seeing good when it comes. This mindset of always criticizing and complaining and crying and not seeing anything good, no matter what they are doing, you must look for the evil in it. What is happening is that you are stopping yourself from the ability to recognize opportunity. And I'm talking about, I have money. Nobody cares about money. In this context, it's not. Let me put it this way: it's not just about money. Of course, money makes sense. Like, people invest and make money. That's opportunity. But beyond that, opportunity for growth. That you can grow mentally, financially, yes, but you can also grow mentally. You can grow, in the way you see life, in your impact. You are able to help people. You're able to see, for instance, you see something. For instance, was it a book or a documentary I was watching a couple of days ago? Someone was talking about, sometimes when you say to help the poor, it may not even be to give money. It may just be to invest. It may just be to start businesses and just be a blessing or stuff. But you can't even see opportunities to create, to innovate. And by the way, all the Nigerians are always shouting and sinner climbs. You as a person, is it that there's something in our head that stops individuals from creating those things? And please don't tell me environment. Don't tell me. Let me tell you a person that I think you should research. If you can, please look for this person's name. It's a fantastic model of what I'm about to say. His name is George Washington Carver. George Washington Carver was a black, was a slave, and of course was a freed slave, was a scientist. This man spent time with peanut, ekpa. And he got over 200 products out of peanuts, over 250 products out of soybeans. And the products include ink, relaxer, all kinds of things, oil, of course, different things, about 200 products from EPA. Just after, this was in Alabama, just after slavery. That environment wasn't good. We are waiting for perfect conditions. I don't know why scriptures are coming to my head right now, but there's a scripture in Ecclesiastes. Anyone who waits for the perfect condition, if you wait for the perfect condition, you will never sow anything. And if you wait for a perfect condition, you're not going to harvest either. I just think that a lot of us need to change our minds, right? And see the problems, but see the opportunities in there. Because there's no way people are traveling to Nigeria making so much money and we want to just jackpot. And there's nothing wrong with leaving the country. But even when you're outside the country, you see, I know how it feels on Motibo. Let me say this to those of us who are outside the country. It's an opportunity for you to develop skills and to also raise finance to be able to actually compete. Let me tell you one story. In the early 90s, late 80s, early 90s, there was a wave of, jackpot. A lot of people moved. It was around that time, particularly in 1991, that Babangida decided to give out licenses for banks. That was when a lot of young fellows took advantage of the opportunity. So people like Fola Deola, Tayo Aderiokun, even Elumelu, many of those guys, Erasmus Akingbola, a lot of those people moved into that space and took advantage of it. Instead of saying, oh, look at our bank. It's not like JP Morgan. It's not like Chase. It's not like anything. They tried to create what Jimovia, thank you. Jimovia with Zenith. All of them moved in at that particular point in time. And look at what they've built now. Even if you're abroad, it's an opportunity to see, like, there are gaps opening up in Nigeria. Nigeria is so virgin, whether it's in the electricity sector or in solid minerals, there are or even in CNG, that doesn't cost as much to invest in. Like I always say, I'm not doing any business. I'm not asking anybody to send me money. I'm just saying that look out, study these things, these gaps. Your wealth is in the gaps. The ones you recognize, by the way, and the ones you take advantage of. So let's see beyond, all the problems, which are real for the most part, but there are also opportunities that a lot of people don't talk about. And that's the way we can win. There's an interview of Michael Adenuga that I watched a while back. I was talking about how he made money. Of course, we can talk about what happened with Glow and all the money and everything, but in the beginning, it was just cars and carriages. And people say things like, oh, it's not like that, not like that. One of the things I've noticed about life is this. It doesn't matter how you start or with what you start. You may not end up there. For instance, Nokia was not a telephone company. It was a paper company. Samsung was not doing all of these things they were doing before. Opportunities will come. Ericsson, back in the day, if you remember when we were in school, when phones were just coming out at the time, Ericsson, phones. Now they don't do phones again. They just focused on another part of tech. I just think that once you get involved, once you get your foot in the door, opportunities will come. You could be a tailor and become somebody that owns oil block, e.g. for Lawrence Shalakija. It's just about seeing the opportunity first, and then you never know where you're going to get to. So from selling car radios, it's all about is owning so many things now. I'm talking about Michael Adenuga. I think we can do the same thing. Even Dangote, And I know you can say, oh, but he has government patronage. It's not the person that starts something that government will patronize. We are not even doing anything. We're just shouting, hey, that one. If it doesn't have, it's not that the government has given him monopoly. It will not have. Okay, you come and do your own Ludo. If you don't like monopoly, at least do something, and then we'll build something. I just want to put that out there because I think it's important for us to see opportunities. But thank you very much for listening to that TED Talk. Let's move on to the next news item. All right. Regular customer. This one put out a video. She must think she was making sense, but I want to play it and then just so that you understand who you are living with in the country. Please take a listen.
Stunned by how people say they're from, how you guys are stunned by how people say they're from all those extinct states in Nigeria, like Damaturu, Yobe, Jalingo, Adamawa, all those kind of states there. You're surprised. Me, I'm surprised when someone say, oh, I'm from Lagos. You're from Lagos, guy. How are you from Lagos, guy? I still can't believe that people are from Lagos. People, their state of origin is Lagos. I'm from Lagos. We are all from Lagos. Everybody's from Lagos. Lagos is everybody's state. I'm an Igbo girl, but like I'm from Lagos. Be from Ondo or Ekiti or somewhere. Be from Oyo, but Lagos.
There's something I keep telling everybody every day. Our folks from the Southeast learn nothing from history. The only thing their parents teach them is victimhood instead of telling them the real thing that happened. Because if they told you what happened in 66 and in 53 and in 45, if they explained to you the things that were said that got people to act a certain way, there's certain things that people will not be repeating. The land did not just appear. I mean, it goes without saying that there are indigenous people everywhere you go in Nigeria. Like, even Abuja that we're calling FCT, they're baggy people. There's no place in Nigeria that they're just there. Every place has owners. And sensible people will understand this. But there's one group in Nigeria. There are two, but one speaks a lot. Until they get themselves in trouble. She seems to have deleted what? Sometimes on TikTok, got on Twitter, it's all over the place. And this is not the first time. And by the way, it's a pattern. It's a pattern. I'm from here, but we own this place together. And like I say, it's not about Lagos. Why do I speak up? It's not about Lagos alone. It's about Lagos, but not just about Lagos, as far as I'm concerned. Because there's no part of the country that gets as many people moving in like the Southwest. There's a report I saw last week. I don't know if I shared it. But what's happening in Ibadan? With people moving to Ibadan, and you see, it's your country. You should be able to move anywhere. There's freedom of movement. It's a blessing. It should be a blessing, at least, to you and to your host. When you start becoming a curse, it should be a curse to you alone. Because once you start moving mad in that space, and I hope people from the Southeast, people don't deceive you and say, oh, we are all one, don't mind what they are saying. Our oneness not reach that, because even in the Southeast, for instance, land is very precious. It's like a god. So when you say things like, this person doesn't come from, nobody comes from anywhere, you can't say it's Lagos. Just in case you don't know, whether it's Lagos Island or Lagos State, there are people that are indigenous to those spaces. And Lagos doesn't just have one king. There's no Oba of Lagos State. There's Oba of Lagos, not Oba of Lagos State. Lagos has over 50 kings. 50. You don't have kings when there are no ancestral spaces. Me, I don't call for violence or anything, but it's on thing dilemma. People are going to react at some point. That's all, because it's the same group that is publishing books, it's the same group that is doing this and doing that. After a while, there are lands for sale in the East. You guys are always moving the wrong narrative. You're not listening to me. I've never said there are no lands for sale in the East, but I'll tell you this. The lands for sale in the East, how do I put it now? Let me help you. The supply of land in the East is limited, and it has always been. That's number one. You don't have a lot of land. I've been everywhere in the East except Ebonyi State. You don't have a lot of land. I can crisscross. The entire Southeast is the size of Oyo State. I grew up in Ibadan. Ibadan alone is bigger than some of the states in Nigeria. Let's stop kidding. I'm not saying you don't sell land. I'm not here to look for Igbo 8 and say, oh, they are bad people, they don't sell land. I will even try to help you explain why you cannot sell as much land as other people, because you don't have a lot of it. And that's why, let's be factual, it causes a lot of wahala. We know of the issues of inheritance, for instance, how ladies cannot get it, how it has to stay in the family. All these things we know. Don't come and gaslight me here. That's not even the point. But the point is this. Let's even say you have 1 billion acres to sell per month. I wouldn't want to buy because there's nothing that entices me to buy. Not that it's a bad place, so there are good people everywhere. But do I want to come and sit at home on Mondays? What is the incentive that I have to, and if I see it, I will travel. By the way, I've been there. I've been to Enugu. I've been to Imo. I wasn't weary. Something at Mbise. Onitsha, that's Anambra State. What was the last one that I've been to, Sef? Abia State, because that one is close to Akwa Ibom. We used to go to Ariaria, because we used to buy stuff. I used to live in Akwa Ibom, so this was years ago. The roads were bad, but we still go there. That was because there was a reason. Now I don't have any reason to be there. And most people don't have any reasons to be there because you don't move away from opportunity to a place where there's no opportunity just to prove that you're a one Nigeria person. It makes no sense. What am I proving? I have opportunities here. I will drop it. I will now go to a place where I don't have opportunities just because I want to prove to you that we are one. You are the ones moving from where you are coming from to my place. And you know what? I don't mind you coming, sincerely. As long as you understand how to move in my space, know that this space is not your own. You are welcome in the name of the Lord. You are welcome in the name of the Lord. We can see all over you. See, I want you to enjoy and thrive and do well and prosper and buy. You can even buy land. I don't have any problems with that. But no matter how much parcels of land you buy in my land, this land is not yours. The culture, the tradition, the ancestry of the people in this place will not change because a visitor has come in. That you have to understand that. You know why? If I move to Enugu, which I'm not planning to, if I move to Enugu, no matter what, I know that it's not my home. I may make it my home, but whatever I do, whatever structure they have in that space, I have to condition myself to them. Why? Because nobody them call me, and me go meet them. It's their land. The same thing I will do in the north. And I said we're going to do a session on this thing. Let me write it down. When we're done with this war, what led to the war, I want us to do a session on indigenization in Nigeria, indigenes versus citizens. There are some papers I think we should read. These things are not difficult. I mean, you do it when you travel abroad, so why can't you do it within Nigeria? So because it's just one nation. Okay. When you say things like it's one nation, I should be able to move around. My question is that how much opportunities or what's the kind of freedom that you give to a Fulani man to move in the East? Because Fulani are human beings too now, and a lot of them are Nigerians. So are they allowed to move anyhow they want to move? Nigeria, or even if you are from my place, God said there's still a way you have to move. So that's that about that. So somebody say now that they don't believe that Lagos indigenes. What do you mean? Like, are you thinking? Of course, they are indigenes of Lagos State. There are Jabu people that are indigenes. There are Agori people that are indigenes. There are Egun people that are indigenes. There are people, for instance, who have been there, whose land it is. And by the way, let me just say this before we move on. This thing of I bought land. Listen, buying land does not make you an owner. It makes you an occupant. That is why nobody gives you a certificate of ownership. You are given a certificate of occupancy. You are not the owner. You are only occupying that place for a particular period of time. By the way, we had a session here the other day. A Yoruba family got land from under a big family. This was in, I think it was in the late 19th century. When it was over 100 years, the land went back to them. We had the session here the other day. We read from some documents. The land went back. Was the Ojora? Land went back. This land we should do something on Land Use Act of 1978. It's not what people think. I bought land, I own it, or your half plot doesn't mean anything. And by the way, we also buy land everywhere. We have land in the north. We have land. Some of our people who choose to live in the east, they bought land there. Maybe not as much, sir. We have land in the south, in Port Harcourt, for instance, properties in Akwa Ibom. Nobody shouts, I bought your land. I bought your land. So, should we start celebrating because you bought land? So, again, let's get cultured. Let's grow in our minds. It's stupid, actually, to be telling people that you don't think that they are indigenous to that space because it doesn't make you feel whatever. That's just senseless. Moving on, let's listen to our former Minister of Transport, Rotimi Amechi. He was on on Arise News, and he has something interesting to say. Please take a listen.
do you belong to? Finally, which ethnic group do you belong to?
I'm an Igbo
if at different times you have said you're Igbo, and other times
don't bring that controversy. Don't bring that controversy. I don't know why you want to go into that controversy.
Well, because it's interesting to know what your position is on that.
No, it's not. So if you ask an Igbo man, who are you? You say, I'm an Igbo man. So what you can say is an Igbo man and an Igbo man. There are those who there are divergent views. Majorities will say no. In all honesty, majority will say no. There is a very tiny minority which includes me. And why do I take that position? It's political. And when I say political, it's not to win the votes of the Igbos. I didn't like the way the Igbos were being treated at a particular point in time. In protest against that treatment against the Igbos, I began to wear, what's it called? The tiger head.
Their traditional
clothes with the red cap. In protest, asking Nigeria to address their problem. Again, I made it public that I'm an Igbo man. In protest.
But not in fact.
It doesn't make me, whether I'm an Igbo man or not, is immaterial at this point in time.
Fine.
My daughter.
Politics, yeah, where they gone. Politics, yeah, where they gone. You can curse your father, deny your mother. These politicians, I won't say anything, but that's that from him. Is Ikwere, but is Igbo. It's not. It's political, but it was protest. All those fine things. Everybody knows where they belong. All right, moving on. I don't want to spend on that one. When Ikwere people want to speak, at least they have something to use now, because it's the truth. The day I studied the whole Ikwere Igbo thing, that day I was like, now what happened with this? Yeah. Let me tell you what Igbo has over these people. Numbers. That's it. Numbers. And while they were in eastern Nigeria, while they were all in the same region, they were able to move. I read the Supreme Court judgment on this whole thing about indigenes of a particular part of Port Harcourt. That movement on Nkotoni over other people, and now they're speaking up, but I mean, all the best to them. Anyway, let's move on from there. Something first from the, sorry, 1 second, let me open this thing. The Chief of Staff, or the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Tukur Buratai, he says, former Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Tukur Buratai, retired, has expressed optimism that the security situation in the country will improve in the next 2 years under President Bola Tinubu. Buratai stated this in an interview with newsmen during the 2025 VON Forum in Abuja. According to him, there is no country that does not have its peculiar challenges, including Western countries. However, concerning the security in Nigeria, I foresee much improvement in the next 2 years of President Bola Tinubu. Lessons have been learned. Insecurity is not something you wished away overnight. It will not disappear, just like other forms of crimes like rape, armed robbery, pickpocketing, and others, he said. These are societal ills that will continue to exist as long as human beings exist. So insecurity is something you continue to handle as they arise. I believe that members of the armed forces and other security agencies, including the police, have taken lessons from the recent challenges, and I believe they will rise up to the occasion and deal with it. But also there should be collaboration of all stakeholders, from federal agencies to state and local governments, to ensure improved security. I share his optimism, but I hope that the government actually, I mean, to be fair, the Chief of Army Staff, the present one, is in Benue right now. And the reason he went there, of course, was because of the issues they've been having with security. So I hope that that actually helps the people, because we can't grow if we have no security. Moving on from there, Pastor Sunday Bakari was at the President's house in Lagos yesterday. And I'm going to play the video. It was an interview conducted by someone from NTA, a reporter. And this is what he has to say. Please take a listen.
And you have demonstrated that recently, expressing your views about the administration. What specifically are those things you have reservations about?
Well, it's not about just reservations. It's about how the country will go well. My life personal vision is to see a nation that works in my lifetime. And those things I've discussed with Mr. President. They're not hidden things, but I've learned that when you discuss with the person in charge, you leave it with him to do whatsoever he wills with what you have suggested. So I've had a private conversation with Mr. President, and I'm glad that he received me well, and I trust that God will help our nation.
Well, what areas specifically do you want him to improve on?
I've just told you what transpired in my discussion with him stays with me and with him. God guiding him and giving him wisdom will help this nation not to slide or go down the drain, but to bounce back so that it can leave a mark that cannot be erased.
Okay. So now, what do you like to see in the next 2 years of this administration?
Well, I like to see a peaceful nation. I like to see Nigerians being their brother's keeper. I like to see good collaboration between the best of the North and the best of the South to steer Nigeria in the right direction. I like to see predictable progress in our nation. We have danced around some subjects for too long a time. It's time to take concrete action to ensure that the masses of our country do not live in abject poverty. That's all.
All right, so that's Pastor Tunde Bakari. I think that what I took away from that is the last part of his comment when he said certain things have been left unsaid. You know, I'm using my own words now, like been scattered around. We've never really talked about it. So I hope we actually have those conversations. Moving on from there, Governor Dapo Abiodun of Ogun State has launched the AgriConnect initiative, a groundbreaking program designed to revolutionize the agricultural landscape of Ogun State. Using artificial intelligence by Huawei Technologies, this phone, first ever in Nigeria, will form an integral part of the ecosystem that would inform farmers on rain patterns, when to plant, and serve as channels to request assistance for agronomy services. The phones come installed with navigation access and an app that enables farmers to communicate back and forth with Ogun State's 24/7 data centers, which they can use to inform the government in real time of whatever issues they are facing, such as security, pests, and so on. These are not just gadgets, they are tools of transformation designed to boost productivity, promote efficiency, and fortify the cassava value chain. Through this program, 1,000 cassava farmers randomly selected from the Ogun State Farmers Information Management System, OGFIMS, the first of its kind and only one in Nigeria, which currently hosts a database of over 160,000 farmers, will be supported with mobile data-enabled devices and access to digital technologies provided by Huawei, with mobile data provided by the MTN Foundation. This initiative is facilitated by the Honorable Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun Tijani. It is worth noting that Ogun State plays a leading role in cassava production in Nigeria, contributing approximately 14% to the national output of 62.8 million metric tons. This comparative advantage aligns perfectly with the One State, One Product, OSOP initiative championed by the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, and we are proud to be leading this charge. With real-time access to information, market intelligence, climate smart practices, and financial inclusion tools, Ogun State is creating the conditions for better outcomes and elevated livelihoods. This initiative is poised to harness this potential by establishing a robust platform that connects farmers to vital resources, modern technologies, and accessible market. So they gave out the phones yesterday, and I think that's actually very good. We talk a lot about what our government can do or should do, but we should also highlight what they are doing. So the AgriConnect initiative is something that is starting with 1,000 farmers. I hope they also expand it to more farmers, but That's something good happening in Ogun State. Thought to mention that. And then I'm going to bring people up now. I'll play something from the Commissioner of Environment in Lagos talking about Wahab. Two things actually. Let me play the first one, I'll play the second one. So please take a listen. I'll bring people up very soon. Just want to get through with everything. Then I'll bring people up. Thanks.
With the team ending plastic pollution, this entity excites some of us. We as a state are committed to ending the scourge of plastic waste in our state. There is no going back on this commitment. The July 1 deadline for the commencement on the enforcement of ban on single-use plastics after the 18 months moratorium to producers, distributors, and users. We are also stepping up our advocacy for our citizenry to be well aware of the ban. It will be painful, but about the right now, which is a follow-up to that demand of terrible food powers. Thank you. Now, people in this part of the world, with due respect to most of them, believe there are no consequences for bad behavior. And that is the reset button we are choosing to press in Lagos. There must be consequences for bad behavior, or else the state becomes an Obesian state, where life becomes nasty, brutish, and short. And we can't afford that. I will give you an example. There's a story of New York before Rudy Giuliani, if you go and find out. New York had almost become a failed state. Waste management, lawlessness, and all sorts. And Rudy Giuliani won the elections years back, and he said, we have to press the reset button. We are enforcing law and order. And in 6 months, New York changed the trajectory. Until date, New York had been on that. No.
All right, so if you live in Lagos State, from January 1st, total ban on plastics in Lagos. The tiers are going to be much, but let's just remember now, they've already given a 18-month moratorium. So from July 1st, single-use plastics will be banned in Lagos. And then Lagos will not smell again. So now I'm going to bring people up. One or two more things, then let me bring people up right now. So if you want to come up, please send your request. Yes. Okay. I'll rush through some headlines in a bit. But please, we are coming up now, everybody. Please, once you get up, please just mute, please. You've been brought up, just mute. Thank you. Please mute. Man. Let me just read some headlines and then we'll move on. The federal government discussed with the Japan International Cooperation Agency to fast-track a 15 billion yen, about $110 million emergency loan to improve food security across the country. This was disclosed in a statement issued by the Federal Minister of Finance, or Ministry of Finance. Anambra State government poll campaigns begins June 11, 2023. I already read that one. I want the best collaboration between North and South. Sunday Bakari. EFCC arraigned 2 Chinese nationals, Zhang Onlin and Gao Peihai, before the Federal High Court in Lagos on charges of alleged illegal mining and possession of mineral resources. Okay. Sorry, just to be sure. Maybe that thing's not working because I brought people up. I can't see everybody again. All right, that's about it for now. Plateau State government and FAN to upgrade the Plateau State Airport into an international cargo airport, boosting exports and transforming the state into a premier food cargo hub to address the 3.5 trillion naira worth of food that perishes annually in Nigeria. If any state needs this in this country, it is Plateau State. Anything can grow in that place. Anything that can grow in Europe, for the most part, grows in Plateau State. Anything, tuber or fruit or vegetables, anything. And if you've been there before, you will understand what I'm saying. And if you've also seen it before, so this is actually good news this is what governors are doing before some people come and say, come and give us something. Let your leaders, do what other people are doing. So this is good. There's strawberry in there. There's apples. Can you imagine? Apples in Plateau, strawberry, of course, the regular one, cabbage. I think they have turnips as well. All kinds of things in Plateau State. So if they're able to do this, that would be very good. So let's a few more things, and then we'll stop all this. Then we'll go to the $100 billion spent by the Gates Foundation in the last 25 years to improve healthcare in Africa has helped to develop partnerships in Nigeria and other countries on the continent. More stuff, but if you're from Osun State, there's free train ride from Lagos State for Ileya. That's Idel Kabir. Okay? That's what the government is putting out there. Also, the Nigerian Copyright Commission has warned DJs to stop performing other people's music publicly without a license or the owner's authorization. If any DJ is found guilty, the DJ will pay ₦1 million fine or a 5-year jail term. It is well. All right. That's about it as far as news is concerned today. Thank you for listening. If anybody wants to speak, let's just see if we can get a couple of people before we get to the conversation. Does anybody want to be part of, say something about the news before we get into the topic of today? Go. So does anybody want to do that? All right, I can't see anyone on TikTok. All right, let's move on. It looks like the mad people on YouTube are more than the ones on TikTok. Because Abba. The kind of things people write, God. You're on your PC. I sincerely, I don't know how they request on PC. But it's not that different now, is it? Look for the icon, guest icon. Okay, some people are coming up now. So let's just have some minutes to discuss, and then we'll get into the conversation for today. Good afternoon, Love Vicky.
Hi, good afternoon. How you doing?
I'm very well. How are you?
I'm fine. Good to see what I want to say is about the girl that came out to say she doesn't believe Lagos states have indigenes. And I just had the reflection. I first of all looked at the landmass of Lagos. And I see Lagos state has the smallest landmass compared to other states in Nigeria. So what you are saying is that you have small indigenous people occupying their landmass, then you have people from other parts of Nigeria coming over to overcrowd them, suffocating them, and what has the indigenous people gotten in return? Disrespect. Because that is why she's going to make that kind of a statement. So instead of her to recognize the indigenous people of Lagos, she's saying that Lagos state has Lagos state has no indigenous people. And it's because of the fact that Lagos state is overcrowded. The Aworis, the Jebus, the Ikorodus, the people in Ekpa and the rest, like the Ambode people, you are just disrespecting them every now and then. And it's always this set of people. This set of people are the same people that will write book and say they come from Ife. Are the same people that would say Lagos is a low man's land. So all these things just needs to stop, and we need to put people in the place they belong. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother. And what you said now, just sorry. Okay, thank you. What you said now just reminded me that there's a new book, by the way, that has just been published. Phoenix, please help your people. At this rate, this is not good though. What is happening right now is not good though. Because let me look for the title of that book. There's a new book that was published, says how and why the Yoruba fought and lost the Biafra Civil War. Me, I was like, which war did we fight and lose? Written by Jimanze Ego.
Sorry to cut you short. The war that most of the foot soldiers were Middle Belters. So how did we fight the war and lose? And even we joined the Middle Belters to
we
fight
did not
for
even
Nigeria,
lose.
How did we lose?
We didn't even lose. All right. So whether we're talking about the Ore stuff, or whether there's no time as far as Nigeria is concerned. Anyway, now we have about 3 books written intentionally to distort the history of Yoruba people. And the point is that people are going to get what's coming for them. For me, it's more intellectual, but I can assure you there are people who are going to get very angry. And let me tell you what scares me. What scares me is that certain people are going to use this to foment trouble for people on the ground. That's what scares me. Because this has happened before. So all this insulting people, it's like you're stuck in trade. So when people turn around, that's when you now begin to cry, hey, victim. The wise ones who say, well, it's not all of us. Okay, please be talking to your people, because there will be consequences. I mean, for the most part, for me, for instance, we'll be intellectual, we'll talk about it, we'll have there are publications right now in newspapers by the way, one was just done 2 days ago that was published, another one just came up again, so we have to publish it. So, like, after a while, I just feel sorry for the people that don't know anything about this. They're the ones I'm sorry for. I'm sorry for them in advance, because you can't continue to move mad like this and write books. And you are bold enough to even put it online and put a price on it. It is well. Let's go to my brother J Links. Good afternoon, J Links.
Good afternoon, good morning from this side. Please,
good morning.
For the background noise, my work. Well, thank you for all you do. I just want to speak on Baba Tunde Bakare. Well, to me, he's an elder statesman, though controversial, but one cannot underestimate his wealth of knowledge. Especially in terms of history and culture, and he has spoken so much about solving Nigeria's perennial problems. So I believe the discussions he must have had is speaking to the consciousness of Baba, so that they can how do I put it now? It won't leave it won't miss some critical or strategic ideas that could even better the country. And I'm sure they must have discussed at length maybe bills that the Baba could present. I know. I'm just sure that the discussion is mostly in direction of maybe restructuring, maybe just providing a solution that will outlast Tinubu's government. I'm very sure of that. So I believe in Tunde Bakare. I understand his excesses, but I believe that the meeting must have been a very positive one. And I'm sure Baba will, in due time, or definitely do what is right based on whatever they might have discussed. I'm just positive about what they might have discussed. I'm hoping that things get better for the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother. That was really good. I share the same optimism with you, and we look forward to what will come out of the meeting, right? So thank you very much for that. Let's go to Truth. Truth Matu. Good afternoon.
My brother, good afternoon, sir. I greet you.
Yes, sir.
My brother, I don't know how to say it, but I can just thank you for what you are doing. For making us to know the truth. No, we have known the truth, oh. Understand? Most of us that were exposed, we know the truth about what happened through the war. How Ojukwu scammed our people. How Ojukwu took our people into that unfortunate Biafran war and run away. And make Igbos to believe that the Biafran war was kind of intention for all the whole general Igbos, in which it was own intention by the power of greedy of power, in which he was power drunk. My brother, can I tell you, why growing up, do you know that they make us to believe that Ojukwu used his papa money to fight that Biafran war? Why growing up, do you know that they make us to believe that Ojukwu you are seeing today, that Ojukwu will use a disappearance this thing to fight the war. Once he went to that battle, if the soldiers and Nigerian army were coming, he would disappear. Why growing up, I'm telling you, the propaganda they wash us. Why growing up, they make us to believe that Zeke fought Mami Water in that Niger bridge, and the way he won, he put that Mami Water inside bottle, and lucky that is why that Niger bridge was successful today. Do you know that so many propagandas, because they don't want us to be exposed. That is why you see, if you go to Igbo land today, all of them are crying for Biafra. Non-entity will come out and cry for Biafra. All of them will follow it. You can check the song they are singing for Nna and the Karo now. This is holy. They sang it for Ojukwu then. This is not all about this thing. I'm telling you the brainwash. Even our papa, I used to tell my papa, growing up, I see my papa Biafra money for in this thing. Do you know that so many of them believe that Biafra had been existent before Nigeria? They have eaten Biafra currency. If you ask them, they will never say, see Biafra money, oh, they don't eat that before they create it. Without knowing that the Biafra did not even last up to 2 months or 3 months. So what I'm trying to say here is that so many propaganda, I've been listening to this history before. There was one man, I think the man based in Abeokuta, one radio broadcaster that he have a funny voice, very outspoken guy. He used to read about this history, about all those war, this thing now. I used to listen to guy, and that's when I get exposed to certain things. I read some certain book. So that's why I get some exposed of some certain issues. That's why when Nadekaro come with this agitation, I was telling my brothers and my sisters, this agitation cannot have any fruit. These people are just a bunch of scammers. Look at Owazirike when he was agitating on his own. He took so many of our Igbo brothers into that Mazop war. End of the day, they end up buying them. So many of them are still in prison of today. Nobody is talking about them. Okay, look at Nna and the Karo today. Do you know how many of our brothers and sisters that are buying because of this Biafra issue? Do you know how many of our people that are still in prison because of this Nna and the Karo issue? Our able men, Nna and the Karo condemned them by giving them AK-47. Who giving Nna and the Karo to the Israelite to create ESN on his own and give them AK-47 and telling them to buy police and buy army? Today, Igbo land is not safe. And our elite are not calling them out. Look at Peter Obi. Peter Obi is giving them air of what is happening in Igbo land today. But if it happen in the north, we'll be the first to condemn it. If it happen in the south, we'll be the first to condemn it. But if it happen in his own place, we will never. Okay, what is stopping Peter Obi to tell these boys that nothing like Biafra? Let us focus on this political aspect of Nigeria. Some of our elites are not talking. But when you come here to read the reality, they will tell you, say, they just fabricated to make Nigeria seems like Igbos are not marginalized. I used to tell them, how are Igbo people marginalized in Nigeria of today? Igbo have business all over Nigeria. Okay, look at Abia State of today. Is it Abia State of Ukesi Bazo? Who is marginalizing Igbo? Look at Anambra State of today now. The same Anambra State that Peter Obi was receiving funds from federal government. He cannot develop any single structures. He was saying that his own manifesto, you don't have any manifesto of building new schools. The own what he have in the manifesto is renovating. Look at the dumb human being we are talking of today. Look at this Anambra State. Just today, Anambra State is having a new state house. Today, Anambra State is having the first flyover. What I'm telling you, the other state have it before. My brother, it's right time we the Igbos focus on the reality. Nobody's against Igbo more than our elite, and also we that don't want to learn the history. We fail to, because yes, the problem started from Zik. Zik failed to give Igbos free education. The way I want to give free education to reverse, because Zik make it mandatory that if you have money, you will go to school. That is why what I'm telling you, I give you the proof. That is why you see in our own story when we are going to school, they used to sing this song. Akwụkwọ na-atọ ụtọ ọ na-afịa ahụ na mmụta onye were kasị obi ma ọ ga-amụta akwụkwọ ma ọ bụrụ na nne gị na nna gị wee ego. That means school is sweet but it's very hard to learn. But if your parents has money, that is why you see some of our people then the firstborn and secondborn, they don't go to school. Only the last born, because the school fees was expensive. Nobody make it mandatory for free education. Then what I'm trying to say here, when Ojukwu come back, if Ojukwu have intention of Igbo, when Ojukwu come back from Ivory Coast, why can't Ojukwu maybe open a foundation of free education for Igbos? Or if you tell me no single foundation, no single anything that Ojukwu opened for Igbo, but he was busy trying to gain power for Igbo land, trying to hijack the power from Anambra. That's why he created Apuga. Apuga only existed in Anambra with his own propaganda. So what I'm trying to say here, there were so many lies they made us to believe. Do you know that if you are coming to Anambra State, welcome to Anambra State, that bridge now, they put the status of Ojukwu. That will make you that the Igbos must bend that to it. That will make you the brainwashers, seeing Ojukwu as a hero, without knowing that Ojukwu was a coward. For me, I take Stephen Efen as a hero, because Stephen Efen was the one that surrendered to the Nigerian government. Without Stephen Efen of today, the Igbos would have been wiped away, because Ojukwu tell them to wait. He's going to have because to bring weapons, without knowing that he's going there to take a sorum. So what I'm trying to say here is that so many propaganda that we are there. It's right for us with the Igbos to know the history and to take away anybody that bring about Bia, doctrines of fear out of Igbo land. Because this has been a brainwash, this has been a eye to Igbo. Since this name of Biafra, nothing good have come out of Igbo land. My brother, thank you for your effort. You are trying to make everything sit right. And I believe that our people should come and learn. It's not about hate of Igbo. It's not about for us to know the reality and know who is with us and who is against us. Thank you, my brother.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that passionate submission. I really appreciate you coming up, and it's also good to hear people like you speak. And sincerely, it's because of people like you, people like Phoenix, that we are always measured. You know, that's why I am measured in the conversations, because I know that there is still like a remnant. It's just that you are the exception to the rule, but I'm still glad that there are people like you who are able to speak up. I just really hope that more people like you will rise in the East, and more people will be like you. They will search for the truth, they will seek the truth, and when they find it, no matter how miserable it makes them feel, which happens for the most part, they'll eventually be able to resolve it and come to terms with the fact that, you know, the truth can't be changed to make them feel better, but they'll find a way to process it and build a better space in the East. Thank you very much for that. And you said a lot of stuff. I don't even think it's necessary for me to try to say anything else apart from what I've said so far. So thank you very much for your submission. Let's go to Phoenix now. Good afternoon, my brother Phoenix. By the way, hello Saidat on YouTube and Yemex. Good to see you. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you. Let's go.
Good afternoon, Prof. Good afternoon, Prof.
Good afternoon, sir. Afternoon, sir.
Yes, I want to mix one song. Holy, holy, thank you, Jesus. We are growing. We are growing. Oh, you can see me. I told you that these things will change. Truth is something that you cannot kill. That's just the truth. You cannot kill it. You might bury it, but one day it will come out. And gradually, the truth is coming out. I'm happy that my brother, Truth, have spoken his mind. And you can see from his tone that the guy is angry. You understand? Gradually, I believe the truth of the propaganda that happened will begin to be exposed. And thank you for being a part of it. Your contributions cannot be overemphasized. And thank you for this program. I want to respond about that ignorant lady who was saying she's from Lagos. You know, and nobody, Lagos doesn't have anybody. It's just. I'm sure she's living somewhere like in Amward or something, and has not gone around Lagos. You know, as long as if you ask her, do you know where the Oba lives? I don't think she knows where the Oba lives. You know, some people when they go to Lagos and they're living in Ikeja or Surulere, they feel that you know, they don't travel, they don't go everywhere. You know? But meanwhile, inside that Lagos, if I take them to some places, they will not find their way back to their home again. You understand? So it's just an ignorant girl who's looking for media hype and who has been part of these people that were sent to say they were not educated. Because there's no place, no state in Nigeria that does not have people who are indigenous to that state. No place. I've traveled a lot thanks to the kind of job my father had. There is no place that you go. There's no state in Nigeria that does not have at least an indigenous. Even Abuja, that's federal capital. There are indigenous people in FCT. Even though it's gradually becoming like Lagos, but they are still indigenous people and they still have a voice today, even in that FCT. You see them coming out sometimes once in a while to make noise, and it's good. So that this something that's happening in Lagos will not come and happen in FCT too. Maybe tomorrow some group of people will come and say, no, FCT is no man's land. You understand? Yeah, so sometimes this noise that is happening is also good. It can act as a checkmate. You know, so sometimes when I hear or see my Yoruba brothers shouting, I don't blame them. You understand? I don't blame them. You know. And finally, on what's his name, Pastor Tunde Bakari, I will not blame the man. I will not blame the man. You understand? I think all Southerners, this is my own opinion, I'm not forcing on anybody, all Southerners should back President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Things will get tough before it gets better, because you cannot have something good you've gone through some pain. That's the truth. No pain, no gain. That's life. Gold cannot just drop on your laps. You have to go and mine it, and mining it is a problem. You understand? I know people criticize him that he came out to cancel the this petroleum subsidy, but it was just something that was a scam being used by some just benefits of few Nigerians. With time, I've seen his policies. With time, things will change. In 20 what's it again? This last election, I didn't vote for him. But yes, but I will not only vote for him in the next election, I will campaign for him. I will campaign for him. Thank you very much, sir.
That. Thank you so much. And he's the one campaigning for Tinubu. But I think he should actually spend another 4 years. Finish this term, do the other one. And like I said, one of the major reasons I believe in what he's doing is that a lot of his solutions are structural. And I think people that think like that actually know what they're doing. Understanding Nigeria's problems will make you understand the fact that if you want to solve them, you have to start with the structure. So I like what he's doing, and I hope that people begin to, reap, the benefits of all the seed he's sowing now. Right, so that's where I stand. I think he's doing a fantastic job, but I know things are tough for lots of people. We'll bring one more person to speak, and then we'll get into the conversation for today. Thank you very much for listening. There's Ojukwu. Hello. Hello.
Good afternoon, Prof.
Good afternoon, sir.
Prof, there is actually this question that actually baffles me, and I'm always curious about it. So I just want you to clarify me on this. It goes by, why is it actually a thing of the egos pouncing on us? Like, they actually do this, regularly. And where I go is that they actually just dominate the domicile in the likes of the south, north, the likes of Abuja, Kano, Kaduna, and I think Lagos, southwest. But why is it that they don't meddle in the affairs of all these region, the likes of South, South, North. But why they think they could be able to meddle in the affairs of we the Yorubas and probably like in the Southwest region, like they do this, like the way they say they talk about the Lagos. Why did they actually just denigrate us on this, like disrespect us? And they want to meddle in the affairs of the Yorubas. Like, how did we get here? And straight that to me because I'm really curious to know. Yeah, because it's not happening in the north. So why always us? Why? How did it happen? So that's my question, Prof.
Thank you very much. Let me say it this way: what is happening in the West today has happened in South South. It has happened in the North. Let's first make that very clear. Everything, and with all due respect to the moderate and wise Igbos, the truth of the matter is this: in the Southwest and on social media was done in the North and also in the South South. The only difference is that they haven't. There's something called Yorùbá máa ń pè ní tí wọ́n bá gungi kọjá ewé ó kù tíntìní kan débẹ̀ ó kù tíntìní kan débẹ̀. And like I said, it's a different. So it was a different generation in the South South. It was another generation in the North. Well, it was the same generation in the South South and the North. But this is this ones in the West. Maybe they don't know what happened then. So what usually happens is that they would do it again and again and again. Sometimes for weeks, sometimes for months, sometimes for a while, and then the people will come back. Let me just explain. Overstepping. Thank you for that. Thank you for your English. So let me give you an example. In the 30s and in the 40s specifically, a lot of Igbos moved into the South area. For example, River State. What I'm about to say right now, you find it in the Elechi Amadi. It's called Sunset in Biafra. A lot of them moved in, but like I said when I was reading that book here, like because of the, and then they had no reason to assimilate because they were more than the owners of the land. Whether it was in Calabar or in the Ogoja province or in Rivers area, they were more, and so they dominated naturally, not because they were bad people, but because they were more. And it was so bad that the people of the land had to learn their language. As at the time the book was written in 73. Excuse me, it was written in 1973. As at that time, according to Elechi Amadi, certain, at least 2 ethnic groups in the Rivers area were already losing their languages, and they were speaking, according to him, a form of Pidgin Igbo. They were overrun because they were not as many. So your teachers were Igbo because they were the most, they were more than any other group of people. The Bible you used was in Igbo language because it was language that was used most widely by everyone. The prayer book was in Igbo. All those things, they were used to that. And of course, they had political power in that area from 1939, especially from 1952. Right? They had political power. That's why the fact that was a Yoita. By 53, it was already consolidated. You had Azikiwe as the Premier of the East. So that gave them that thing of, we've conquered this place, of course, until the war. And I'm not going to get into it, but we'll get into it much later. There's a reason the South deals with them the way they do. To the point where if you say you're an Igbo, for instance, you're Ikwere and you call yourself Igbo, the Ikwere man sees you as a very stupid person. I've heard them say it. I've watched interviews. I've listened to them. I've read books. 73, that they had their own association different from Igbo World Congress that the Igbos had in the 40s and 50s. And that even after Ironsi banned all tribal parties, their own group, they were still meeting. And now they have to assert that, listen, we are different because they notice the tendencies. And now there's one of the examples that was given by Dr. Kalu, where he mentioned how the way the Igbos in their area got into their area, they were not indigenous to that space. They were brought in. And with all due respect to everyone from the East, this is history, right? So if you read the Willings Commission report of 1958, they mention in there that many people in the hinterlands, without mentioning the ethnic group, you can fill in the gaps, many people in the hinterlands were actually slaves. Chinje, you think I'm lying? Oh boy. That's a funny thing. You listen to your savior and Messiah, your holy, mention no source, just insulting everybody, you believe him. I'm telling you where you can read, you say I'm lying. Don't you think you are dumb? Where was I? If you look at the Willings Commission report of 1958, it mentions that in the interlands, people in the interlands were taken as slaves. So you see the report mentioned the Calabar and the Ijaw people taking the people of the interlands as slaves and, of course, selling them. Whatever the interlands mean, you can fill in the gap. The Ikwere also had that same thing with those people, serving as middlemen. And some of them that settled amongst them became assimilated into their culture. So they became Ikwere. It's the same thing you're going to say with different other groups. Now, because of Nigeria, let me say this whole disrespect that's happening all over the place, it started because of Nigeria. Before Nigeria, there is no Igbo man that was born of a woman that would. You don't even have the capacity to do it. But British opened the place up, which is a blessing if you really think about it. But you see, a blessing can become a curse if you don't know how to manage it. So the South people eventually, during the war, what they saw during the war at the hands of the Igbos, and also during the just before independence and in the First Republic, they were, don't use the word, but it's the truth. That's what they called it. They called it oppression. And so they now pushed back and, took over the land, for instance. Houses was called abandoned properties. There's a story behind that one. For instance, they will say things like the land belonged to them and they were sold without their consent or stuff like that. That's another totally different stuff. But by the time they were done dealing with them economically, they now started pushing back, right? So now Igbos are very careful when it comes to South, especially River State. In the North, the same thing happened. They got a lot of opportunities because of the British again, right? Before independence, a lot of Igbos had been taken to the North. Some of them were actually the people that the society themselves, the society itself didn't like. People that were put down were took the opportunity to work with the British and they traveled. And so, if you also notice that a lot of the first set of Igbo leaders were born outside Igbo land. Okay, so Ojukwu was born in Zungeru, Minorities was born in Zungeru, Nzogu was born in Kaduna. People were born outside the place for the most part because a lot of people moved out towards the north in the first few decades. Because of that, of the fact that they now had the opportunity, they dominated everywhere. Now, let me say it this way: dominating spaces may not really be a problem because nobody you say make you become plenty, and nobody you. And it's not a curse to be educated, right? The real issue is what you do because of the opportunities you now have. So, for instance, you begin to act with the people like, now we own this place, now we own this place. And if you look at the cases of the riots that happened, some were entirely the fault of the Northerners. They just wanted to look for trouble. But in many cases, it was because of what the Easterners had done. For instance, in 45, it was a speech of Oyema that caused trouble in the North. He gave the speech in Lagos. That's why I tell people that this thing you are saying on social media, when people want to respond, it's going to affect people on the ground. Oyema said something in Lagos. He said the Igbo domination of Nigeria is only a matter of time. 1945. People heard it and started causing trouble in the north because they didn't want to be dominated by Igbos. In fact, they didn't want to be dominated by anyone, let alone Igbos. That's one. 53 happened because of the conversation in the parliament when Anthony Nauro for Action Group moved the motion for, and I'm going longer than the answer, but I think it's an opportunity to just explain some things. Moved the motion for independence in 1956. Did not say as soon as practicable. In other words, we're not ready for independence. They were they don't want independence, because Lagos, of course, was very politically active as far as nationalism was concerned back then in 53. These guys traveled to the north. Our people also went to the north. People like Akintola, of course, went to the north. The people began to insult them. They came for the people. Is it good? No. But sometimes you have to know how to move in another person's space. By 66, with the coup and Ironsi's kidney, they dealt with them like thoroughly. Again, unfortunate. I don't celebrate the evils that happened, but That had to happen for people to know their place. Let me ask you a question. I've asked this question before. Dr. Benjamin, you will cry. Oh. I'm not going to mute you. No. Oh, I made a mistake. Oh. Sorry, guys. Let's do it this way. You'll be fine. Where was I? The events of May, July, August, September of 1966 in the North are terrible events that should never happen again, hopefully. That's why did it happen? So let's go through a little of this. You know, that already happened. But it was not the coup that caused the people to start killing Igbos. I don't know, arrogance, because it didn't really care about fixing stuff. It didn't do anything about those who killed other people's leaders. It didn't court-martial them. It was paying them their salaries while in prison, while in detention. It was giving them allowances. The North was watching, but it didn't do anything. And then the regular people in the North, in Kaduna and in Kano, went into the streets, into the marketplaces, into the motor parks, and insisted them how it was only Zogu that could put sense into them, telling them that they are taking over, they are now at power. These things you are seeing that these stupid people are doing, not when I say stupid people, I'm talking about the specific stupid people amongst them, not all of them, of course. We saw Phoenix, we saw Truth. Everybody cannot be stupid. But what you see, like what that lady was saying today that we just played, they were saying the exact same thing in 1966 on the streets of Kaduna. Oh, you guys don't know anything. We have taken over, carrying guns. And in case you don't, you think I'm lying, let me just recommend 2 books. Read Beckon to Serve by Shehu Shagari. Read, in fact, 3 books. Read Nigerian Civil War by John Dissent, and then read The Tragedy of Victory by Godwin Alabi Sama. You'll see these things there. Carrying guns and cutlasses. And not only do I believe those things because just be shouting, hey, we are came up with the North Nation policy in 62, 64. A lot of people were shouting about it because they're going to displace them. But they still had a lot of people in the civil service. By 66, they were taunting, you are mocking outside people and telling them, Shine Maganinku. You are, of Sadauna and Nzogu. Nzogu was, conquering Sadauna. You are doing all of those things in their land. Decree 34 now came in May. That was May 24, 1966. From the way they killed people. See, I don't want evil to happen. I don't want violence in Nigeria, but this your stupidity, some people's stupidity will cause it. You can predict it. It will be like I a prophet. You can predict it because that killing has not left the psyche of the average Igbo man, even if he wasn't born then. But that was not when it ended. By August, September, they started hearing news of what was happening and we already tested. I don't want to go through it again. You'll find the records of that in the book by A.H.M. Green. The book is called Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria. They heard news in Kaduna from Radio Cotonou about what Igbos were doing to Northerners in the East. And why did they do that? Because, of course, the Northerners were killing Igbo officers. But why did they do that? Because the Igbos killed their leaders in January. So they retaliated the civilians. The Northerners now heard about that and now began to kill the Igbos. And let me say this. The coup took about 24 people. The first coup, January 15, 1966 coup. That's the number. The counter coup took over 200. And about 6 to 8 of them were Yoruba people. They collect everywhere. About more than 200 people, a lot of Igbos died it and started killing civilians. The Northerners heard about that and started killing Igbos. Then they began to flee. Now that they are back in the North, they remember. It has never happened in Yoruba land. That's why everybody is laughing now. Bí tó má ṣí Ìbàdàn nìkan lẹ̀ fáwọn èèyàn pẹ̀lú mọ́mọ́ tún mọ́ ìjà agbóró ní àrùn Ìbàdàn Oh, my company, and I can assure you, because from the closest thing in the southwest was Osu Abiola in '93, when Igbos left Lagos, left the southwest, and moved back to the east because they were afraid of violence. That's why when people call people cowards, I just laugh. There was no violence in '93. Igbos moved. You don't have to read any book to get it, but you find it in the book by Maxi Olon. Moved en masse back to the east. Violence never happened, no. Why? Because they have recollection of what happened in the 60s. I'm just telling people that Yoruba people are the way they are because this is the culture. It's a culture that's open. We are an urbanized people. We are urbane. The idea of having cities, we understand how to build cities. We've had, think about a city of 70 to 120,000 people as at the 12th, 13th century BC. Sorry, because it's not the first cosmopolitan space in Yoruba land. It's just the latest one. We're used to, race, creed, overstep. You can tell what this thing on social media, what is going to lead to. It will lead to violence. I'm not praying for it, but it will lead to it. And when it doesn't look like anybody's going to change anything. If they change, then it will not happen. But if they don't change, it most likely will happen. That event will now change whatever happened to the Igbos in the south and in the north. That makes them to mind their business, especially in the north. When it happens in the west, it will be bloody. But I'm praying it doesn't happen. It's very clear that until something like that happens, they don't stop. But I'm hoping, I'm praying. And the reason I'm praying is because I have seen Yoruba people fight. I've seen it not just in books, I've seen it in real life. So the way we are this open and we are laughing and we are all friends and we are all one nation under God and all those nice things, and we're very sophisticated, very also Abela, yes, very sophisticated, very educated, just writing and reading books and speaking English. So if you're able, you are not living with cowards. We're not just peaceful, we are peace preferring. In other words, we prefer peace. Not be say all this one are jumping all over the place. That is amateur. Like if you really want wahala, let's be like they say in Yoruba land, let's be guided. So all of that to answer your question, just simply to say that the reason Igbos are moving the way they are moving in Yoruba land is because Yoruba people have not done to them what was done to them in the south and in the north. And I pray to God that will not happen. Because you see, one thing about quiet people or gentle people is that when they get angry, you now be like Kimoshe. And I'm hoping it does. The reason I'm always adding that I'm hoping it doesn't happen because ọ̀sán kan òru kan ló máa kó ẹrù wọn kúrò nílẹ̀ Yorùbá Ọlọ́run ọ̀sán kan òru kan. Maybe we are speaking English on social media. Forget. Jẹ́ kí n dé bẹ̀rẹ̀. Abikido Shodi. You'll be shocked. All this English we are speaking, we are just speaking English. Let them open OPC for people. You'll be shocked. Be like, these people, with all this English, when Yorubas dealt with Hausa, this was just a few years ago. It happened in Ibadan. Yorubas dealt with Hausa. It happened in the same Lagos. And guess what? That one is just normal. We don't fight, we don't okay. Like, because Hausa Yoruba thing, that one goes way back. If we fight, we go settle. So fight Shagam, must have to intervene. They won't say, oh, house was burned, dude, house was demolished. Why did you demolish house? I don't know why you carry your mouth, cross 7 rivers and 7 oceans and come and tell them in Lagos to organize committee. I'm hoping that this thing doesn't happen, because when the North, like,
Bro, I can. Sorry, bro. I can.
please hold on. Please, no, please hold on. Please hold on. Hold on. I'm almost done. Let me just finish the toss. Fight people that disrespect them over and over again. They don't fight to settle. They fight to get you out, and they know you cannot do anything. All this we are going to bring hype up. You cannot do anything. You raise the hand, it won't come down. Atogun, ati afose, ati bono. Peace, and it's good to have peace in Yoruba land. But this stupidity that you are proving, you are writing books, changing Yoruba history, selling books on Amazon with lies. You are going everywhere insulting Yoruba women. They say it's comedy. You are saying people are cowards. The day they come for you, meanwhile, you have no hero in your history. You call people cowards, but you have no hero. No, I didn't say heroes. No hero in your history. Because the one you consider hero also ran. That one is always running. Like Usain Bolt. In fact, Usain Bolt is better. At least that one collected awards and trophies for running. This one just always running. Ran everywhere. My prayer is that may we never have problem. And in a problem, no, they call wala. May we not see it. But so yeah, and it's bad. It can be terrible. So if you are Igbo here, my advice to you is this: listen to the voice of reason. Yoruba people are peace preferring, but they are a warrior class. Like they have warriors. They are warriors. It's just that they prefer peace. When the time comes, see, we were the ones that speak English. We'll go back. Those ones will come out, and some of the people that speak English will also come out with them. And when that happens, the PUBGM thing that's sit at home on Monday. That one is child's play. Because amongst ourselves, when we fight, God said we deal with ourselves, and they're going to ask the Hausas, ask the Fulani. We have lost, we have won. We lose battles, we win wars. In some cases, we may lose battles, but we're eventually going to win the war. So, this rhetoric on social media, I can assure you, is going to spill to the streets. And when it does, God save the lives of people on the streets. I hope I answered the question, but I don't think we want to now start acting like the Hausas now, because why would you want to do that? Anyway, please, Mr. Yolakwe, please say what you want to say, and then we can move on.
When you were just mentioning about the massacre that happened, between the Hausas and the Yorubas. So I vividly remember the one about Idiaraba. So I see someone commenting about Idiaraba because I grew up in Mission. So I knew that one very well. So I was very young. So we were just harboring the Hausas, there were just like a lot of them living amongst us. So we were just harboring them because it was really brutal, like begging them to come. So I think just want to decide to go to war today. It's gonna be a terrible one. So that's just what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. From what I've seen, the mother care thing, people from university, you'll be shocked at how easy it is to stop speaking English and carry weapons. Okay. Nigeria local count your but if you like here, if you don't like, if I don't care, let the people in Lagos first start their own. You just call that everybody is moving out en masse. They say, Kilo Shele. You hear, would you like to go to the south? Before they say west, you are saying never again. Somebody asked a question, was an interview award the other day. The person said, if the north was so bad, why do the Igbos continually go back? Let me tell you something. Let me say this, and we'll stop it and go to the topic of the day. Let me say this. The reason the Igbo people keep going back is because there's nothing to stay with at home. There are no opportunities back home. It's just the way it is. I'm not saying I'm not throwing shots. I'm not even being funny. I'm not, it's just a fact. It's been a fact for 1859. discussing what happened from 1857. So it's been a long thing. So it's better to always move. So bí gbàgbọ́ pé tọ́ máa náà wọ́n tán wá padà ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n máa mọ àyè wọn. Nínà yẹn gangan lèmi wà fẹ́ torí nínà tí Yorùbá bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí náà yàn sí àmọ́ káwọn ọmọ kan wà ẹ̀kọ́ Yorùbá pé ọmọ burúkú lọ́jọ́ títí ẹ̀ tọ́jọ́ wọn bá dé bá a ṣe ń fèèbò lórí íńtánẹ́ẹ̀tì yìí wọ́n lè máa gbé nǹkan tó ń gbé dání wọ́n lè máa ṣe àwọn èèyàn léṣe. May God give us understanding. So please, if you are from the East, like, enjoy Yoruba land, thrive, do well, succeed, but understand boundaries. And if you say no, don't worry. Whatever made you understand that boundary in Sokoto, you get it. Because there's nobody born of a woman from the East that will go to Kano and do this nonsense that they do with. There's no, like, how can there be an indigene of Lagos? Are you insane? Did the land just appear? The things you see in that land, it just appeared there. If you will not do it in the north, I hope, that's my prayer, that you will not have a reason, you will not be given a reason to stop doing it in the southwest. Somebody has done it in Ibadan too. There's a video that, and by the way, it's just one person, No, it's not a person, it's a cultural thing, and it's been around for a while. There are reports from 40s, 45, 47, 1950, the entire parliament from the East says the same thing. And then you see people saying the same thing now. You guys should stop. May God give us understanding. All right. Now I feel like playing music.
So maybe we should take a deep breath because I'm moving totally away from a word they say is enough. What they say is enough for the wise. I hope you that has here listens. So, having said that, I want to go back to developing the country. Baba's meeting. Tinubu deserves second term, which I don't think any sane person will argue that. My fear, and I think I've told that thing before. Direction to controversy. It has always been my fear. I just hope that's why I feel Baba will be able to achieve a lot of because I want if you look at the past government of our see one focal length I just hope and my fear is just the direction they will turn us to. This is why I said I want to deviate from where we are discussing and go back to Nigeria. Thank you. Maybe you can say something about it, but I just hope Baba will be able to put some structures down that they will have no choice than to. And it is well.
I have the same hope as you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, my brother. I have the same hope as you. The truth is, this is my personal belief. I think that Nigeria needs, it would be nice to have a messiah, but we already lost the opportunity with Papa. And Papa, that kind of person comes once in a lifetime. And so in the absence of a messiah, the next best thing is a system. As a matter of fact, if you have a messiah, the messiah has to create system. Was a messiah, so to speak, but he created a system that makes the place work even in his absence. What I'm hoping, and that's why I say I share your hope, is that president, they will not be able to destroy it. For instance, people complain about America. No matter who becomes president in America, there are structures that will ensure that America thrives. Even when it looks like everything is about to fall, it may reduce in power, but it will thrive. Thank you for the gift. That makes things work. So that regardless of who becomes what, the system keeps the place going. So, and also, let me also say this. It's also not impossible to, I don't know how, but it's not impossible to have a visionary from the north as well. We've not had one. Okay, we had Musa Yar'Adua, but he didn't even have the opportunity to even show what he wanted to before today. But it's possible. We might have someone that's very visionary who is a visionary from the north, who is very futuristic and very committed to the people. It's possible. But see, in the absence of that, if Tinubu can use the opportunity that he has right now to create the structure. So for instance, he created 5 development commissions. So every region has development commissions now. That or not, money has to go to those commissions, and then they in turn are able to do stuff. If he's able to do that, I think we'll be fine. But really, if you ask me, I hope he does what he has to do. I stop my creation, originalism, or stuff like that. The only time I see that thing can happen in Nigeria states, or to want to merge states, or to want to have regional, whatever structure, this thing of restructuring, resource. And I'll tell you why I say it can only happen. Because although some people don't like the fact that the executive and the legislature are working hand in hand, I think it's a blessing, even now, with what I can see right now. If they're able to work together, they will be able to give us the restructuring. Someone said no more states but regions. It may be difficult to have that. See, which region are you going to have in the north? North Central cannot be a region, because there are people in the northwest who would rather be called Middle Belt. There are people in the northeast who would rather be called Middle Belt. And if they talk about regionalism, that's not kind of, again, the kind of region that I want. I've said it several times. Kind of thing. It's ethno-linguistic region. That's what I want. Can we get it? Yes. Are we going to get it by the president saying it is? I don't think so. Several times. If you read the 2014 Confab report, if you know how many times they mentioned this phrase, the federating unit will be state. The federating unit shall be state. The state shall be the federating unit. They mentioned it over. The document is in our Telegram channel. Again, I'd like to tell you, if you are not part of that Telegram channel, please join. Just in case you want to see that document, you can find it online, but I think some people may not know where to look. So if you just go there, you'll be able to just go to the library. So that's it on YouTube, and put it here on Telegram. Oh, sorry. All right, so the link is there. You will find the document there. They kept mentioning it. The state shall be the federating unit. Do you know why? The primary people in Nigeria combined. So which means that there has to be a lot of compromises. And if other people say they don't want it, or if they want it, how do they want it? Those conversations have to be had. And some of those conversations were had in 2014 that led to them saying, okay, you can have merger of looking for. But those who are in those far-flung places, who don't want to have those regions, like in the north, for instance, they can hold on to the states that they're going to get. That's why the north is that's one of the reasons the north is against regionalism. And I keep saying this is what I say, and I'm going to move on from this. There's a mistake I think we also make in the Southwest, especially. And it's a mistake that the East made in the First Republic. It's a mistake that you see yourself and what you want. It's a dangerous mistake if you are not more than every other people. Okay, if I want this and this person doesn't want it, where do we meet? But if you say, now wait, I must want, okay. That's why there's no Biafra. There's nothing like there is wait. Just becoming, you don't need census. We are not. Are we a major group? Yes. I even think, to be honest, I think we are the majority in Nigeria. That's what I think. Is about 92% Han Chinese. In other words, the vast majority of the people is one people. So although you have the Malays and the Indians in Singapore, the fact that the Chinese are the majority, they can do a lot of things without even considering stuff. Like if they consider just courtesy, nobody in Nigeria has an advantage. There's no clear majority. There's no ethnic group in Nigeria that is 40% of Nigeria, let alone 60 or 70. The most of us we're in 20 something. So even if Yoruba people are the majority in Nigeria, we're still going to be 20-something percent. And you have another 20-something percent, then 18 or 12 or 6 and things like that. So all I'm trying to say is that we don't have the advantage that the Chinese have in Singapore, or the un-Chinese have in China, or the Malays have in Malaysia. We have this thing of, it's a very delicate balance. So I said that to say that when you think about what you want, you have to think about what the other person wants. If you don't think about what the other person wants, you just be angry with what you want and you never get it. It's the truth in Nigeria. People just don't like to hear it. We want it. Okay, how are you going to get it? So, and I spoke with one of the people that attended that conference. We spoke last month. And I said, when you went there, she's Yoruba, I said, when you went there, I'm sure you went for regionalism. And then she told me about it. We have always wanted it, because the greatest, since Nigeria started though, the greatest times in Nigeria was regional Guinea. So we want it. But some people don't want it. So how do you now meet at the center? Then you find that in the book, in the document, in the Telegram channel. One day we'll have a session on it. It's Redomi Global on Telegram. I hope I answered that question. But my hope is that we can build that kind of system that allows, for instance, you're going to create more states where you can have mergers, then you can have demergers, then you can have resource control, so that money from Delta State still stays in Delta State. I don't have to share that money. I don't have to share. If the gas, if they start, getting the gas out in Imo State, for instance, and they start making a lot of money, let Imo have their gas money. Let people use whatever they want to use. I have an idea how to get our ways influential. Please send it to me, sir. I think Busui should interview Fashola. I believe you can get things out of him and to him. I would love to. I think he's one of the most brilliant politicians in Nigeria, by the way. Just saying. So please, Prof, please send it to me. I'd love to see it. I'm studying the book by Victor Lutaiwo, trying to look for something. It's possible. See, anything you think about the kind of structure you want in Nigeria, it's not impossible. It's possible. It's just, my question to people is just, how do you get it? And I'll tell you something. The majority of our people don't care about how. They just want to talk about, we want it, what we want. Okay. If we want it, this is what we want. Okay. I can't be doing that kind of thing, because I'll get tired if I don't know how to get it. There's a scripture in Ecclesiastes. It says the labor of the fool wearies all of them, because they do not know how to get to the city. The labor of the fools wearies all of them, because they do not know how to get to the city. So they are laboring, they are working, they're exerting energy, but they don't know how to get there. Let's not do that to ourselves. But we'll have a conversation about that at some point, and then we'll see where we go from here. So thank you very much for being here. Let's get to the topic for today. We're discussing what led to the war, and we're talking about Gowon and Ojukwu. One Nigeria means he's pro-Nigeria like OBJ, not pro-Yoruba. No, it doesn't mean that. It can be pro-Yoruba and still be pro-Nigeria. Papa was pro-Yoruba and pro-Nigeria. They're not mutually exclusive. They're not mutually exclusive. That's what I think. All right. I'm glad we're done with that now. Let's get into today's conversation. We didn't read this book much yesterday. I remember where we stopped. We stopped with the book with Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria. So let's go back to the book we read yesterday. We read a few books. We read, by the way, sorry, somebody put something in the Telegram channel. I had to provide a context to it, and then I muted us from typing stuff, because so it doesn't become a place where we just drop stuff. Listen, the book You Must Set Forth at Dawn, that person, it was Phoenix. The book that book the person quoted, You Must Set Forth at Dawn, that talked about what Michael Okpara did for Awolowo's wife. That book did not say so. I have the book. As soon as I read that thing, I just went, this man woke up after doing the basic things. I checked that channel and I saw it. I was like, how? But I hope you got the answer. The answer is in the Telegram channel, how Okwara worked with Shoyinka and the other faction of Action Group, and they were able to, create Opga. But people should also remember that same Okwara worked with Akintola just before Akintola went to work with another group of NCNC people to start NNDP, and they now work with NPC to start NNDA. So let's just be, what he did is not because of altruism. It was a political move, and it wasn't for Awo directly, and there was nothing that came from Michael Okwara to Awolowo's wife. This is another problem with the books that people write out. What Okwara did for who? You don't even understand what I'm saying. Obinama farabale, ma faraburuku bale. The document stated that Michael Okwara helped Papa and provided something for Mama, that's HID, and that thing will be found in the book by Shoyinka, and I have the book and it is not there. What is there, I've already said. He supported Shoyinka Okwara. He supported the faction of Action Group, even helped them set up radio. They did all of that. But that was just after he did the same thing with Akintola. In other words, it was about political expediency. But even then, I still acknowledge what he did. But I cannot now say that, he did something for Mama or he did something for Papa, because it's going to make me feel like we did something together. If you read the article, that's what the person was trying to say. We've worked together before. Even Okwara helped Mama HID when Papa was in prison. Like, who says this kind of nonsense? It's not in any book. Again, folk tales. All right. Good to be here. Thank you very much for joining us. Please, let's power tap on TikTok. Let's get this into 50K, please. I don't even think Okwara was controversial. No, it wasn't. He was even arrested. Released by Ojukwu much later. We're going to read that today. I want to introduce a new book today. The book is called On a Darkling Plain by Ken Sarawiwa. So very soon we're going to go to that book. But let's go back to where we stopped yesterday. So yesterday we talked about Gowon and Ojukwu. We talked about why Ojukwu did not want to take orders from Gowon. I think we even did that 2 days prior. And according to Gowon, in his own biography, he mentioned how Ojukwu never really wanted to listen to him or respect him. And one second. And that the idea, for instance, that Ojukwu had for Baba Femi Ogundikpe to take over made no sense. So let me read something to you from this book. Let's start with this one, then we'll go to that one. This book is called Gowon, The Biography of a Soldier Statesman. It's written by J. Isawa Elaigo. And this is what Gowon says here. He says, it is interesting that... No. Okay. He says, once Gowon accepted to assume leadership in those dark days, he quickly contacted the regional governors, Lieutenant Colonel Ejo of the Midwest and Lieutenant Colonel Asan Katsina of the North. Please power tap on TikTok. Please, let's power tap. If you're on Facebook, YouTube, please share the live. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you. TikTok, let's get this to 50K. Thank you very much. So let's continue. I'll start again. Once Gowon accepted to assume leadership in those dark days, he quickly contacted the regional governors, Lieutenant Colonel Ejo of the Midwest and Lieutenant Colonel Asan Katsina of the North. Both urged him to get things under control and stop the unfortunate killing of civilians. He did not contact Ojukwu. This had been done by Ogundikpe and Wei. As Gowon himself recalled, one must be fair to Ojukwu. He was not prepared to accept my leadership, even at that stage. Now let's jump to the other part, where he says, it is interesting that Ojukwu urged Brigadier Ogundikpe to insist on taking command. Given the history of military intervention, one would have thought it would have been clear to Ojukwu that military hierarchy was often challenged in intra-military coups. In coups organized by junior officers eliminating senior officers, it is not often possible to maintain military hierarchy. Successful coup makers very often take over power themselves or only take command from officers whom they respect. to urge Ogundipe to take command in that tense situation against the wishes of the bulk of an army that would not take orders from him was a clarion call to suicide. Ogundipe perhaps knew the situation better, having been in Lagos during the crisis. He was very much involved in negotiations with the junior officers. So we said it was 2 days ago, that a lot of people still say today, why did Ogundipe not take power? It's because he has more sense than you, obviously. Because he was faced with guns and he was giving commands, and the people he was commanding decided not to take commands, and they had the guns. And then they had to negotiate, and eventually he took the offer to become the High Commissioner, the ambassador in London, right? Meanwhile, Ojukwu, who was telephoning him and saying, the East is with you, we are backing you, take the power. He had run away from State House to police headquarters in Enugu, and then ran away from police headquarters to Onitsha, 69 miles away from Enugu. It was while he was in that place, his hideout, 69 miles away from Ibitoti Yakoshishe, that he was now calling Babafemi, take the power, take the power. Why didn't you stay back to take the power? If not for the man, Ogunewe, who is an Igbo man, by the way, the name sounds Yoruba, but is Igbo. If not for him, the coup plotters would have done terrible things in the East as well. But Ojukwu, who did nothing, who was hiding away in some shack, was the one telling everybody, assert power, beat the man. It's funny how cowards can teach heroes how to act. But let's get to... So yesterday we also talked about the events that happened from the time that I saw that thing, Simon Ekpa, yeah, it is well. I just didn't talk about it because you don't have to kick a man who's already on the ground. It's just a shame. All right, let's get into it. So we talked about the events of July 29, 1966, and then how Ojukwu did not want to take instructions from Gowon. We also talked about how Gowon eventually became the head of state, having, being the preferred person, compared to the hot-headed Murtala Mohammed. Gowon eventually emerged as the head of state. And then things started deteriorating. The killings started happening. So we talked about that earlier. People were killed in the coup happened. A lot of people were killed. Northern leaders, Northern officers, Yoruba officers, senior officers, by the way, were killed by the Igbos. And the North decided to retaliate in late July into August, and especially late July, 28, 29 July, and they unalived a lot of people, starting Abeokuta to Ibadan, to Ikeja, and then eventually to the north. Then they unalived a lot of people. That led to people also doing the same thing in the west to try to hurt the people, in the east, right, by the way, hurt Northerners living in the east. Northerners heard about that, and then they began to attack the Easterners in the north, which led to a lot of killings, and people started moving from the north to the east. Of course, Ojukwu was already calling everybody to come back. And let me also remind us that one of the things that I've mentioned that led to the war was actually the ambition of Ojukwu, and we read that from a book by Nebo Graham Douglas that I want to just reiterate before we continue. He had mentioned how Ojukwu was at June of 1966 was already talking about getting the eastern region out of Nigeria. We have to remember that wasn't even the first time that came up. It had come up in 63 when the East disagreed with the census figures. The East threatened to secede, and then in 64, Ojukwu planned a coup, and then so by 66, when Ironsi became the head of state, Ojukwu began to nurse the ambition to become the next one, since he was more educated. Never mind that both of them are from the same ethnic group. It looked as if the rest of the country was created to serve the agenda of the Igbo man, which of course, like I always say, is as if they're trying to fulfill the dream of Charles Onyema when he said in 45 that the Igbo domination of Nigeria is only a matter of time. Hey Queen, thank you, sir. Oh, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. I was just saying hello to somebody on YouTube. So, the fact that he wanted to become the head of state, that dream was dashed, or the hope was dashed, when he saw what happened in the north in May, because of the riots that came on the heels of the promulgation of the Decree 34 in May. And then, of course, Ronsi was unalived on July 29th. We talked about how Gowon became head of state on August 1st. And then by August 12th, the former premier of the Western region, that's Chief Obafemi Awolowo, was released from Calabar prison. Yesterday we played a video to show exactly how that played out. And also we read from a book called The Nigerian Civil War by John Dissent that mentions, how Yakubu Gowon took advantage of that to be able to get people to work together in Nigeria. Also, we showed the Gazette that was published by the federal government on August 12, 1966, that talks about the free pardon that was given to him. And we also mentioned from the book by Odia Femom, the book is a book with like a series. It's called of articles. It's called The Forgotten Documents of the Nigerian Civil War. We mentioned in that document that it was actually Ojukwu speaking to a newspaper in Boston that claimed that he was the one who freed Awo. And like everything Ojukwu does, there is no way to, it doesn't have to be true. It just has to be what he wants you to believe. And people just begin to carry it and say, oh, he freed Awo. He had no capacity to do so. By the way, at that time, Nigeria was still intact. It was Nigeria. There was no Biafra in 66. Ojukwu declared Biafra end of May. It was May 30th, 1967. And this happened August 12, 1966. This is why we always say that timelines are very important when we have these conversations. And then we moved on from there to the events. So that was in August. We talked about what happened in August in the East, where people were killed. A lot of Northerners were unalived in the East in August into September. And then Northerners also now started killing people in the North. And it was terrible. A lot of people had to be repatriated. Should I use the word repatriated? Had to return, essentially, to the South. So we're going to continue from there today. Now, we're going to be looking at... so there's a number of books that we're going to use. So I'm trying to find the one that will be the core. I already know it. I'm just wondering if I should change it. So let's start with the Nigerian Civil War. And then we'll go to Ken Saro-Wiwa. And then we'll land on crisis and conflict. Okay. So it says here, Gowon thus received the credit. I was talking about how, in fact, let me go back just a little bit. Gowon managed to broaden the base of his regime by immediately announcing the abrogation of Ironsi's unity decree, promising a three-phased return to civilian rule, and most important of all, releasing the popular politicians Chief Obafemi Awolowo, the Yoruba leader, and Chief Anthony Enahoro, the Midwesterner, imprisoned 3 years earlier by the Balewa government. It was one of the many tragedies of the Ironsi government that the decision to release these men had been taken before. By the way, Papa wrote if you can get this book, let me just recommend a book. We'll have a session on it at some point, but if you want to see the letter that Papa wrote to Ironsi, it's inside this book, right? It was published in this, My March Through Prison, Adventures in Power, Book 1, right? Asking Ironsi to release him, that was in March, but nothing happened until July, and then by August it was released. Gowon thus received the credit and finessed it with a gesture of going out to the airport to meet Awolowo and greeting him humbly with the words, quote, "We need you for the wealth of your experience," end quote. A new and free-ranging debate began on the country's future, with the politicians much more prominent than they had been in the post-January coup period. Please, let's power tap. 1 second, please. Please power tap. All right, let's go on. So it says, a new and free-ranging debate began on the country's future, with the politicians much more prominent than they had been in the post-January coup period. Groups of spokesmen, consultative assemblies, and leaders of thought proliferated on all sides, and people began to question the continued existence of the Federation in a way rarely done in the past. In the East, In the East, tension remained high as more refugees, many of them wounded and exhausted, and all of them with a story to tell, continued to stream in. The popular mood expressed elements of shock, anger, and a mixed desire for vengeance and secession. Just becoming no. We can't do that. Not on this. I mean, no. Where was I? Ojukwu, sorry. In the East, tension remained high as more refugees, many of them wounded and exhausted, and all of them with a story to tell, continued to stream in. The popular mood expressed elements of shock, anger, and a mixed desire for vengeance and secession, but it was too early for a positive expression of the general will to emerge. The East, however, began to knit together, and overnight, Ojukwu and his government were transformed from probably the most criticized of all the new military governments into the most popular. Ojukwu in particular became a folk hero. He too released several politicians, notably Michael Okpara, the former regional premier, whom he had imprisoned in March, and grew a beard as a sign of mourning for the coup victims. So the person Ojukwu released was Okpara, not Awo, but Ojukwu just keeps lying. Communicating with Gowon by telephone, the tone of these conversations was still informal. Jack and Emeka are not friendly and not unfriendly. Ojukwu made it clearer that he would not recognize the Northerner. Oju make it clearer than ever that he would not recognize the Northerner as head of state. There were at least 6 officers in the Nigerian army who were senior to Gowon, including Ojukwu himself, and he stuck by his claim that each of these had more rights to have taken over than Gowon, since it was now obvious that Ironsi had been killed. Behind this legalistic and hierarchical consideration was Gowon's personal unacceptability. To Ojukwu, the idea of being subordinate to a junior, less educated, less experienced officer of Gowon's caliber, he had a low estimate of the latter's intelligence, was anathema. He pointed out later at Aburi that he was prepared to work with Gowon as an equal or a titular head, but accepting him as his chief was quite another matter. Militarily, Gowon is not my superior, and the question of acknowledging him does not arise, end quote, Ojukwu said flatly. To make matters worse, although neither had blood on his hands from the 2 coups, each suspected the other of having tried to kill him. These personal elements of mistrust and incompatibility were to deepen as time went on and were a crucial solvent in the disintegration of the country and the slide to war. That's where we stopped with this book. And the idea basically was that whenever you hear people say things like coup, when coups happen, the folks in the higher echelons are either killed or retired. That should have happened with Ojukwu. I think that's the mistake that the coup plotters made. Maybe not kill anybody, maybe not kill him, but at least just retire him. Because this idea that I'm bigger than you, okay, you were not there when they were carrying out the coup, so you can't be the one to dictate. We're going to move away from there now, and so after this, of course, there was something called the Constitutional Conference that was organized. That was where we stopped in the other book. Let me just read part of it from here. They will now go to Anthony Naoro's speech. The need for a full-blooded and properly organized debate on Nigeria's future was recognized, and in mid-September, Gowon opened the ad hoc Constitutional Conference in Lagos, to which each region sent representatives of their leaders of thought, i.e. politicians, lawyers, civil servants, and others with standing in the community. And let's go to the other one now. Although I said I was going to read something from Ken Saro-Wiwa. Our first read Ken Saro-Wiwa is the same Ken Saro-Wiwa. It says, meanwhile in Lagos, I'm reading chapter 5. Meanwhile in Lagos, Lieutenant Colonel Gowon was trying to contain the situation. He convened an ad hoc conference of all the regions to examine the question of a new constitution for the country. The question of the political structuring of Nigeria is one that will continue to attract enormous attention. If it engaged those prominents of the anti-colonialist struggle, it has tested the post-independence leaders even more. Then talks about his family, but we're not interested in that right now. Okay. It says, in all my experience in Ibadan showed me how deep the ethnic grain runs in Nigerian society and how important it is to take cognizance of it in any Nigerian settlement. Additionally, by the way, when it says Ibadan, it used to be in UI, so it was in Melambi Hall. Additionally, I began to see the need for creating a proper identity for the small ethnic groups in the country, who to their detriment were wont to be lumped together with the major groups. Then it says, if I have digressed somewhat from the main lines of this narrative to give a more intimate, if brief touch to the tale, it is because I wish to provide the reader with the background of my participation in the Rivers Leaders of Thought. Sorry. What I really want to read there, it's going to take us back. We'll come back to this later. It will take us back. It's important too, but we have made some progress, so let's not go to that now. Let me go to the book, to the stuff by Nauru. So he says, on his assumption of office, Major General Gowon set in motion the machinery for finding a lasting solution to Nigeria's problems. He ordered the release of Chief Obafemi Awolowo, who was the leader of opposition in the federal parliament until his imprisonment in 1963, Chief Anthony Enahoro, and other political prisoners and detainees. B, an immediate return to the federal system of government, and C, the summoning on 12th September 1966 of an ad hoc conference on constitutional proposals. Now let's go down a little. We're about to get into the heat of the matter. So this is mid-September. This is 12th of September. What were the things that happened from then? We're just going to go from there up until Aburi. Hopefully we'll get to Aburi today. So let's stay with this document. From here we'll be going to other documents. So this will be our core. Our core is Enahoro's text at Addis Ababa in 1968, August 12. So let's build on this now. At these consultative conferences, the issue of the creation of more states in the Federation was revived, and memoranda were submitted demanding that the basic cause of dissatisfaction, that is, the imbalance in the federal structure, should be removed. Major General Gowon also announced that the country would return to civilian rule as soon as it could be arranged. The Constitutional Conference already referred to was preceded by terrorist bomb outrages in Lagos and at the Ore Bridge on the trunk road from Lagos to the east, organized by Ojukwu's administration. When was this? September 1966. Has the war started yet? No. So why is Ojukwu bombing any place? Anybody that's able to reach him, may nobody here reach him, shall? But I don't know how you can get the answer. The truth of the matter is that he was about to destroy Nigeria. So there was a bomb in Lagos, the bombing in Lagos, and then also at Ore Bridge. Plans for large-scale sabotage in several parts of the country were uncovered. Some senior Igbo officials under the direction of Ojukwu's government were actually arrested in the process of blowing up the railway and road bridges in Kaduna Stadium, waterworks, post offices, and powerhouses. Quantities of explosives were discovered and impounded by police in Kaduna, Kano, and Jos. In the midst of all this, Mr. Ojukwu continued recklessly to inflame passions. His radio was preaching hate, defiance, and revenge, and all Igbos were being publicly called back to the east because, as he alleged, they were not safe anywhere else in the country. A few heeded the official call, but most were pressured by threatening telegrams in the east to return home. Towards the end of September 1966, Constitutional Conference, which Major General had set up, had made good progress, justifying his hopes for an early return to civilian rule. Unfortunately, the work of the committee was rudely interrupted by the outbreak of disturbances late in September 1966. That's what we already talked about yesterday, how people were killed. At this time, Nigerians of northern origin living in the former eastern region were attacked by Igbos. Many of them were killed, others maimed and injured. This was between 20th September and 28th September 1966. The attacks on the northerners took place in Port Harcourt, Abakaliki, Oji River, and Onitsha. News of these attacks was first broadcast over Radio Cotonou in Dahomey and other foreign stations and subsequently over Radio Kaduna, Northerners in Igbo land fled back to the north. Northerners in Igbo land fled back to the north. Many of those who tried to escape were collected, massacred, and dumped into Imo River by Igbo assailants. Then Northerners retaliated by attacking Igbos living in the north. Like we said yesterday, people always talk about what happens. Ofosu. No, I didn't say Ofosu, I said Oji. There's no Ofosu River, I didn't mention Ofosu. I said Oji River, Abakaliki, and Onitsha, and Port Harcourt. People don't talk about what happened to the Northerners in the east as much as they talk about what happened to the Easterners in the north. But they don't know that what happened to the Easterners in the north was a product of what happened to the Northerners in the east. And by the way, the program, like I said, if there's anything we must always remember in these conversations is timeline. Oh, okay, Felix, thank you. Thank you for adding context. You know me, geography, dear Nigeria. So please, thank you for the context. Please be adding the context. Thank you. So where was I? I was saying that a lot of the times we talk about the killings, but we don't put time to it. And I know I did this earlier, but I want to do it just one more time before we go on. There was a coup in January, right? Politicians were killed. Senior military officers were unalived. But all of them, all the senior guys were not from the East, right? That was in January of 66, January 15th to be precise. By May, after all the things have happened, the taunting, the mocking, the racist mistakes, what the people did. I remember, is that inside that book? I'll read this later. What the people said and things like that. Eventually, the Decree 34 of May 24, 1966 led people to now begin to attack the Igbos. So this was May. But this was still not the mass killings. It was a terrible event, riots, people were killed, but it never happened. Then by July 29, right? So remember January, May. Then by July 29, the counter coup happened. The counter coup was not to necessarily kill Igbo civilians. It was against Igbo officers. Were Igbo civilians killed as well? Yes. But were they the majority of the thing? No. By the way, one person dying is one too many, but I'm just saying that it wasn't like an attack against Igbo people. It was an attack against Igbo officers. It was bad enough. It was more than 200 people died. It was terrible. But it was not the killings. When the Igbo people heard about what happened, over time, they also now created, they heard about what happened, people were returning home, people were afraid, and then they now, retaliated again. You are retaliating for another person's retaliation. So they now began to kill Northerners in the east, in Port Harcourt, Abakaliki, Onitsha, Obuleafo, Imo River, right, Owerri, Enugu. We read all of that yesterday, and we also posted the video this morning, so you can check it out later. So they did that killing. The news was reported by Radio Cotonou in Dahomey. That's in Benin Republic. Radio Kaduna took that news and broadcast it in English and in Hausa. People heard that and now began to really kill Igbo people in the north. That's the timeline. That was in September. And it was terrible. It was bad. People died. The numbers vary depending on who you're asking, but the federal government actually gave out the number 5,000 people. Eastern government said it was 7,000 to 8,000. That was at the end, around October of 1966. But by January, at Aburi, which we're going to get to, Ojukwu said it wasn't 7,000 to 8,000, there were 10,000 people that died. And then by May, when he was declaring Biafra, he said there were 30,000 people who died. So federal government said 5,000, the East said 7,000 to 8,000, Ojukwu said 10,000 in January, then in May he said 30,000, then by 68 he said it was 50,000. The number was never the same. What I just said right now, you find it in the book by A.H.M. Green. It's called Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria. All right. So he says, many of those who tried to escape, that's nothing to try to escape Igbo land, they were collected, massacred, and dumped into Imo River by Igbo assailants. Then, Northerners retaliated by attacking Igbos living in the north. The riots of 29 September and the resulting death toll might have been avoided if Ojukwu and his group had recognized 29th July 1966 as the antithesis of 15th January and genuinely sought a basis for saving the country. On the contrary, they were full of threats of revenge and rumors set several dates for it. A bomb incident in Lagos in mid-September 1966 in which an Igbo official tried to blow up public buildings designed to prevent the meeting of the Constitutional Conference called by General Gowon confirmed such fears. In other words, while that was happening in the north, Ojukwu now said, we're going to deal with all of Nigeria. So they planned for Lagos, they planned for Ibadan, they planned for Kaduna, they planned for Kano. So whether you were in the north or you were in Nigeria, or bomb everywhere. And they did bomb some places, by the way, in the southwest. Let's continue. Such an explosive atmosphere could only produce further tragedy. By the way, let me just say something. This thing of revenge, people usually forget who started it. So you had a coup, they revenged. You now revenge, they then revenge. You now want to revenge again. When is it going to stop? War. Oh, they did this thing, they kill our people. It's bad that they kill your people, but maybe you should ask why or what led to that terrible event. Such an explosive atmosphere could only produce further tragedy. It has since become clear that Ojukwu deliberately provoked this tragic chain of events in order to justify his plot to pull the former eastern region out of Nigeria. Now let's go to the book by Nebogram. Douglas, we'll come back to this book very soon. We're going to come back to this. Back to the book. This book is called Why is Interested in Lagos? I see what you are doing, Chooks. Well done. Let me ask you, I was interested in Ibadan. If you can answer that question, then I'll answer your question. By the way, when we say Lagos, also remember that there's capital Lagos, then there's outside the capital. Ojukwu planned for both the capital and outside the capital. So if you answer why you was interested in Ibadan, I'll answer your question. Now let's go to the book by Nebo Graham Douglas. This book is called Ojukwu's Rebellion and World Opinion. In the meantime, we had embarked upon a program of deliberate propaganda designed, in fact, let me read something before then, so that it gives us context. Towards the end of September, that same 1966, an order was issued obliging all Nigerians residing in the East, other than those of Eastern origin, to return at once to their regions of origin. I mentioned this yesterday, that the East is the only one that has that history of rejecting everybody who is not from the East, Yoruba or Hausa or TV or Idoma. If you are not from the East or Igbo from the Midwest, you've got to leave. All right? I wonder why. Ojukwu is saying a speech where he said it was because he couldn't guarantee their safety. But the question is, why couldn't they guarantee their safety? It was because of the propaganda they have put out already. You are hated. So if I tell you that Yoruba people hate you, Northerners hate you, and you have Yoruba people and Northerners living around you, most likely you're going to exact revenge on those people and maybe kill them. So it becomes very difficult for them to be around anyway. Ojukwu wanted to do kakekuma jesese. Let's continue. Towards the end of September, an order was issued obliging all Nigerians residing in the East, other than those of Eastern origin, to return at once to their regions of origin. They were given no opportunity of choice. Many of them were reluctant to go, but not even the fact of their long residence in the East, in some cases for upwards of 30 years, could prevent their being forced out of the region. Justification for this move was offered by the unrealistic calculation that as they left their employment, homecoming Easterners would take their places in the civil service, in industry, and in personal professional employment. I had argued against the step on the ground that for every non-Eastern Nigeria living, we would have on our hands no fewer than 30 homecoming Easterners. My figures might be wrong, and that in the end, we would only be creating incalculable hardship for our people. And the wisdom, I'll explain what he's saying, and the wisdom in such an argument when the order was issued, and reciprocally, everything possible continues to be done to entice Eastern Nigerians everywhere to leave their jobs and come home. What is this saying here? Ojukwu put out a message asking that, 1 second. All right. Ojukwu had a Jesus Christ. Why are you guys like this? Is Ojukwu synonymous with Igbo? Ogawabi, what's his He said it is looking more like Ojukwu really had plans to top Gowon. Well, absolutely. I said this before. Let me say, I'll go back to what I was saying. Ojukwu's plan, his ultimate plan was not Eastern region. His ultimate plan was not Biafra. That was the starting point. His ultimate plan was Nigeria. He was going to conquer the Eastern region, conquer the Midwest, conquer the West and Lagos, and then conquer the North. And if you don't believe me, read the book by Adetoun Ogunseyi. You see the letter that Ojukwu wrote to Victor Banjo. Read Atune Naoro. You see what he said about Ojukwu's plans for Nigeria. Just a terrible person, as far as Nigeria is concerned. Maybe he's a good person in his family, but in Nigerian politics, his plans were not good for us. Let's continue. So what he's saying basically is that Ojukwu had, issued a statement telling Easterners to return to the East and forcing non-Easterners out of the East. But see, what he was really doing was to ensure that whatever space was created by the non-Easterners leaving the East would be filled, whatever vacuum was created would be filled by the Easterners returning to the East. The wrong calculation that he had, though, was that there were more Easterners, and Igbo particularly, outside the Eastern region than there were non-Easterners living in the East. In other words, there were more Igbo people returning than the people he was ejecting. So you have less spaces to fill. You have more people than the spaces available, even after you've ejected the non. So that's the reason he ejected people. It wasn't because he couldn't guarantee safety. He needed to give them jobs when they returned, but then he didn't calculate properly, at least according to this document. Let's continue. In the meantime, by the way, this was written by the former Attorney General to the Eastern region under Ojukwu himself. Sorry. We have retards and irritants coming from time to time. So let me just mute them so we can concentrate on what really matters. So it says here, in the meantime, talking about Douglas, he was working with the Eastern region. It was the Attorney General, Ojukwu was the governor. Please let's power tap on TikTok. This thing is showing non-engagement or inactivity. So please, we have to do it. I can't do anything on the live for now. I have to drag a puzzle, but please power tap while I do that. Thank you very much. We're on 48K. Let's try and get this into 70. Let's continue while you power tap. Thank you very much for your support. Please share the live on YouTube and on Facebook as well. I hope you're enjoying the session. There's more to come. Let's go on. In the meantime, we had embarked upon a program of deliberate propaganda designed to canvass the woes of Hausa Fulani domination, to inflame the feelings of the peoples of the region with published stories of northern atrocities perpetrated upon innocent eastern civilians, and inter alia to inculcate in the minds Hey, Jesus is Lord. I've said this thing over and over again, but I'm glad that we're listening to somebody from that time. The plan that the Eastern region government, the plan they had in September of 1966 was to mention over and over again a Fulani domination, a Hausa domination in the East, to inflame the feelings of the people of the region with published stories of northern atrocities perpetrated upon innocent Eastern civilians, and inter alia to inculcate in the minds of the peoples the theme that there could be no suitable alternative open to them to a complete break with the rest of the Federation. No sooner had we launched such a campaign than we began to receive positive, seemingly approbatory results. Our principal propaganda organ at the inception of the campaign was the Nigerian Outlook, the official newspaper of the Eastern Nigeria government. And soon, in the pages of this newspaper, alongside our horror stories, were published open letters to Lieutenant Colonel Ojukwu, in which he was urged to action along his chosen path. In course of time, the name Republic of Biafra began to feature in the publications. When was this? 66. And that's why I say to Easterners who listen to me, sincerely, you don't know what has been done to you. You are a victim of propaganda, not the victim of Nigeria or the victim of everything. And I'm not saying Nigeria is perfect, but I'm just saying that the propaganda has hurt you more than any other thing that's happened in the Eastern region. This is one of the people that planned it and is telling you exactly what they did. If you like, believe him. Hopefully you will believe him. In the meantime, too, he had begun to recruit young men, almost entirely Igbos, for training for the prospective Biafran army. This exercise commenced almost immediately after the departure from the east of soldiers of non-Eastern Nigeria origin. At the very inception of the crisis, there came into prominence a caucus of trusted advisors who were readily available to the military governor for consultation. Some of its members were the military governor's own clansmen, some of whom were admittedly close relatives of his. In other words, Ojukwu brought family members into government house. Ojukwu brought them into, by the way, see, when we're ready, when we get to that point, I'm going to read to you what happened to Azikiwe. Somebody asked that question yesterday, so I answered, but I went to read again, and then I found something that I'm going to add today. It's in the book by Ken Sarawiwa. So let me just write it down so I can remember. Okay, I wrote it down already. When we get there, we're going to talk about it. How this man shot down Azikiwe with all these gengentious genge. Let's continue. It says, at the very inception of the crisis, there came into prominence a caucus of trusted advisors who were readily available to the military governor for consultation. Some of its members were the military governor's own clansmen, some of whom were admittedly close relatives of his. It is probably on account of this aspect of the matter that the rebel regime came in due course to be referred to as Ojukwu and his Nnewi clique by many commentators. Before long, this clandestine yet patently identifiable body came to all intents and purposes to replace the executive committee of the region as the principal policy-making body. In other words, a family affair. That's why when they insult the governor or president and say, oh, why is Sheyi something? Sheyi is not even in the parliament, I mean in the executive council. This one just put parliament member full there. Let's continue. Before long, this clandestine yet patently identifiable body came to all intents and purposes to replace the executive committee of the region as the principal policy-making body on all matters relating to the crisis. And in this respect, the committee was reduced to the status of rubber stamping decisions already taken by that body. That is, in addition to its ordinary role of deliberating on papers submitted to it by permanent secretaries on matters of routine administration. On the question of secession, the executive committee did not appear to have been committed, but the said band of confidants and advisors was without disguise not only in complete agreement with the military governor, that there remained nothing else for the East to do than to declare its secession from the Federation, but was also urging him to do so without much ado and without further delay, and that quite against the note of caution sounded by his military and police advisors, notably Lieutenant Colonel David S. Ogunewe, the one who quelled the coup in Enugu. then commander of the 1st Battalion of Nigerian Army, stationed at Enugu, Chief Patrick Okeke, the Commissioner of Police of Eastern Nigeria, and some of the senior army officers who had returned to the east following the July coup. So what are we seeing from here? He gave family member there. He gave family member there who he worked with, and then they were the ones who were deciding what happened. Now that we are here, let me read to you what happened to Azikiwe, and then we'll come back to this book. So I'll read from On a Darkling Plain. Because somebody just wrote Azikiwe there again. For a time, everything went well, or as well as it possibly could. But soon, let me start from 66. In 1966, after the July coup, a large number of university students and lecturers from the other national universities in Ibadan, Lagos, and Zaria found sanctuary in Nsukka, and a new element was introduced into the university. For a time, everything went well, or as well as it possibly could. But soon a dichotomy began to appear between the lecturers from the other universities, Ibadan in particular, and those originally in Nsukka. Besides, there were some high functionaries from Ibadan, such as the former Vice Chancellor, the late Dr. Kenneth Dike, and the Academic Secretary, for whom places could not be found in Nsukka. Another university had to be founded in the region, and pretty soon, if trouble was to be avoided, the idea appealed to Ojukwu, who, it was said, wanted to leave the institution as his primary contribution to the progress of the region. There was competition between academics, each striving to outdo the other in an effort to please Ojukwu, the master, and so obtain plum jobs in the new university. So it came that every word of Ojukwu was accepted uncritically by the Ibadan academics at Nsukka. The Nsukka academics, not to be outdone, became Ojukwu's megaphones, threatening hell and brimstone against the Federation of Nigeria and rooting for the Aburi Accord. We're going to get to that later. From the month of February through April, such propaganda was mounted in the university that one believed that civil war was imminent. Loudspeakers called staff and students to rallies at which resolutions urging war were passed. Staff and students were constantly intimidated to toe the line or else. More so, as the saboteurs in their midst would have to be liquidated before the enemy outside would be brought to heel. Faced with these threats, and together with the official government policy, few had the courage to speak their minds. When they spoke, it was in undertones and in the safety of their private rooms. Those were trying times. Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe was in his country house at Nsukka. One hardly saw him. He was meant, I believe, to be in disgrace. Since Ojukwu's arrival in Enugu, he had made an unmistakable attempt to disgrace Azikiwe, whose popularity definitely stood in the way of Ojukwu's political ambitions. First, he had him moved from the chancellorship of the university. Then he attacked the Simi side of Azikiwe's connections with the university. Next, he organized a systematic harassment of Azikiwe's finances, attempting the collection of debts owed by Dr. Azikiwe to agencies of the Eastern Nigerian government. These actions were not calculated to endear him to Dr. Azikiwe, who, as all men, valued not only his personal property and wealth, but also his contribution to Nsukka University. The climax to their disagreement came when Ojukwu declared publicly, apropos of the university, that he was not going to be deterred by the bleating of an old goat. In respect of certain innovations he had proposed for the institution. You know who the goat is, according to Ojukwu? If you cannot respect Azikiwe, with all his faults, he was still another statesman from that region. Anyway, let's continue. If you cannot respect him, I don't know what else, man. So he says he was not going to be deterred by the bleating of an old goat in respect of certain innovations he had proposed for the institution. The goat is a symbol of foolishness in Eastern Nigeria. The insult in the remark was stinging. With the events of July 1966, some had hoped that the breach between Ojukwu and some old politicians might be healed. Dr. Okpara had been released from detention where his beard had turned grey, and Dr. Azikiwe appointed into the Consultative Assembly. Dr. Okpara returned to favor and was often seen in public by the side of Ojukwu. Dr. Azikiwe, however, probably made his final mistake when at the crucial October meeting of the Consultative Assembly, he argued that the East might well accept the creation of states in the region. He was loudly booed and is said to have left the assembly in disgrace. Booed or not, Dr. Azikiwe had given mature political advice based on his political experience and his interpretation of the political weather vane at the time. Thereafter, he retired to his country house at Nsukka. The truth is, it was the same Azikiwe who was against the creation of states for many years. It was actually quite sad that all of this was going on. Just a little more before we go back to that book. The university at Nsukka was at that time under the leadership of Professor Ojukwu, who was not a particular friend of Dr. Azikiwe either. They had had their disagreement in the early 50s during the crisis in the Eastern House of Assembly, when Dr. Ojukwu was one of the so-called sit-tight ministers eventually dismissed by Dr. Azikiwe. Dr. Azikiwe had, it is said, referred to Ojukwu as the moon-headed doctor of leaves, because the botanist apparently, oh boy, referred to Ojukwu as the moon-headed doctor of leaves, a banter which the bald Ojukwu, a botanist, was not likely to forget. Oh boy. Nsukka students, being in a militant mood and having taken to Ojukwu's interpretation of Azikiwe's role in the affairs of the university, as well as to their distaste for his role in the 1964 federal elections, were not in sympathy with Dr. Azikiwe. By the way, they also have a history going back to 64, when it was said that Ojukwu had approached Azikiwe in order to organize a coup. And some say that Azikiwe said no. That was in 64. This is 66. So he says, Nsukka students, being in a militant mood and having taken to Ojukwu's interpretation of Azikiwe's role in the affairs of the university, which, by the way, he founded, as well as their distaste for his role in the 1964 federal elections, were not in sympathy with Dr. Azikiwe either. He must have been a very lonely man at Nsukka. A number of us, graduate assistants as well as students, were his tenants there. I saw him but once, when we came to appeal for silence. It did not make much of an impact on the noisemakers, who were wont to shout their defiance of the Federation of Nigeria at the top of their voices. This is sad. I feel very bad for Dr. Azikiwe after doing all of those things. By the way, this is 1966. At this point, he's already 62 years old. Ojukwu, that is moving mad, was in his 30s. No respect. Even if you don't even agree with him, this one is too bad now. Even students could not even respect. He was a president. It's crazy. By the way, this man, he had his first degree in UI, but then he's doing his master's in Nsukka. That's Ken Sarawiwa. That's why I said a number of us graduate assistants. I think he did his master's there. Yes. As well as students were his tenants there. I saw him but once when he came to appeal for silence. He came to appeal for silence in his own house. He did not make much of an impact on the noisemakers, who were wont to shout the defiance of the Federation of Nigeria at the top of their voices. So he could not even control students. It gets worse, by the way. There's a document we're not reading today about what happened with the Zikis movement, when members began to decide what they were going to do with the Zikis movement, and even Zik himself had to leave the movement. By the time he returned, they didn't listen to him. They were even going to change the name to something else. Some people just said, just leave it as Zikism. It's not so different from what might happen to Peter Obi the way he's going, because he's not the one leading the people. They're leading him. That's the danger of populist movements, by the way. There was indeed little good sense on the entire campus. In the Continuing Education Center, a plush establishment where students and staff... By the way, I want to read something that I promised. I'm going to read now. No. even if you are being sarcastic. Oh, yes. One second, let me switch this network as well. Sorry. All right. I apologize for that. Thank you very much for staying tuned. Just so it's a technical issue. Yeah. So let's get back to this. So this is Kensariwa. He says there was indeed little good sense on the entire campus. In the Continuing Education Center, a plush establishment where students and staff often stopped to have coffee and drinks, the conversation dwelt on the most improbable things. The cleverness of Ojukwu, the invisibility of the fledgling Eastern Nigerian Army, the mining of that entire stretch of territory between the university and the northern borders of the region, the gradual extension of the border northwards, and wait for this, and how Ibadan University will be destroyed as soon as the war started. You left the place. You're applying for it to be destroyed. Somebody says, and do you believe that? Wait. When we get to that point, I will read to you from an hour what they actually were doing at Abadina. If you know UI, there's a place called Abadina. I'll read to you when we get to that other document. They were in University of Nsukka, but they were planning on how to destroy University of Ibadan. Gradually, it became almost impossible to remain in the university. There was hardly anyone with whom one could exchange opinion. You either conformed with the official viewpoint or held your peace. The tension prevalent at the time made such caution absolutely imperative. The university was already in intense preparation for war. Trenches had been dug in various strategic places in the university. Students and staff were being asked to volunteer for different services connected with war, such as firefighting, Red Cross, and so on. Staff were being asked to voluntarily contribute about 5% of their salaries to the war fund. Staff and students had also volunteered for some form or other of military training. No doubt, the presence of a battalion of soldiers in Nsukka, training every morning and singing belligerent songs, stirred the manhood in many a student. In Dr. Azikwe's block of flatlets where I lived were two senior Igbo officers of the Nigerian Army. Lieutenant Colonel Madebo was commanding the troops in the Nsukka area. He is an old boy of Government College, Umaya. His second in command, Major Anebo, now a lecturer at the University of Port Harcourt, was my contemporary at Government College. We shared literary interests. Queerly enough, such overenthusiasm as was being demonstrated by staff and students was not shared by the military officers to whom I have made reference. I did not meet Lieutenant Colonel Madebo, but I was in constant conversation with Major Anebo. The latter showed positive distaste for all that was happening. He objected in strong terms to the propaganda that then being peddled in dull, monotonous editorials by the Eastern Outlook. So that's the Nigerian Outlook that Nebu Graham Douglas talked about. They changed it to Eastern Outlook. Ojukwu's mouthpiece. He told me Ojukwu was an arrogant fellow who would lead everyone to disaster. He was very critical of the unabashed euphoria which was prevalent on campus. When you hear campus, you just think of Twitter, just think of social media. The young people are enthusiastic about war, enthusiastic about coup, enthusiastic about things because they have no idea what they are enthusiastic about. And when you speak up, you don't know, you are a bigot, you are a hater, you are not strong. Our generation is not like our parents' generation. All that nonsense that they say until they get themselves in trouble. By the way, not that I'm even saying it, let me just quickly say something. I think the last one that happened, that was the major thing, was actually very successful. Just saying. NSAS was a success. What stopped it was childishness. After getting what you wanted more. You kept adding demands until conflict. That's what age and experience would do, but they say everybody should shut up. Anyway, let's go back to the book. But they succeeded and they did well. Just that, everybody grows. All right, back to this. So he says that Anebo told me Ojukwu was an arrogant fellow who would lead everyone to disaster. He was very critical of the unabashed euphoria which was prevalent on campus, and was even more critical of the region's dominant shade of opinion, which refused to accord the minorities the right to self-determination. At least, so he told me. I did not have cause to disbelieve him. I remember one of those nights with another very brilliant old boy and a postgraduate student from Ibadan. By the way, when you hear old boy, he's talking about his school in Umaya. So he says, when another very brilliant old boy and a postgraduate student from Ibadan sat with us in discussion of the topic and was loudly mouthing the necessity of war, Major Anebo calmly asked him why he wanted war. The conversation went somewhat like this. We will call our friend Ife. Anebo goes, why do you want war? Ife responds, is that not JRB in-law? I think so. No, that's the father. The one who went to Kogi. Ayodeji. The one who became the military governor of Kogi State. And JRV's father-in-law. Yes. Anebo says, why do you want war? Ife says, to revenge the wrong that has been done to us and secede from Nigeria. Anebo says, who will fight for you? Ife says, our soldiers. Anebo says, how many are they? Ife says, quite numerous. Anebo asks, how numerous? Ife answers, they are quite a number. Don't you see them around? Anebo then asks, weapons? Ife responds, we have been ordering quite a lot. Anebo then asks, in what quantities? Ife responds, Ojukwu says they are numerous. Anebo then asks, quality? Ife goes, I'm not a military man. Anebo asks another question, and when you have fought, what will happen? Ife then says, we will win. Anebo then asks another question, are you sure you will win? Ife responds, we will. By the way, it's like drama. That's why I'm reading like this. Ife responds, we will win. Why won't we win? Anebo then asks, but suppose you do not win. Ife then says, how can we not win? And Anebo responds, you have not thought what will happen should you lose. You haven't. Ife had not thought about that possibility. It did not ever arise as far as he was concerned. And he was not alone in this oversimplification of the problem. The overriding consideration was the necessity to war, to secede, and to form a separate country. Gossip at the continuing, by the way, if you're Yoruba, please let's learn from this thing. We will do this, we'll do that. What will happen afterwards? That's how you plan for stuff. Not just to say we will get in conclusion. But okay. I'm very sure, to almost every Igbo lecturer whom I met at Nsukka, the overriding consideration was the necessity of war, to secede and form a separate country. Gossip at the Continuing Education Center dwelt on the most improbable. Ojukwu had ordered a submarine. Jesus. These are educated people. They said Ojukwu had ordered a submarine that would sink the miniature Nigerian Navy to the seabed. Israel was going to help fight against the northern hordes. The new nation will be the most modern in Black Africa. When Gowon refused to accept the Ojukwu version of the Abuja Accord, Nsukka's secession fever reached a peak. Ojukwu spoke at length on the region on radio. Though his speeches were dull and monotonous, they were hailed as eloquent on campus. Protest marches became more frequent. The call was always for secession. These marches, which were always organized, split into the countryside. It did a lot of havoc to my sense of justice to see ignorant men, women, and children goaded into carrying the branches of trees and marching along the roads, chanting war songs and calling for war in a most glib fashion. Now and again, rallies were arranged at the university. These rallies were a bit too much for my stomach, and I did not attend even one of them. About the end of March, the war mania on campus reached a climax. Most of the staff and students began to accuse Ojukwu of dragging his feet. Listen to this. This is why I don't talk about break. The last line. And please, if you're a leader, this is very important. Let me read the last line again in your hearing. They say here, about the end of March, we're going to go back to January when we go back to, sorry, we're going to go back to 1966 without that document, but we'll go back and then we'll do flashbacks, all right? It will be like a film. Okay. This March is talking about the 67. This is 2 months after Aburi, which we're going to go back to eventually. It says, about the end of March, the war mania on campus reached a climax. Most of the staff and students began to accuse Ojukwu of dragging his feet. Ojukwu had said that he would secede if he were pushed. Had he not been sufficiently pushed? Was not the rejection of Aburi by Gowon enough of a final push? What could Ojukwu be waiting for? They demonstrated their readiness for war by intensifying their daily training in war-related activities. This is what happens when you sow an idea in people, when you plant that idea. So by the point you come, oh, in the contrary, and when they say, well, what's the next thing to do? You don't have anything to do. You'll be the one that will eventually get into trouble. That is why we don't talk about things if we don't know how it's going to be accomplished. See, the how, it may not even happen that way, but at least you have a plan. Even if it doesn't happen that way, even if it fails, it's okay, but at least there is a plan. That's why I don't join all these groups. Everybody say, oh, and by the way, I've been invited. I don't, may God bless everybody. Because if you lead the people, and by God's grace, I've done that since, one of my classmates from secondary school was here last week. I've done that since I was a very, very young person. You have to think ahead before you start carrying placards. So they were asking him, when are you going to fight? What are you going to do? We are ready. They start training. Even you, if you are the leader, at that point, and the people they lead you now, because you don't have any plans. So you go enter trouble because you don't overpromise. And that's why there's this thing you learn in business. They call it in consulting. Okay? Which field did I even learn this thing? Yeah, it's in business. You under promise and over deliver. Once you over promise, you're in trouble. I hope we get the point. I'm just trying to put the lessons out there without going specific, but I hope we get the point I'm trying to make, especially with the Yoruba people. Needless to say, I refuse to do any of these things. Riding on my moped from my rooms to the faculty building, I used to watch with quiet amusement rusty middle-aged lecturers taking drills and feeling very committed to the defense of the nation. How did you know Ayodeji? Ayodeji, where did you meet me outside where you met me? Because at this point, how did you know I did? Anyway. Ayodeji, this guy, I think I know this guy somewhere apart from this place. But you are eating your face behind mask. By the way, the people doing all of these things were educated though. Lecturers, university graduates, professors, defending the nation, not thinking things through. See, generally, people are not rational. We are the ones who assume that you, Gonsev, in some cases, you discover that you are not necessarily rational. People are emotional, naturally. What I try to do with platforms like this, which I do in real life as well, and this is also real life, by the way, is that while emotion can be good, passion can be an advantage, it has to be tempered with reason. Or else, you're going to have a people who have no sense. They just be acting like dumb, like these movies that we watch. What's this movie like? Zombies. Lecturers, middle-aged lecturers are taking drills, saying they are doing it in defense of the nation. The training of the military detachment based in Nsukka continued apace. What normally annoyed me so very much was the incessant noises made at night as the soldiers prepared for their night training sessions. I would wake up at night. By the way, I'll come back to this book. We'll come back to this book. Let's leave it for now. I'll come back to this book. And when I come back to this, I just remember something right now that will be crazy, that will be funny. It was a statement that Njoku made in his book about all these activities they are doing. When it was time to fight, what they did, you will be shocked. You will it's funny. Or We'll come back to this later. Let me just note it when it's time to talk about the war itself. Training will be on a darkling plane. Then out the page 69. Tragedy without heroes. Yeah, we're going to come back to those books later. So let's go back now to Enaoro. So at least we have an idea what happened to Azikiwe. We also have an idea how the whole idea of getting out of the country and seceding and breaking up, how that thing. And to Arawaju to Bati Shubo Kwa Areng log money. So Abia Rueni, Okon log money. So I keep trying not to go deep into this thing, but I hope people shall get the point. Let's go back to the book by the statement by Anthony Nauro. Please let's power tap on TikTok. And thank you for joining us on YouTube and Facebook as well. Please power tap and share. Sorry, please share the live. You can't power tap, but you can share. So please share the live on Facebook and on YouTube. And please power tap here on TikTok. Thank you very much. So back to Nauro's speech. So where did we stop? We stopped at what happened in September. How Ojukwu was sending people to destroy places in Yoruba land in September of 1966. They bombed Federal Palace Hotel in Lagos, part of it. They bombed the Ore Bridge. That's Lagos Benin Road. Where was I? Let me find the page. Yeah, blow up public buildings, try to prevent the meeting, just doing the most. Or a bridge on the trunk road from Lagos to the east, not Lagos Benin, Lagos to the east. So Ojukwu was doing all of that, trying to bomb places in Kaduna, in Kano, in Lagos, in Ibadan. That was all he was doing. And someone is saying that it's same unrest Nnamdi Kanu incited in Lagos. Exactly. Let me tell you one of the disappointments I have with folks in the East. No other group in Nigeria repeats terrible history as much as they do. Now everybody repeats his bad history, but the way the East does it, I don't understand how they do it. It's like a rite of passage. You have to make the same mistake. Generation in, generation out. You have to make the exact same mistake. That's not growth. I mean, people can make mistake. At this point, it's not mistake for you. It's a rite of passage. People should learn, man. But, I mean, people if you say that now, everybody will insult you. But I hope people are getting the point. That's why you know that I don't hate you guys. I like you. It's just that I don't understand how you can have degree holders, like thermometers, PhD holders, professors, they talk. And sincerely, you hear a person who has never been to school, walking the streets, speak, and they sound exactly alike. It's shocking. You went to school, you sound like that. You don't go to school, you sound like that. Professor sound like, without due respect to, and let me not even mention, look, uneducated people, let's just put it that way. Let me not even mention the work they do because there's dignity of labor. But there are people that didn't even bother studying anything. They have the same rhetoric as a professor. Say, professor, don't say, I want to go and fight war. You didn't even ask questions. But I like what we read from Nebo Graham Douglas, how they designed the propaganda. And I like the fact that he said it. And I have been saying it, but it's better to hear it from a person who was there when it was cooked. A lot of what we believe about all this Biafra, now cook them. If you like, listen. If you don't like, that's okay. Let's continue. Let's go back to the book, to the speech right now. The riots of 29 September 1966 and the resulting death toll might have been avoided if Ojukwu and his group had recognized 29 July 1966 as the antithesis of 15th January and genuinely sought a basis for saving the country. On the contrary, they were full of threats of revenge, and rumor set several dates for it. A bomb incident in Lagos in mid-September 1966, in which an Igbo official tried to blow up public buildings, designed to prevent the meeting of the Constitutional Conference called by General Gowon, confirmed such fears. An explosive atmosphere could only produce further tragedy. It has since become clear that Ojukwu deliberately provoked this tragic chain of events in order to justify his plot to pull the former Eastern region out of Nigeria. This description of the sequence of events is not an attempt to excuse the death toll of Igbos in the north, or Northerners in Igbo land during the tragic riots at the end of September. The federal government and the then Northern Regional Government publicly condemned the killings and acted decisively to stop them, while Ojukwu offered no regrets, which is why I say to people, when Ojukwu calls what happened in the north pogroms, I say no, it is what happened in the east that was actually pogroms. When you're looking for pogroms in 1966, it happened in the east. Not in the north. In the north, there were killings, terrible killings, unfortunate incident. In the east, there was a state-sponsored killing. That's the definition of pogrom. And I'm not saying Igbo people said we're going to get the government to do it. I'm saying the government was okay with it being done. See, the people are people. People can make mistakes, right? People can throw caution into the wind. That's why you have government, to create structure. You who allowed such things happen in your region, you are not the one pointing fingers at other regions and say, you know, once a pogrom, they unalive our people. And by the way, that is now more in the public space than what happened to the Northerners in the Eastern region. And I like to talk about that every time I talk about what happened to the Easterners in the North, because it creates a balance. It's not looking like, and I'm not saying the Northerners are these pretty pious people. They can also have extremes, but it's also important to make humans out of like situations, like see humans in situations rather than just assuming that, oh, they're just terrible human beings, just goats and cows just killing people. Not telling us your own side or your own part in the play. Back to this. So it says the Northerners, the federal government, the Northern region, the Northern governor, they both expressed regrets at what happened to the Easterners. Ojukwu never said anything about what happened to the Northerners. Why? It should affect the propaganda. Why would you be sorry? To be sorry is to accept defeat. For a person who understands nothing like who doesn't understand courtesy, to say I'm sorry means that you are defeated, because since your hubris requires all the lies, you have to also lie to yourself that there's nothing to be sorry for. Again, it's still what you see in the culture. Guys, if you know what happened in the 60s redesigned the culture of the Easterners, especially the Igbos, you feel more sorry. And I'm not saying that to demean any group. I'm not saying that to cast aspersions or anything, but I'm saying that studying the war and what Ojukwu did, its impact on people's mindset in the East, it's painful. Because you are doing things, you don't even know why. But you are really sure that, I have a right. You don't have any right. It's because they taught you that thing. You don't even know. Your parents passed it to you. They didn't even know how they got it. But let's continue. The description of the sequence of events is not an attempt to excuse the death toll of Igbos in the north or the Northerners in Igbo land during the tragic riots at the end of September. The federal government and the then Northern Region government publicly condemned the killings and acted decisively to stop them, while Ojukwu offered no regrets. Indeed, in his impromptu address to the Constitutional Conference on 3rd October 1966, General Gowon said, I quote, "Gentlemen, I will tell you this. Certainly, there has been a damage. I think that is what we never seem to admit when there is something like that. There is a damage, and I'm very, very sorry about it. I regret it, and I'm doing everything I can. As I said, for God's sake, don't lose hope. If we are alive and we are determined, we can get this country back to its proper shape. I am determined to do that, even if it means my life. I give you my word for it. To our Eastern friends, for God's sake, please don't lose hope. Let us try and see what we can do to mend what has happened. Give me a chance, and I am quite convinced I will be able to do something very shortly. Who was speaking? Gowon. When was this? 3rd October 66. Where was this? At the Constitutional Conference. The same one where Ojukwu sent in boys, made them go blow building when they won't start conference. Has war started yet? No. Will war start in the next 5 seconds? No. It will not start until May of 67. That's to tell you how terrible Ojukwu's plan was and the things he actually did. And when you guys blame Nigeria, just remember that Nigeria gave Igbos a long rope. And I'm sorry, somebody hanged other people. Not because you hang yourself or people hang each other, but you get the point. It is regrettable that the rebel regime has viciously exploited this tragedy in their propaganda while conveniently ignoring killings of other Nigerians in Igbo land. From the tragic events of 1966, all sections of Nigeria have learned their lessons. There is no reason why the pattern should be repeated, given the will to overcome them. Nigerians must forgive one another, even if all sections of the country have suffered in one way or another from this event. Cannot forget. Nigerians must forgive one another, even if all sections of the country which suffered in one way or another from these events cannot forget. In other words, even if you cannot forget, at least forgive. The North, somebody asked a question yesterday, I think it was UIG. It was a very, very important question about why the North doesn't talk about or harp on these things. And I said, very fast, I said, because the North won. The truth is, people have reasons to cry. Those who don't cry, it's not because they were not hurt, it's because they moved on. And don't make the mistake that they've forgotten. They didn't forget though. They just left it there. It takes a people who want to blackmail others to get those people to now resurrect what you did. And the sad part is that if they do it that way, the repercussions may actually be worse than what you're expecting. And your tears will continue to flow. Sadly, it might be eternal, and I hope that's not your experience, but the way they play this game, people are saying that thing could happen. 1 second, please. I need to take water. It is necessary at this stage to recall the long history of efforts at conciliation from October 1966 to May 1967. So let's go from... Okay, let's continue. Today I will change. It is necessary to recall It is necessary at this stage to recall the long history of efforts at conciliation from October 1966 to May 1967. The decision of the federal military government, even when there was no military capacity in the East, to refrain from action against illegal actions and defiance of federal government by Mr. Ojukwu, illustrates clearly the conciliatory approach of the federal military government. In spite of the following outrageous acts directed by Mr. Ojukwu, the federal government continued in its efforts to persuade the East to see reason and cooperate. I'm about to read to you right now the things Ojukwu did, apart from the bombings that we mentioned earlier. Let's go. The seizure within the region of more than 1/3 of the rolling stock of the Nigerian railway, including 800 wagons and 115 oil tankers. Ojukwu seized them. The denial of port facilities to exports from the northern region. Persistent obstruction of the movement to the north of oil products from the refinery, owned by all the governments in Nigeria, including that of the northern region, which is what the North now says. Have you noticed they started saying that thing? Has anybody noticed that the North has started saying that thing? It used to say it before, like we own everything together. The video I watched, I don't like it. It sounds arrogant, but sometimes people make you say things, and if you don't say it, they might tell you that they are helping you. And as data has shown right now, just like it was in the past, the East actually contributes the least in terms of revenues in Nigeria. So people are beginning to assert that, whichever one they are even looking at, we all own it together. So he's saying here that Ojukwu obstructed movement of oil products from the refinery owned by all governments in Nigeria, including that of the northern region. So he didn't allow movement to the north of oil from the refinery. And the seizure of property belonging to a foreign government, the neighboring Republic of Chad. This is still 1966, so the seizure of barge-borne traffic on the international waterway of the River Niger bound for the friendly republics of Niger and Cameroon. Then, in October, the expulsion since October 1966 of all non-Easterners and the East. We also read that from the other book, right? All these outrageous acts were overlooked by the federal government in the belief that time was needed for Mr. Ojukwu and his group to come round to discuss how best to restore the country to normal conditions. Again, after the Aburi conference, we're going to now stop here and check the other book, and then we'll go to Aburi and just spend some time there for a while. Where were we? Neville Graham Douglas. I don't want to rush anything. Let's stay a little with what happened with the Constitutional Conference, then we'll go to Aburi. Okay, let's start with this one. At about the same time, the military governor, that's Ojukwu, drew the Roman Catholic Church in eastern Nigeria into the conflict. Internally to whip up popular support for his plan among its followers in the region, who amounted to more than half the Christian population of the region, and externally to give the world the impression that what had just begun was the religious conflict between the Christian East and the so-called Muslim North. The Roman Catholic Archbishop of Onitsha appeared to have welcomed this move, which seemed to open to the church the opportunity of evolving a Roman Catholic state in this part of Africa. Should we even go into this one yet? Let me just finish reading it. So it's moving like Obi. Obi is moving like him. Catholic versus Anglican. So apparently the Archbishop was going to create a Roman Catholic state. Wonderful. Marvelous. Church, take back your country. God bless you at this. That's the point. That's the spirit. Go turn them into religious war. Let me say something here. Yoruba people, anybody comes and tells you that church, take back your country, that there's Muslim ticket, is a lie. Is a lie. They are not saying that because they are Christians. They are saying that because they want political power. For the first time in a very long time, I think even in Nigerian politics period, I saw people use religion as a tool in 2023. I know why that was easy for them, because they use it as a tool in their own region. As a matter of fact, somebody uses it as a tool in his own state, Anambra State. Catholics versus Anglican. It happened in Enugu as well. The Anglicans are asking, they want to have somebody to become leader in the state. This is what you see. If you're a Yoruba person and you're a Christian, and I'm a Christian, by the way, just saying, and someone comes here and says, oh, these people are they're not for the Lord. We are Kinikon Church, take back your country. The person talking to you, the last time you went to church, he can't remember. Before this electoral Kinikini. And he's going to church, could even be political, who knows? So please, don't let anybody bamboozle you into all this religious conflict. Yoruba people, you hold on to your religion, but you respect other people's religion. And I will say something. I've said it before, let me say it again. If you are from the south and you are Muslim, if you go by the rhetoric of 2023, you would never have a chance to rule Nigeria if you need a northern Christian. I'll explain. Let me use Yoruba as an example. In Yoruba land, our identity is based on culture, not religion. Now, obedience want to change them, and it will not work. We are Yoruba. If you like, believe in God. If you like, don't believe in God. If you like, believe in stone, believe in heaven, believe in sun, believe in moon, whatever you believe in, you are Yoruba first. In the north, for the most part, religion is the first thing as far as identity is concerned for Muslims and Christians. For Muslims, we already know why. You have to go back to the Usman and Fodio thing. For the Christians, you also know why. It's the only way to protect themselves. They are small groups, majority Christian in the north. The thing that binds them together and gives them a strong representation in this world is religion. Now, if you are coming from Yoruba land and you are Muslim, if you take a Christian in the north as your vice president, you are not winning. Why? Because the power center of the north is Islam. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just telling you what it is. If you like, can change it later. That's all. Goodness and mercy shall follow you. You know, all the best. But as it is right now, the way it is Islamic. So that means that if you are saying that you only want to have Muslim and Christian, Christian and Muslim, it will be easy to have a Christian from the south become president, but not have a Muslim from the south become president. The 2 times we have had Muslims from the south become president or even run to be president, if you notice, they've always had to get a Muslim vice president. The first one was in 1993, MK Abiola and King Gibe. The second one was in 2023, President Tinubu and Shetima. If you don't do that, you don't win. And also remember that in 79, Papa had a Christian deputy. It was a Christian ticket. And the deputy was an Igbo man, Philip Omiaji, and nobody had a problem with that. So don't let anybody come and say, oh, you know, it's Christian. It's not about Christianity. They are just using it to just look at what they did in their own region. By the way, that's exactly what Ojukwu tried to do. We're going to read a bit from this and we'll go to some documents on Aburi. They have never had a Christian governor in the core northern states. To be difficult though. Imagine a Christian governor in Kano. I mean, they've had in Kaduna, and Kaduna is core north too. But you see, Kaduna and that the southern Kaduna thing helps as well. Ekweme was a Christian, but his presidential candidate was Muslim, so that was still okay. Shehu Shagari was Muslim. Ekweme was Christian. Azwe was Christian. But for Papa was Christian, but then he chose an Easterner. He was also Christian. So it was a Christian ticket. It is what it is. Let's quickly read something here, then we'll go to Aburi Accord. We'll stay there for a bit, and then we'll continue from tomorrow's conversation will be mostly on if Aburi Accord was, what they did with Aburi Accord. Because I've heard several times people say things like, tell us about Aburi Accord. Why did the not do something about Aburi Accord? That's the reason we have a problem in Nigeria. That will be the main topic for tomorrow. But let's just finish this one for today. It says at about the same time, the military governor drew the Roman Catholic Church in eastern Nigeria into the conflict, internally to whip up popular support for his plan among its followers in the region, who amounted to more than half the Christian population of the region, and externally to give the world the impression that what had just begun was a religious conflict between the Christian East and the so-called Muslim North. The Roman Catholic Archbishop of Onitsha appeared to have welcomed this move, which seemed to open to the church the opportunity of evolving a Roman Catholic state in this part of Africa. About 1962, the Roman Catholic authorities in the region had been involved in such an argument had been acknowledged. Happily for me, I had resigned Kimokai. I had been involved in some disagreement with the regional government over its educational policy. Now, the prospect of creating a virtual Roman Catholic state offered the church authorities the chance of achieving what they had failed to obtain from the politicians in or about 1962. They could not resist, so both the late Archbishop of Onitsha and the late Bishop of Enugu became regular visitors to Government House and the military governor's advisors on the conflict. Ojukwu claims to be a Roman Catholic. By the way, one of the issues we had during the war was also the role of the Roman Catholic Church. And I don't say this to cast aspersions on the church, but they were very involved. if you know what I mean, beyond politics, they were involved. If there's need for that, we'll talk about it another time. Let's talk about the Constitutional Conference now. Towards the end of August, preparations were going on in all the other regions of the Federation relative to the Constitutional Conference soon to take place in Lagos, with a view to finding a new structural framework for the Federation and a way out of the current crisis. In other regions, leaders of thought meetings were going on with a view to the formulation of the particular regional stand and the impending conference. Suggestions were made by inter alia, such a distinguished person as Sir Louis Mbanefo, then Chief Justice of the East, that a similar meeting be held in the East, lest the region turned out in the end, as on some occasions in the past, to submit a new constitutional formula by default. But the military governor was not inclined to summon such a meeting. The obvious reason for this disinclination at that time was that he had taken his position on the national crisis, that is secession, and that nothing in line would be expected to evolve out of the ad hoc conference in Lagos. What does this mean? Let me explain. And I think this explanation should also help us to appreciate President General Gowon a bit more. He became the head of state in August. In 4 weeks, let me even start, Seth. In 2 weeks, you read this, Chief Papa Femi Awolowo. In about 4 weeks, less than 4 weeks actually, he started talking about a constitutional conference. But you see, at that time, leaders of thought in different regions, West, North, Midwest, were having meetings. Lagos, everybody was discussing what the way forward would be like. This was August, though. Ojukwu said he's not going to have something like that in his region, even when people like Salim Banefo were saying things like, let's have our own leaders of thought stuff, so that when the time comes for the Constitutional Conference, which held, by the way, in September, by the way, a month after Gowon took office, which is why I respect that man. He didn't just enter and say, okay, we're going to fight. He entered and said, we need to work on the structure. We'll do that in September. But here's the problem. Every region was working on what they were going to present there. The East had nothing. And when Ojukwu was approached, like, listen, we've got to also have our own, like, ad hoc conference, our own leaders of thought meeting, so that when the time for the ad hoc conference in Lagos comes, we'll have representatives and we'll have something to say. Ojukwu said no. When was this? August. If anybody destroyed Nigeria more than Ojukwu, that person should be in hellfire. Because nobody did it more than he did. I mean, as far as the killings and the war was concerned, that was terrible. The things were terrible. I'm not saying the one that destroyed Nigeria. I'm just saying that the things that he did, if anybody do more than that thing, the person should be in hell. So this was Igbo amongst Igbo now. Let's have me to say no. The other reasons less known perhaps is that the lawyers among his caucus of advisors had found a spurious judicial basis for his policy of total disengagement, which was accordingly to be pursued with all vigor and inconsistent with which was any rapprochement with Lagos, such as was necessarily inherent in Eastern participation in the Lagos talks. He disclosed this to me himself when he sought my views on the legal advice, which was now virtually independent, and that there might in the end be no need for a formal declaration of secession. Let me read that slowly. Let me take it slowly. He disclosed this to me himself when he sought my views on the legal advice which he had been given on the matter. He had been advised, he told me, that Eastern Nigeria was now virtually independent, and that there might in the end be no need for a formal declaration of secession. The argument in support of this thesis was that since January 1966, the constitution having to a large extent been suspended, the basis of the unity of the country had disappeared, and that it was only the Nigerian army which held the country together, but that since an army ceased to be an army as soon as it took up arms against itself, the Nigerian army, following the July coup d'etat, the Nigerian army had ceased to exist, and therefore the one factor unifying the country had disappeared, and accordingly, accordingly the federation had itself disintegrated, and the East was like the other components of the federation, now free to go its way. Let me just explain this old nonsense to you, because now rubbish. I'll explain. It is not different from what you heard when people were talking about how Biafra could secede, or how if you hold the flag, nobody will shoot you at enters. The point is, people just sit down in one place and fabricate something. So let me tell you what they're saying. They're saying that, listen, since January, where you had the first coup, Nigeria had already ceased to exist. So right now, forget the fact that you are in Nigeria. You are not in Nigeria. Nigeria ceased to exist in January. The only group that has brought all of you together or that's creating unity is the military. And now, the military itself is split. So why even thinking of unity? You don't even have to declare secession. You already seceded. This is the kind of advice that people, you know, when people say that they get advice from mad people, this is the kind of advice they get from mad people. I didn't mention anybody's name, but you get the point. This is the kind of advice you get from mad people. You are saying that you can just continue to live like you're not in Nigeria, even though you know that you are in Nigeria, having benefited from Nigeria over time. There is a book by, is it Lechi Amadi, that was talking about this man's advisors. It was Anthony Nauro. His advisors just, and by the way, he put his family members, everybody just told him what would make him happy. No, is this not advice from mad people? Say just continue. You don't even have to declare secession. You're already a separate nation, because when the coup happened, the constitution was suspended. Therefore, there's really no Nigeria. You're just on your own. So you can just keep going like that. Then he says, he told me himself, this is the Attorney General, because he was trying to get legal advice from the Attorney General. Where were we? To me, this was fantastic, and I did not waste time in telling him that going on the same premises, one could argue that the East itself had disintegrated. And that as a result, we were all thrown back to the position in the early 1880s, when British consular agents were entering into the treaties of protection with the chieftains and other tribal representatives throughout what in the end came to be known as the Oil Rivers Protectorate, as they were doing in other parts of what came in course of time to be known as the Colony and Protectorate of Nigeria. Accordingly, we would not, accordingly, we would have not an independent Eastern region or Eastern Nigeria, by whatever name it might choose to be called, but an independent Bokiland, Boni, Calabar, Kalabari, Onitsha, Owerri, and so on. And if the peoples of these various entities wish to come together to establish an independent country, they would have to do so by means of a treaty, the terms of which would be worked out at a roundtable conference. It was only then that the realities of the situation dawned on him, but he and his advisors had gone too far with their commitment to the idea of secession and independence for him to begin to tread the path of realism. Let me read that last line. He said it was only then that the realities of the situation dawned on him, but he and his advisors had gone too far with their commitment to the idea of secession and independence for him to begin to tread the path of realism. What is he saying here? This man is brilliant. Graham Douglas is brilliant. Let me tell you what he's saying. They told Ojukwu, his lawyers, is mad people everywhere. According to Nnamdi Kanu, mad people everywhere. There are mad people everywhere. I didn't say that Nnamdi Kanu said it. Nnamdi Kanu is another savior. Holy, holy, holy. All right, let's get serious. They said to him that, listen, since January, Nigeria never existed anymore. We don't exist anymore. There is nothing holding us together. Therefore, we can have our Eastern region. Neighbor Graham Douglas now said, if you are saying Nigeria doesn't exist anymore, based on that logic, then it follows that Eastern Nigeria also doesn't exist anymore. Why? Because before Nigeria existed, we were not Eastern Nigeria. We were Kalabari people and Calabar people and Ogoni people, Ijaw people, Kalabari people, Onitsha people, or Owerri people. In fact, there was no Igbo. We were all over the place. So if we are claiming that based on what happened in January, there's no Nigeria anymore, then based on January, there's no Eastern Nigeria anymore either. Therefore, we can all go back to what we used to be before the treaties that were signed in the 1800s. I think that was brilliant. And he said that was the only time that Ojukwu just said like, oh, okay, that's the point though. But then they don't commit themselves to say we must secede by force. Which is why I say that when you read this book that I'm talking about, you will discover that there is no way the majority of the minorities of Eastern region were ever part of Biafra. That's why they hate the idea even today. The only people that tell you is the Kiniko and the Igbos. And then you hear people say things like, Philip Effiong was the leader. Philip Effiong can be the leader of a thing and you still kill his people. For instance, Victor Banjo was one of the leaders when they went, it was the leader that even went to the Midwest, especially through that Benin area, through Onitsha. He was the leader. Does that mean that Yoruba people supported Biafra? The truth of the matter is that the people in the Eastern minorities, rather, in present-day Cross River State, Akwa Ibom State, Rivers and Bayelsa State, did not really support this thing. And why do I know that? 2 books I want to recommend at this point. On a Darkling Plain by Kesarawewa and Sunset in Biafra by Lechi Amadi. You will understand what happened with this so-called Eastern Consultative Forum. It was a rubber stamp. I mean, we even read part of it this morning, this afternoon. Even Azikiwe didn't mean anything to those people. You know, as much as I don't like what Azikiwe did in Nigeria, and I really don't like what he did, it was a terrible, I mean, what he did was bad. The way he moved was too... But even then, even if you don't like him, you cannot disrespect his age and his experience. See, even if you see a bad person, a terrible human being, they have experience that you can learn from. And so, nobody cared about him. They called him old goat. Not even they. Ojukwu called him that. So the idea of Eastern Consultative Forum, where you have the minorities, anything where Ojukwu talk, everybody must say yes. If you don't say yes, it's a mob, essentially, obedient movement. That's what it is, or what it was, and what it still is. Which will have to go say, Beni Oshimari, Ngbagbo, Ayanipekun, Amen. I hope it stops, because it's a pattern that keeps coming. So it's either it comes as Biafra, Masob, or it comes as Hypop, or it comes as obedient. By the way, there's the difference between obedient and Hypop is the, let me even say the way, let me see, it's not even the goal. Is that obedient has one less goal than Hypop. I went to CNS. I was born in CNS, Prof. I was born in Sacred CNS in Ibadan. I love that church. I've not been a member for more than 20 years. For more than 25 years, actually. I left 99 or 98, thereabout. But I love that church. I love them. I love the church. I love how they balance Christianity and Yoruba culture. Brilliant. I think it helps me today. It does help me. One day maybe we'll talk about the history of that church. I love the church. But anyway, let's say you don't catch me. Where was I now? All right. The difference between IPOB and obedient movement is that obedient movement has one less goal than IPOB. Say I'm wrong. Just wait. I will explain. It's easy. Just hold on. I'll explain. I didn't say they are the same. I say it has one less goal. Please listen to me. The difference is one less goal. Every other thing is about the same thing. IPOB actually wants Peter Obi to be president. IPOB wants to dominate the space. The only difference is that Obedient is not looking actively to break Nigeria apart. That's the only thing. IPOB carries arms. Listen, have you not heard Obedient talk about arms? Who talks more about armed takeover or armed takeover in Nigeria more than Obedient? Obedience are as violent as IPOP. The only difference is that their violence is not with arms and ammunition. They use social media to cancel. They use, by the way, the power is winning now, and it will continually win until you become entirely powerless. Because don't cast. It's just a new iteration of Zikist movement. The Zikists were violent physically, beating people up that were against their politics. Zikism is not from obedient movement. Obedient movement is one goal less than IPOP. Like, they are not actively seeking to break the country apart. And for that, I respect that. Every other thing is about the same thing. When I say about, I'm saying about because of that violent part. They are violent with words, but if they have arms and ammunition, they will not mind. These other guys are violent with arms and ammunition and words. And I would have said two things different without violence, but these guys, I see the way they talk, talking about changing Nigeria by force, asking for military takeover. I think these people would mind if they have access to arms and ammunition. Everybody will have to listen to them. And by the way, IPOP never condemns the East. Obedience never condemned the East. Even the Yoruba amongst them, you'll be looking like Olundu. They'll be insulting your parents, insulting your elders, insulting your pastors, insulting your kings, insulting your professors. You'll be looking like Dondu, like Lukozid. You cannot say anything because of the culture. But open your mouth and say something about any of the leaders. Even the leader of the obedient movement, the so-called leader of the obedient movement, will never speak against IPOP. Will never speak against IPOP. Have you ever heard him speak against IPOP? He said they were his brothers. Why has he not spoken against his IPOP? Against IPOP? Is IPOP Igbo? This is what I believe. I think Igbos are my people. I mean, on the other side of the divide, after River Niger, my people there somewhere. But IPOP cannot be synonymous with Igbo. It's an organization. Igbo is an ethnic group. Why can you not talk about the excesses of an ethnic group, of an organization, and you're acting as if they're an ethnic group? One. Number two, when something happens in your ethnic group, you never speak about it unless it's about victimhood. Oh, they've killed somebody in Jos, you will talk. They've killed somebody in Benue, you will talk. There's violence in Oyo, you will talk. Something happened in Lagos, you will talk. They built a house, you will talk. Something happened in Enugu, everywhere is silent. Everywhere is quiet. You cannot criticize the East. Let me tell you something. If you are IPOP and you are Igbo, God bless you. If you are IPOP and Yoruba, God help you. Because you are dying inside. You are a useful idiot. Not because you are an idiot, you're not an idiot, you are a smart person, but you are not seeing the way this thing they work. So then go use you like say you be idiot. How did we get into all this IPOP thing? I was talking about what happened with his advisors telling him stuff, and they just tell you something. How is this different? What we just read right now about the reality of the situation. How is this different from what they told you guys when we were talking about Abuja? Say Abuja is a special state, it's a special place. If you win Abuja, you become president. I'm like, lecturers, professors, PhD holders, arguing that if you win Abuja, you have... How? How is that different from what you are hearing here? Obedient is PO supporters. When did it become an organization? You think so? With your cards? You don't know that you have cards, Abi? You belong to something, you don't even know that you have identity card. That was created the other time. I saw them launching that thing. I was just laughing like, you guys, wonderful. They are the reason Obi just your Peter Obi just talks. He wants to be in Labour Party. He wants to be part of the coalition. And I'm like, this party, do you think they are dumb? But you are saying this because you know you have a lot of people supporting, which is a blessing, by the way. But those people are gullible. Anybody just says something. Let me give you an example. They lose the election, which, by the way, is actually good. You know why? Let me pause this session and just say something. What Peter Obi achieved in the last election was outstanding. An underdog that got 6 million votes. That's something. That's something to celebrate. But you know the funny thing, as grand as that may seem, it's only half of what Buhari got in 2003. Buhari got 12 million votes. 3 cycles consistently, 12 million. And each of those votes, he was losing. He lost the election, he got 12 million votes, but he lost. He didn't cry like this. But you see, having the 6 million votes actually showed that you came out and you made an impact. You go back and regroup. But no, you must disturb all of us and say, when we go to court, number 3 will become number 1. Then they will now carry boxes of pop-off, put paper inside. And all of people believe that thing. You, please, in case you want to blame Ojukwu, just remember that what they told him here that, oh, there was a coup in January, therefore there's no Nigeria anymore, you can just pull out. How is that different from what they told Peter Obi that, oh, you won Abuja, therefore you have won Nigeria? And then this is what's today? This is June 2025. People still believe that he won. How? And whenever they tell me that the election was rigged, I ask them one simple question: was Lagos rigged? Oh, it wasn't fair. Was Lagos fair? Oh, the votes don't count. Did the votes in Lagos count? If the votes in Lagos counted, because Obi won there, then the votes in other places also counted. Let's use this. Let's be consistent with our logic. Anyway, let's get back to this, because again, this is advice from mad people. And what they told him was that, but I love what Neil Graham Douglas said. If you're going to do this, it means that, let me just finish what he said. If you are saying that Nigeria no longer exists, then the East no longer exists either. So what will now happen is that we have to have a treaty amongst the people. My question to you is this: why did Ojukwu not go with that? Why not have the people of the region together? Because it was not about their consent, it was about his ambition. And anybody who tells you anything about the fact that, oh, they fought the war and created the country because Igbos were, by the way, Igbos were hurt in the north, it was unfortunate, but Northerners were also hurt in Igbo land. As a matter of fact, let me even tell you, I want to say it again. It was because Northerners were hurt and killed in Igbo land that Igbos were killed in the north. And the Northerners that were killed in Igbo land were killed because officers were killed across Nigeria. In other words, if we really look at it, the genesis, January, and who shot the first gun? All the people that were unalived, whether it was the Yoruba politician, the Hausa politician, the Fulani guy, or the Fulani politician, or the officers, Northern officers, Yoruba officers, all of them were killed by Igbos. Am I saying that is enough to justify the killing of the Igbos? No. But I'm saying that I understand. Sense power, Henry, your father is the one you're talking to. Let me mute you. You have no sense of responsibility. Nothing called consequences. You can be stupid, but nobody can do anything to you. If they do something to you, oh, that is really bad. Why would they do it? But you're provoking people everywhere. It's the same nonsense that you guys are doing in your own generation. You have learned nothing from the past. You are stupid as the people that came before you. No, you are more stupid. You know why? Maybe at least they don't have anything to refer to. You can see the mistakes they made and you are still boldly entering into the ditch. You are very dumb. And what you wrote in the comment section, Henry, that's your dad. Bunch of retards. No sense of responsibility, nothing about, oh, this happened here, we are moving. No, is Emma Ekwegbere. So anytime you hear, I'm saying this, anytime you hear about there was, number one, there was a program, there was no pogrom in the north. Let's make that very, very clear. There were killings in the north. It is unfortunate. It was a terrible incident, but it was not state-sponsored. But it was terrible. But also remember that that was the product of the killings in the east. There are more than 600 but more than 630 Northerners were killed in Onitsha alone. About 30 in Enugu. Almost 1,000 on the way to Port Harcourt thrown into the Imo River. Remember the details. Those lives are as important as the ones that were killed in the north. And if we call the one in the north pogroms, then we'll call the one in the east pogroms as well. Let's be consistent. And if you didn't know these things before, and you're just hearing right now, don't insult me. Just ask me for the sources. I will provide you with the sources. And by the way, I'll give you sources from every part, whether it's Yoruba or Hausa, or especially from your region. By the way, this one was from your region. This man was your Attorney General. But no, you call him Sabo. Any sensible human being is called a Sabo. Ukwabi Asika, who rebuilt the eastern region, is called a Sabo. For you to be a normal citizen, you have to be stupid. You have to follow the mob, which is exactly what obedient movement is all about. Somebody came here the other day and I told him, respectfully, you guys don't think. One of the criteria to joining that movement is that you must take your brains and put it at the doorstep once you're coming into the movement. If you ever get it back, is just about when you want to leave. That's when you just remember that, wait, I have my brain outside, you're not going to take it. They expect you not to think. If you question anything, you are a Sabo. And they don't even know. They've taken the rhetorics of Biafra into obedient movement. They don't even know. Anybody who speaks against it this morning, just because of what Akin did yesterday, I'm seeing Judas Iscariot all over the place. I'm seeing images of Jesus. One is Judas Iscariot. On top waiting. On top say somebody come out movement. What will come happen if you hear tomorrow say Peter Obi don't move from, you don't even do a movement, or you don't become not even do obedient again, you don't become deputy for Atiku. What will happen? People will be shocked how crazy politics can be. If Peter Obi decides two things, let me say, we're going back to the book after this. If Peter Obi decides tomorrow to become the deputy to Atiku, do you know these people are going to turn against him? Because they are the ones leading. He's just the face of the movement. And that's why I said all this popularist, whatever, or populism stuff, where there is no serious leadership, you are listening to the people is the tail. The tail is wagging the dog. So if you hear that he has become vice president tomorrow, what will you do? Let me even make it worse. Let's say tomorrow he says he's all running again. What will happen? Because Akin decides to leave, you guys will understand policy. You will learn, like this guy says, you will learn the hard way. You will learn. See, obedience is a wing of IPOP. All of them went into obedience now during the last election. All of the IPOP people went into obedience. What are we saying? Everything was quiet until after they lost. Like, that was the first time anybody would lose in Nigeria. People have lost before. Olufalaye lost. Buhari lost 3 times. Atiku has lost many times. It's a game. You win some, you lose some. If you lose, you re-strategize. Now you have 6 million. Your job in life is how to make sure that you can multiply 6 million to maybe 12 or 15 or 18. What do you do? Not to be insulting everybody until the 6 million begin to whittle. And now you have, I don't know, you and your family members. Keep insulting people. And that's the funny thing. Nobody tells you the truth. Everybody speaks now. Yeah, it's bigot. Yeah, bigot. Yeah, you got. By the way, I feel like taking you got. Where's my boy? Kakumo, you got to see. Muson, good to see you. Yeah, you got. Yeah, bigot. Yeah, okay. Let's go back to this. Again, I think this man was one of the best, right? With that argument. He has my respect for life. Even if he ever makes mistakes, at least this one, I'll always respect the idea. So he says, let me just read that part again, then we'll continue. So he says, this was fantastic. To me, this was fantastic. I did not waste time in telling Ojukwu that going on the same premises, one could argue that the East itself had disintegrated, and that as a result, we were all thrown back to the position in the early 1880s when British consular agents were entering into the treaties of protection with the chieftains and other tribal representatives throughout what in the end came to be known as the Oil Rivers Protectorate, as they were doing in other parts of what came in course of time to be known as the Colony and Protectorate of Nigeria. Accordingly, we would have not an independent Eastern Nigeria, by whatever name it might choose to be called, but an independent Bokiland, Boni, Calabar, Calabari, Onitsha, Owerri, and so on. And if the peoples of these various entities wish to come together to establish an independent country, they would have to do so by means of a treaty, the terms of which would be worked out at a round table conference. Which is not a bad idea. But you see, if you want to dominate people, why would you want to have a round table conference with them? That's quintessential Ojukwu and his ethnic group, because that's exactly what you saw with different people before then. You saw it. You don't have to mention all the names, but you saw it, starting with Onyema. It was only then that the realities of the situation dawned on him, but he and his advisors had gone too far with their commitment to the idea of secession and independence for him to begin to tread the path of realism. However, in the end, he was prevailed upon to arrange to send a team to the Lagos talks. In the end, he was prevailed upon to send a team to the Lagos talks, but his agreeing to do so was not to be taken to indicate a shift in his position. If anything, it would enhance his strategy of playing for time. Pursuant to this superficial change of heart, he summoned a meeting of some notable personages, handpicked from the various administrative divisions of the region, whom he intended to organize into a deliberative body to be known as the Consultative Assembly. Where he talked about that. It is unnecessary to set out here the purposes which this body was, when the idea to set it up was first conceived, intended to fulfill. For Wednesday, August 31, the body duly met on that day and adopted certain resolutions. Let's see if we can jump to something else. But essentially, they formed the group, they called it the Consultative Assembly. They're going to meet and then go to Lagos for the ad hoc conference. So let's just read some of the things that they mandated. The committee was mandated to advise on the type of constitutional arrangements which will safeguard the interests of Eastern Nigeria in the context of Nigeria as a whole. Number 2, to consider and advise on a constitution for Eastern Nigeria, having regard especially to the form of political administrative arrangements. Let's move on from here. I mean, they shall have their brief. The ad hoc conference was to commence in Lagos on September 12. Although I was Attorney General, I was kept in utter darkness about the arrangements for the conference. On September 12, Ojukwu announced in a radio broadcast the members of the team for Lagos. I was not a member of that team, and I only learned its composition over the radio. This is the Attorney General of the regional. In the same broadcast, the military governor stated that he had set up a constitutional committee to advise him from day to day upon matters raised at the Lagos conference, as the conference was in progress. This too was news to me, and since I was excluded even from this committee, I decided that I no longer had a place in the government. So that morning, I resigned my appointment and left Enugu at once. As I did so, I had only one regret. I knew that my country was dangerously poised on the edge of a precipice, and that sooner or later it would be drawn into a civil war, which I strongly believed could be avoided. I had, in my humble position of Attorney General, tried to prevent it, but failed. Now we're going to Aburi. Can we get to Aburi before we go today? What time is it? 5:54. Let's read something from John de St. John. We're going back to, we'll eventually go back to the other book by, no, I'll start Aburi tomorrow. Let's just do some things about the Constitutional Conference, just to understand some of the things they did. So, it's going to be a properly organized debate on Nigeria's future was recognized, and in mid-September, Gowon opened the adult Constitutional Conference in Lagos, to which each region sent representatives of their leaders of thought. We already saw the people that Ojukwu sent. Well, not saw them, but we saw that he did send some people. The leading soldiers stood aside from the conference's deliberation. I'm reading now The Nigerian Civil War by John Dissent. He says here, the leading soldiers stood aside from the conference's deliberations. Gowon made an opening speech and then left. We already read the speech from Enauro. Hamlet without the prince, one Nigerian newspaper later neatly summed it up. Shortly before it began, violence surged forth again, notably in the north, where soldiers went on private rampages, beating up and killing Igbos, often in the open streets and other public places. Counterterrorism spread to the east, where several northerners were killed. This was, we already mentioned this, but it's okay to read it again. This is, of course, September. Counterterrorism spread to the east, where several northerners were killed, and on the eve of the conference's opening, an explosion set off by an Igbo lecturer, who later blew himself up. We'll get into that. You know what? Get something where we're supposed to stop before we enter this Aburio. Who says they go? Igbo lecturer blew himself up, but that was after he had bombed Federal Palace Hotel. So he bombed Federal Palace Hotel. He was planning to bomb another place. He was in the house. Testing, microphone testing. He just blew himself as he was testing. He tested his destiny. So that was a work of an Igbo lecturer just to terrorize Nigeria. This was in September. Let's continue. So he says, Igbo lecturer will later blew himself up, rocked the Federal Palace Hotel in Lagos. It is not fanciful to compare the atmosphere of brooding, creeping anarchy with the deteriorating situation in Spain in early 1936 as the Cortes vainly tried to halt the impetus to war. The result ultimately was the same. So let's read some of the 4 possible choices that Gowon submitted to the conference. This is where we'll stay for a while before we bring people up. Number 1. Gowon submitted 4 possible choices to the conference as a future basis for the government of Nigeria. Number 1, a federal system with a strong central government. Number 2, a federal system with a weak center. Number 3, a confederation. Number 4, an entirely new arrangement which may be peculiar to Nigeria and which has not yet found its way into any political dictionary. Okay, I will. Oh boy, I'm working on something. Where were we? So he gave 4 possible choices. And the reason I'm reading this also is that, why not returning to where it was? Where was it? Just leave and wait in there. His intention was to blow up the attendees at the conference, including Chief Obafemi Awolowo. Hello, Rewaju. Good to see you. Yes, but thankfully, it's only, thank God, it was even bombed the whole Federal Palace Hotel. But the crazy part is that, for me, the crazy part is the date, the timeline, how this is happening in September of '66, months before the declaration of Biafra. And while he was doing this, it was blowing up the Ore Bridge. While he was doing that, they were planning to blow up stadiums in Kaduna, blow up power station in Kaduna and Kano. So all this thing of we didn't do anything, just came to fight us is a lie. But let's continue. So the reason I'm talking about this one really is that there's also the talk about, Ojukwu wanted 4 regions. Thanks for the gift, Gorilla Boys. Thank you so much. Ojukwu wanted confederacy. It was this man that was against it. We'll talk about the Aburi very well tomorrow. But just to say that even from the very beginning, when they were having the constitutional conference, Gowon was asking them to deliberate on which kind of government would work best for Nigeria. And he gave 4 options. Number 1, a federal system with a strong government. Number 2, a federal system with a weak center. Number 3, a confederation. Number 4, an entire government which may be peculiar to Nigeria and which has not yet found its way into any political dictionary. Secession was ruled out, and no mention was made of the creation of new regions or states within the federal structure. Both issues presumably being regarded as undesirable or too explosive in the current situation. Go on, try, Shao. The regional delegations took widely differing stands. The North and the East suggested a confederal arrangement, the former offering the East African Common Services Organization a kind of common market linking a group of sovereign states as a model, something similar to EU. The West suggested the creation of more states within the existing federation on linguistic principles, or failing that, a confederation. Only the small multi-tribal Midwest region, population 2.4 million, stuck firmly to a federal structure with a strong central government, but proposed the creation of more states within it. Apart from the Midwest views, the basic assumption of the conference seemed to be that the country should pull apart considerably, largely on the basis of the existing regions, with little or no thought for the feelings of the minorities within those areas who opposed the idea. Well, if any minority oppose any idea, that will not be for the West, that will be for the East and the North, because the major minority in the West don't already break out in 63. Nigerian politics were still dominated by the fears and ambitions of the big three tribal groups, though not, it soon became clear, for much longer. I want to read something. One second. I want to read just a little stuff from here, just to give the political atmosphere at the time. So it says here, the week after the conference opened, there was a dramatic development. The Northern delegation swung through almost 180 degrees and pressed for a federation with a strong center, and suggested the possibility of the creation of more states, providing the East and West also agreed to further subdivisions. The reasons behind this have been hotly debated ever since. One school of thought ascribes it to pressure exerted by Middle Belt soldiers and politicians. I'm reading this because of Middle Belt. I hope it's here. While the opposing view denies these pressures and accounts for it by a genuine responsible change of heart on the part of the Northern delegates themselves, the essential point seems to be that the Muslim Northerners and Middle Belt minorities were not at each other's throats in the way the controversy suggests. I'm going somewhere more. The July coup and its aftermath had witnessed the high point of Northern unity. The same process of regional consolidation was going on in the East under Ojukwu and in the West under Awolowo, who had been given the inward-looking tribal title of leader of the Yorubas, that's Ashiwaju of Yoruba. All sections of the North had lost men in the first coup, had jointly feared Igbo domination during Ironsi's regime. They had been aroused by the Unity Decree and had taken an active part in the July coup and subsequent attempt to secede. Much of the steam had been siphoned off from the Middle Belt, especially the thieves' traditional grievances with the Kaduna government, even before the January coup. I'm almost done. Even before the January coup had removed their arch enemy, the Sadana of Sokoto. But by September, the Northern minorities, this is where I'm going. By September, the Northern minorities were beginning to take a cooler look at their future and did not relish the idea of playing second fiddle to Kaduna and Fulani majority in the event of a confederal arrangement. The Middle Belt had a long history of demands for its own state within the Federation, and now, through its leading politician Joseph Tucker and its army officers, began to mount pressure on the Northern delegation. All right, let's move on from there. All right, so let's go on to page 84. Like sometimes I don't read the whole page because of time and of course because of context or relevance. The deliberations of Nigeria's, the loss of several revenue. Okay, there's a thing about what happened, why the North did not break away in 1966. And we already talked about that yesterday, so let's not waste time again on that. All right. The deliberations of Nigeria's wise men were cut short, shelved, and finally wrecked by a terrible new cataclysm in the North, which made all the years preceding violence. Oh boy. Please, you have to power tap. This thing's about to go off. Please, power tap. Inactivity during current live. If you're on TikTok, please power tap. And let's change the audio source as well. Okay, I hope you can hear me. Hello? Hello? Okay. It's better now. Oh boy. Let's go on. The deliberations of Nigeria's wise men were cut short, shelved, and finally wrecked by a terrible new cataclysm in the north, which made all the years preceding violence look like a barrack room brawl. Ever since the July coup, persecution of the Igbos in the north had gone on with varying degrees of intensity. On 19th September, a band of northern soldiers from the now infamous 4th Battalion, recently transferred from Ibadan to Kaduna, drove down to Makurdi and Boko in Tiv country and started killing Igbos. The news of these massacres triggered off violence against northerners living in the east, and this in turn put out by Radio Cotonou in Dahomey and rebroadcast by Kaduna Radio, launched a veritable program. On 29 September, soldiers from the 5th Battalion in Kano tore Igbo refugees off a BOAC aircraft and shot them. Troops and mobs raced through Sabongari, strangers' quarters of all the major towns in the north, killing, looting, and burning. The police, who had acted with courage and humanity during the May riots, were seriously paralyzed from the outset because 3 of their Igbo officers had been shot by northern troops in Kaduna, and the force was preoccupied with the evacuation of its numerous Igbo personnel when the full impact of the new outbreak struck it. As in the May troubles, students, civil servants, and local politicians led demonstrations and helped to get the mobs out onto the streets. Once again, the killings were organized through the form of though the form of planning is obscure. In many cases, it was simply an awareness that the government and officialdom did not approve of or would make no effort to stop. People who took law into their own hands. The spasmodic violence, which had almost become part of everyday life, suddenly became official in quote. The gloves were off and, quote, law and order had fallen to the ground. Authority had melted away, was how one police sergeant in Makurdi put it. One significant indication of government involvement was the rebroadcast by Radio Kaduna or by Kaduna Radio of the Dahomey News Bulletin about northerners being killed in the east. This almost certainly came from the American Monitoring Service in Kaduna, which automatically passed all its material to the regional government. Since the item was in French, it required more than a casual effort for it to be translated into English and Hausa to be rebroadcast. We already talked about this yesterday. I'm just reading the other side. Oh, thank you, Deji. BOAC is now British Airways. Thank you for that. Since the item was in French, it required more than a casual broadcast. Sorry, 1 second. Since the item was in French, it required more than a casual effort for it to be translated into English and Hausa to be rebroadcast. It was a crucial spark, like the Drum magazine article denigrating the Sardauna in May, which set the North alight. 1 second. Under. Thank you. Use that one. Clean it and then put it there. There were several notable differences with the May massacres. This time, the army was deeply involved and the killing spread out of the Muslim north into the Middle Belt areas where it was particularly savage. It was also much more indiscriminate with Christians and pagans as active as the Muslim soldiers among the killers, and southerners from all tribes among the victims. Only those with traditional tribal scars on their faces, like many of the Muslim Yoruba, could count on being completely safe. So even Christian Yoruba, no peace, Anyway, let's continue. Some attempts were made to halt the killings by people in authority, and thousands of Igbos were hidden and later smuggled back to the east by well-disposed northerners and expatriates. But for much of September and October, the northern government lay supine as the pogrom burnt itself out. By that time, thousands were dead or maimed, and the entire Igbo population of the north, about 1 million, had abandoned everything it possessed and was trekking back to the east. The Eastern government later produced a vivid, detailed account of the massacres, and there is no reason to doubt the authenticity of the tragedy it depicts. The following extract will give some idea of the horror of these events. A sergeant ordered that all Easterners should raise up their hands. The sergeant asked us whether we could remember what happened on January 15th, when the Prime Minister Balewa and the Premier of the North, the Sardauna of Sokoto, lost their lives, and the Igbos were all very happy. We said, "No, Sergeant." Paying no heed to that, he asked us to give our names and addresses. He asked us to give our names and addresses and send any messages we have for our people because we were going to die. They drove us 5 miles shooting us. I felt my legs shattered and I fell down. I managed to crawl into the bush. While nothing can excuse or condone the terrible wrong done to the Igbos in the north, Ojukwu, the Eastern government, and later Biafra supporters played an irresponsible numbers game. I'll read that again, please. 1 second, I just need to clear my throat. While nothing can excuse or condone the terrible wrong done to the Igbos in the north, Ojukwu, the Eastern government, and later Biafra supporters played an irresponsible numbers game with the death toll of the October massacres, converting it into one of the horriest of the civil wars myth. Ojukwu himself escalated the figure on 4 separate occasions without apparently anyone noticing. In the foreword of the Eastern Region's booklet, Pogrom, he spoke of more than 7,000 dead. At the Aburi Accord in January 1967, long after all the casualty returns were in, he said 10,000 had died. By the time the war was underway, this had leapt to 30,000, the figure most often used by Biafran propaganda and most often accepted unthinkingly by outsiders, including, I hasten to add, myself. That John Desenjo also believed it. By the way, that's the number you will see in the Biafran story by Frederick Forsyth. It's the number you will see in There Was a Country by Chinua Achebe. I'll speak a little when I'm done with this. The figure most often used by Biafran propaganda and most often accepted unthinkingly by outsiders, including, I might hasten to add, myself. And then in the Ahera Declaration, Biafra's Blueprint for Revolution, published in June 1969, he claims 50,000 were killed. The true figure will probably never be known, but most reliable estimates converge on something between 6,000 and 8,000, although Ojukwu's Aburi figure might just be within the realms of possibility. Several hundred Northerners were killed in reprisals in the East. The motives behind the pogrom are more baffling than those which caused the May massacres. The January slate had been more than wiped clean by those killings and the bloody July counter-coup. Nor was there any longer a fear of Igbo or Southern domination, and Gowon, a Northerner, was reassuringly in the saddle in Lagos. In many ways, the October Holocaust was a continuation, a crescendo, to the Northerners' vengeance for their humiliations, real and imagined, under Iran's government. The separatist current was still running strongly, even though it had changed direction at the Haddock Conference in Lagos. In the north, as a whole, and there is no doubt that the prime aim of the killings was to drive the Easterners out of the region. Ironically, as the killings were going on, Northern leaders were changing their minds, a decision that led ultimately to more killing to keep the Igbos in Nigeria. But lower down, there was a host of historical, social, and economic factors. Envy, resentment, mistrust, and fear buried, yet slowly building up into an explosive force. These had erupted in the past. The last time I'd been in the Kano riots of 1953, and the situation in northern Nigeria had much in common with other countries in which any alien minority of aggressive, clever, and clannish people dominate trade and technology, often to the virtual exclusion of the indigenous race, such as the Chinese in Malaysia and Indonesia, the Jews of the European Middle Ages, and the Indians in East Africa. Whatever the causes of the massacres, the effects were disastrous to the unity of Nigeria. Thank you, just becoming. All right. Thank you for staying tuned. And thank you, just becoming. Thank you so much for reminding me. I want to finish with this one so I don't have to come back to this tomorrow. I might still come back to it, but whatever the causes of the massacres, the effects were disastrous to the unity of Nigeria, and more than any other single factor sent it slithering down the slope of disintegration and war. A massive transfer of the civil population took place, not only from the north, but also from other parts of the country, as the Igbos left their homes and jobs in increasing numbers and returned to the east, repeating the pattern of separation which had already occurred in the military sphere. It is difficult to quantify, but the million Easterners who fled from the north were eventually to be joined by probably 500,000 from other parts of the Federation, producing a total of something around 1.5 million refugees in the east by the time war broke out. The influx presented a tough resettlement problem for the Eastern government and mounting pressure to secede or have a crack at the north. As the atmosphere and accompanying propaganda became white hot, the dialogue between Lagos and Enugu grew more acrimonious. The East refused to send its delegation back to the ad hoc conference, and all attempts to find an acceptable place for meetings became between representatives of the East and the rest of the country. At one stage, a ship or even an offshore oil rig were suggested. All those attempts broke down. The federal government, having been powerless to prevent or stop the killings, made matters worse by failing to condemn them, although Hassan Katsina, governor of the north, went on record as saying the whole affair had been a terrible blot on the region's reputation. Actually, the federal government condemned it. The head of state at the time, Gowon, made a speech. That's one we read in Enaoro's work. The Eastern government, a squabble then developed over compensation for the victims and their relatives. The Eastern government donated £3 million, while Lagos only managed 300,000, was actually 500,000. Though its reluctance to give more may have been conditioned by the knowledge that Ojukwu had ordered himself an executive jet, and the discovery that the East was beginning to arm itself. As a matter of fact, we read this maybe tomorrow or the day after. The £500,000 that the federal government sent to Ojukwu for the refugees, he actually used the money to buy guns, arms, and ammunition. In October, Ojukwu ordered the expulsion of all non-Easterners from his region on the grounds that he could no longer assure their safety. It was a controversial move open to several interpretations. Many thought he was clearing the decks for secession and that he did not want non-Igbos around to see what was going on. By the way, that was also confirmed by Nebo Graham Douglas, and one of the reasons was because they needed space for the returning Igbos for the returning Easterners who were coming from other parts of Nigeria. Many thought he was clearing the decks for secession and that he did not want non-Igbos around to see what was going on. Listen to this, the fact that Igbos from the Midwest were exempt from the order added some weight to this, although the room and jobs needed for the returning refugees must also have been a factor. It caused real hardship, especially for the 20,000 Midwesterners who had to get out. So there were people from the Midwest that were not Igbos had to leave. So if you're Benin, Edo, Esha, Isako, all those people out. Or Wari, all those, you are out. Shekiri. But if you were Igbo, although you're from the Midwest, you could stay back. That's why I discovered that this Igbo thing, not be today, but it is what it is. I just rush through and then I'll speak when I'm done. I'm almost done. So it says, it caused real hardship, especially for the 20,000 Midwesterners who had to get out, who had no complaints about the security situation in the East, much better than in most parts of the country, and who were reluctant to go. The expulsion became... What do you want me to repeat? I don't know what to repeat. So the fact that Igbos from the Midwest were exempt from the order added some weight to this, although The room and jobs needed for the returning refugees must also have been a factor, just like what Neil Graham Douglas said. So he says it caused real hardship, especially for the 20,000 Midwesterners who had to get out, who had no complaints about the security situation in the East, much better than in most parts of the country, and who were very reluctant to go. The expulsion became a sore point later with the Midwest government and hammered another nail into the partition wall, which was rising steadily along the banks of the Niger. Gowon and Ojukwu were still talking on the long-distance telephone, but more infrequently and with noticeably less of the jocularity of their old days in the officers' mess together. As the disastrous year drew to a close, it became apparent that both sides were arming. A German-American gun runner pancaked his overladen plane in Cameroon in October, spilling arms and ammunition destined for the eastern region out over the wreckage. So, let me just keep quiet for when I'm done, I'll speak. A little later, a northern major set off for Europe on an arms buying mission for the federal government. With the country drifting increasingly into the doldrums, Gowon suddenly seemed to take a grip of himself and delivered his toughest and most illuminating address since he had come to power. It was also a seminal speech, laying down the general lines of his thinking, which he has to follow with remarkable consistency in the future. In it, he gave notice of his determination to stop the army and the country disintegrating, ruling out a temporary confederation as unworkable since there will be no, quote, effective central authority, end quote, and that each region, quote, as a virtually sovereign state could contract out or refuse to join any common service, end quote. He went on to commit the government to the creation of new states, not less than 8 and not more than 14. Promised to summon a constituent assembly and to bring civilians, but not the old politicians, into the government. In order to add some muscle to his words, he declared that northern troops would remain in Lagos and the West until enough local men had been trained to take over, and finished ominously, quote, if circumstances compel, sorry, let me take that again. If circumstances compel me to preserve the integrity of Nigeria by force, I will do my duty. That's the end of that chapter. I'm glad we finished. We're going to continue from chapter 4 tomorrow. But let me just say a few words. We've read a lot of things. I didn't want to speak midway. If you'd like to speak, please come up. We can bring you up now. It's 6:24. We'll end soon. We'll continue this tomorrow at 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. We just read from the book called The Nigerian Civil War by John Dissent. We just read chapter 3, titled Exodus, Counter Coup and Pogrom. Tomorrow we'll be going to Things Fall Apart, and then we'll get into Aburi. And so from tomorrow, we're going to 1967. So now, essentially, I just wanted to end 1966, and we've done that. So we've ended 1966. Tomorrow, we'll start from January. And a lot of events happen between January and May. And we'll see how much we can cover before we get into the war itself. Okay? But if there's anything to learn from this, but we don't have something like this happen again. There's a part of, it's terrible what happened to the Igbos in the north, but also remember what happens to the Northerners in the east. The coup also set up, was a trigger for everything. And of course, Iran's misplaced priorities and ineffectiveness also didn't help matters. But I hope we don't have this thing happen in Nigeria again. And if there's anything anybody should know, if you are a citizen, you can't stop what other people will do, but you can stop being stupid by taunting people in their land, which is what I see still happening all over again, and it might lead to something else. Tom 31327, yes. Who is he? We'll talk about him. Let's just bring some people up. Please, I'm bringing people up. If you send requests, as soon as you get up, please mute yourself, please. Like, you've got to do it immediately you get up, please. But please, why now?
Hello, Mr. Busui.
1 second, Prof. 1 second, sir.
Right.
Please mute. Please mute. All right, we're going to start with Prof.
Good afternoon, Mr. Busui.
Good afternoon, Prof.
I want you to know that you are doing a very fantastic job. Very fantastic job.
Thank you.
Most of the students, they join you. We sometimes have a discussion in the past. I've been busy. I would have sent you messages. Quick one. One thing that I'm kind of doing some project with the government, Yoruba legislation, that way. Majority of the people or of the Easterners that you see insulting Yoruba people, I can say 78% of them don't live in the Southwest. I'm telling you officially. Majority of them don't live in the Southwest. They live in the East. They can come to Lagos, they come to Southwest and they go back. If you see those who live in the Southwest themselves, they don't do that. They might have it at the back of their mind, but they barely say it publicly. That's one of the analyses that we have made so far, so good. Then the last thing I want to say is that please keep pushing. We need this, because if not, what happened then might happen again. And I promise you this time, probably over the weekend, I'll send you the message. Then we have a discussion as regards what we discussed previously. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Prof. I really do appreciate that. And thank you for managing the time very well. I look forward to the conversation. I think, if you've done the research, yes, a lot of people don't live in Yoruba land, but they throw these things out. And that's why I said when repercussions happen, the consequences will affect those who are on ground. And people are not going to ask, were you there, were you not there? Which is why it's better for all of us to just respect ourselves and, not get into all of these things. There are people, for instance, living abroad in Europe, in Canada, in America, who are just open life just to insult people and curse them out. No basis, no structure, nothing, just insult. I hope we stop. Because let me tell you one story. Let me use the Prof's time to tell you this story. I think it was 2022. Certain statements were made on another app, and people insulted Yoruba and everything. Election was coming up. They said all kinds of things, 2022, 2023. Certain people recorded those things and played those things in the marketplace, like loudspeakers, public address systems, everything. Some of the things that people do, that's why I'm very conscious sometimes when we do stuff on social media. It doesn't end here. It doesn't end here. So please be careful. Be angry, but sin not. Thank you very much. Let's go to the next speaker. That will be Dark Poet. I'm going to restart your time once this is done, but please continue.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Once again, Prof, we appreciate you for what you've been doing. And like I do say, if you are old enough, you have your sons and daughters who are in quotes part of this Gen Zs, share this program to them. Let them come and learn. Let them know their history. Let them know where we are coming from, and so that they can forge a path forward to where we are going to. Because we know we are sailing this ship to success, and it is for the good of their land. It is good for the good of the Yorubas generally. So I don't have much to say today. I'm just happy, and I will keep on supporting whichever way I can. And for the one for Prof. Lawale, yes, majority of these people who are saying these things are not in Lagos. But do you know one thing I noticed? Because I lived in Lagos almost all my life. I've lived in the north before. I've lived in North Central before I moved out of the country. It's only in the southeast that I've not lived in. Even those who are in Lagos are beginning to pick this thing up, which is where I'm having the problem. They are supposed to be the knowledgeable ones that have mixed with us, that see us most times. So they are still falling in the same, and that's why Prof used to say that they keep on making the same mistake every time, doing the same thing and expecting different results is what we call the definition of insanity. They should learn from these things. We like I one thing I love about my ethnicity, my Yoruba people is that we always learn and we always outshine every other person because we learn and we never forget who we are and where we come from. So thank you everybody for supporting this program. Like I said, share it to your sons and daughters, your Gen Zs. Let them come and learn their histories so that nobody can tell them A is B in the future, because these are the things we need to pass from generations to generations that we should never. There are a lot of histories that have been lost through maybe not being able to pass across. For our people, our history, most of them, they don't write on books like all these white men did. So that's why they are able to tell us our history, which they don't know much about. Our own is just verbal transmission from one person to another, which along the line, there might be some missing link which we will be missing. But if it is written down in books, or if it is written down in places that they can't be tampered with, we will have gotten more from history than what we are getting. But we thank God we are still getting enough now, and we need to build on that for future. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Bye.
Thank you very much, Dark Poet. And yes, I receive these things every day. Let me just say that I'm working on it. Also, we have to so one could quickly write something and just put it out there, but I think it's also important to work it. But I'm working on something, and I'll let us know when it's ready. But hopefully, I hope that this thing will help people to just learn so that we don't repeat mistakes. If there's anything concern I have, is the fact that people are actively repeating the mistakes of the past. That's the concern, the major concern I have, especially with the Southeast. And hopefully one day they'll understand the fact that I'm not hating on your ethnic group. I'm actually on your side. It's just that you don't understand yet. But I hope people get it. And I hope there's healing and there's responsibility. And when Nigeria has to do something, Nigeria is doing something, by the way, to be fair. Nigeria is actually doing more for the South than the Southeast is doing for Nigeria, if we really want to keep it a buck. But yeah, it is well. Let's go to Rewaju now. Hello, Rewaju. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you doing? Good to see you.
I'm good. I did send you a message on Twitter, and I really appreciate your good job. And
Thank you.
Remember in literal terms, we're the first set of people that started talking about this thing then on the app you did mention the other time. As far back as 2022, when lately, like it will be like 2 years, 3 years now, when Ashwaju made mention of the 10 in the local and everything, and then ever since then, the problem with Nigeria is, and I think you said it in one of your podcast, one of your YouTube videos, as you continue to read every day, and revelations of truth comes out, you will be paid. Those were the things that did happen to people like me. The fundamental problem of Nigerians is that, and particularly most of those obedient, the fundamental problem they have is that they are a bunch of ignorant children that they have no sense or understanding of the history and the structure of Nigeria. They have no sense of it. And that is why when you have ignorant people, it is very easy for you to bring an ideology to the fore and make it to. I have always complained. Like, I lost so many friends. I told them that disobedient, they are mobs. If you understand Nigeria history, you would understand the sensitivity of every issues But then it's just a bunch of ignorant people, and the lack of taking responsibility. People don't want to take responsibility, and then there are always this pedestrian lie, pedestrian opinion, like Awolowo was released by Ojukwu. Oh, Awolowo was the one that said they should stop feeding people. See, the reality of war is what it is. And by the way, Awolowo has not joined the government of war. He was in prison. I think it was released around the second week of July.
No. Our was released in August of '66.
August, and then the declaration of
Biafra was in May.
It was in May, and they.
No, that was in May after the August.
That's what I'm saying.
I would wait. The Papa was released '66.
Yeah.
Biafra was declared in '67.
However, the altercations between the East and the West started from when some airplane was held down in the East because of maybe the programs or whatever that they call it. But then their history of ground different, and that is why I used to tell people, when you want to read Nigeria history, take sources from different accounts, people with bias, people with different, because again, we also need to understand that with history, everybody will put their bias at the fore. So if you read from different accounts, you'll be able to come. In fact, you agree that at a point in time, you started coming to conclusion that, oh, these people, some set of people were the problem. When you read different accounts, you get to realization that a lot of writers agreed to a degree that some certain set of elements were the problem. But me, I don't pray the change. I honestly don't pray the change, because I that Rubicon that they want to get to, I actually want them to get to it, so that, because we need to fix a fundamental problem in the western part of Nigeria, and if that problem is not fixed, it will still come up again. I don't want obedience to change, and I don't want the elements and the energy that they have in bullying and insulting people to change. And I think people used to have this feeling. That social media is just some sort of place that they can come and have an opinion. Can you hear me?
Yes, 30 more seconds, please.
I think people used to think social media is a platform where they can come and have an opinion, that it doesn't translate to what's happening in reality. Let me give you a load. If you recall, most of all the nonsense that GRV guy was saying, we were probably part of the people that came to ask him questions. The guy is intellectually bereft of anything he's saying. He doesn't even understand what he's talking about, And then we did what we needed to do for us to expose who he is. But me, I don't pray the change. I want them to get to that Rubicon they get to, so that we'll be able to fix the fundamental problem in western part of Nigeria. Because if we don't, it will still happen again, maybe in 50 years' time. We need to fix it. If the fundamental problem has to be fixed, because I won't be happy that even after we have done all this evangelism to people, and in future, everybody must know their boundaries in Nigeria. And to end, I think it is very interesting that now people now understand that the politics in Nigeria is about interest, not if you guys like me to be a tribalist, you're also a tribalist. Look at what they are doing to people in the Middle Belt now. These people said if you go in coalition with El Rufai, El Rufai is anti-Middle Belt, is anti our people, is supporting those that kill our people.
We have to round up now.
So
I think we're going to another topic. Yeah. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm actually glad you came. Thank you very much for your thoughts that you shared.
People will reach out to you too. I've kind of told them that, TYF.
Yes.
Yeah, I kind of told them that I saw this you, and they're really happy. They're certainly going to be joining your program too. I really appreciate what you're doing. And
thank you.
I sent a message on Twitter.
I responded already. I responded yesterday.
Okay, I'll check.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Good to have you here. Yeah. All right. Let's go to Wale. Wale Afebioye. I like your surname. Afebioye. It must be, right? Why are you there? You have to unmute though.
Hello, Prof.
Hello, Mr. Wale. This one. Yes, you think Afebioye?
Yes, it is Afebioye.
Awesome. Why do we have this?
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Prof. I'm actually glad to be here. This is the kind of knowledge that should be shared, that everyone who is Yoruba should know. Not to take too much of your time, you said something during the live, and you said something like that you've been invited by certain groups and you've always been kind of reluctant to join. And I totally understand you. But I would simply like to I want you to think about this aspect. The truth of the matter is that we need to have philosopher kings or thought leaders, and all of us we may not walk the same way, but the truth is we should have a focus. Because one of the things I have seen around, and when people talk about, young people, they don't know anything. Yesterday, I wanted to contribute. Something came up yesterday. And when we were talking about, somebody was saying that it is psychophancy to prostrate. Somebody was prostrating and he said it is just psychophancy. And I'm like, it is a symptom of the cultural erosion that has actually happened to Yoruba people. And the truth of the matter is that as at now, the media, not just mainstream media, I'm talking about social media, a lot of people find it that there is no downside to pandering to other people instead of defending your own ethnicity. You find people who know that they are benefiting from the culture, but when it is time to defend the culture, you find them that they are nowhere to be found. In fact, they will be among those people who are correcting people who are trying to put down voices who are speaking up. They look at somebody, people are shouting that Igbo is not the opposite of Yoruba. Why must it be that even in our traditional stories, you are inserting them? We had no connection in the pre-colonial times. Why are you inserting them? What you are doing is cultural dilution. You are diluting our culture. And people are smiling to the bank because there is no downside to pandering. And that is why I'm saying that thought leaders such as you should coordinate with other people so that at the end of the day, we can vote with our feet. People who do not promote our culture, they are not, we reward people. That's what I'm saying. That is why I believe that this platform, if you have the wherewithal, anybody who is hearing me, if you have the wherewithal, support creators like this. Make sure that, we support them so that when people begin to see that it's not just for you to benefit from the culture, be a defender of the culture, then we'll go a long way. I know I've overspent my time, but you know what I'm saying. God bless you. More power to your elbow.
I tried not. Okay, I don't know to stop you. Okay, hold on. All right, fantastic submission. I wanted to say something, but if I speak, I think there's a feedback. But thank you. And by the way, what you said just reminded me of what they said I should be doing, so I have to do it. It's up here. Oh shoot, I just pulled it too much. But yeah, fantastic submission, Mr. Wale Afebioye. We'll all meet us, or we'll converge somewhere. We'll converge. Like, I'm very careful of things because of my own person, and people even told us to start something, and we're working on something, but maybe not in the direction of, what's already being done, because there's no need to duplicate what's already being done. So there's that. But I want to thank you for that submission. Yeah, somebody asked a question in the comment section about, let me just say it. Somebody sent something about Delifarotimi. So there is, I think it's important to remind people that the Delifarotimi's faction, Muson, SEO, the Delifarotimi faction is the breakaway faction of Afenifere. The main Afenifere is the one headed by Parfashionati. By the way, Titelefaro gone day in very short to no about it's not so long that he got into it and became secretary. Is the one led by Parfashionati, and the new chairman of that one is Paolo Falai, Chief Falai. That's the main Afenifere. That other one that they are changing history and making look as if they are resuscitating 1954 Afenifere, 1951 Afenifere, that is not Afenifere. That is a group that has, for whatever reason, trying to do something for other people that are not Yoruba people. They have their own agenda, and it's definitely not Yoruba centric. And while I want to have, Nigerian groups, and we have many Nigerian groups, by the way, I think it is senseless to convert a Yoruba group into a Nigerian group in order to make people feel comfortable in your space. You can create another group for that purpose. But if it's Afenifere, what Afenifere has become since the 1990s is a pan-Yoruba sociocultural group. Excuse me. If you go back to 51 and shouting, it used to be the Yoruba name for action group. Well, it stopped even working by the time UPN was created in 1979. There was no Afenifere. And if they claim that it was there, they should come and tell us. I was not Afenifere by the time of UPN. The Afenifere we have today is what we got in the military era, headed by Pa Dekun Ajashin, Chief Ade Abramade Sonya, and Chibolaige. That's what we have now. So whatever they are doing, I don't know what they call it, but it's not the real Afenifere, and it's important for us to speak on that so that we don't get confused. So if you are looking for Afenifere skinny, or looking in the direction of professionality and the new chairman now, Chief Olufalaye, and I really hope that they speak up more and more people actually gravitate towards that, because that's actually where we should be, not the one that tried to dilute or excuse, what's the word now, or change the idea of who you are just to make people comfortably around you. That's not what it means to be Yoruba. They could have just created something else and call it another name. Whatever they're doing is a joke. All right, thank you very much. Let's listen to our last speaker for today, my battlefield. And after him, we'll be closing the session for today. So, Deeps, Kilo Shele. No, don't do that now. Kilo de. He said Dele Afenifere is the real main one. I spoke with Dele as regards that. No, Dips, don't do that. Don't do that. I'm going to explain something to you, Prof. Please, 1 second. No. No. Okay, no. Please, we are recording. All right. So, just be coming. Let me just respond to what Prof is saying. See, if we are at home and we don't agree, Bachima, when you say that the collection match that goro, so Deeps, dear. So let me answer, Prof. Let me tell you what Dele Farotimi has said. The Farotimi has tried to link what they are doing with the organization that was created in 51. So let me just spend a little time to quickly explain it. 1945, Egbe Modudua was formed in London, right? And then they returned to Nigeria, was restarted in Ife, and then Lagos, of course, in 1948. 1951, it morphed into Action Group. Now, when it did, Oman Fi Afenifere Da Action Group, Oman Fi Ndakwe, near the Yoruba, logo action group náà ni logo Afẹ́nifẹ́re ọ̀pẹ because card náà dẹ̀ lo àwọn tó ní card Afẹ́nifẹ́re action group náà ni wọ́n, so naturally Afẹ́nifẹ́re was action group. Now that was in 51, and there are cards, for instance. I think I have one of these devices where you see ID card or membership cards, right? Don't feel Yoruba call Afẹ́nifẹ́re, but then Afẹ́nifẹ́re to the mindset to our non Adakwe action group ni. But that was until 1966. 15 years later, all political parties were banned. Afẹ́nifẹ́re was banned. Everything was over, right? 79 that Dele is always referring to. There is no record of anybody doing Afẹ́nifẹ́re in 79. And that's where he jumps that place, and then he'll just drop something and say, Ojukwu was part of UPN, was part of Afẹ́nifẹ́re in 79. It was actually taking that Ojukwu was in UPN, or that Ikoku was in UPN. And he's right, that Sami Ikoku was in UPN, Ojukwu was in UPN, there were non-Yoruba people in UPN. But even those people, at that time, Afẹ́nifẹ́re was not even being used. Fast forward to the 1990s, military era, you had the resuscitation of the organization. I think this must have been 93. This must be 93. Nadeco was 98. This must be 93. And then they restarted the entire thing to focus on Yoruba people. The man who was leading the faction that he is part of was in that group. Payo Adebanjo. He was in that group even when Oputa panel called for letters and submissions from different parts of Nigeria. That man went to represent Afẹ́nifẹ́re, the Yoruba pan-socio-cultural group, not Afẹ́nifẹ́re that was linked to AG party in 1951. Unless we are deceiving ourselves. We have the videos of Oputa panel. We have the recordings of what Payo Adebanjo said. They asked him a question and he said he was here in his capacity as a representative of his people, of Afẹ́nifẹ́re. I don't care with the semantics that are putting out right now to change everything. Afẹ́nifẹ́re from the 90s, it ceased to be the action group thing in 66. It is not today that will not make it look as if everything that happened between 66 and 2025 should be cancelled because they want to build a pan-Nigerian thing and put your Yoruba name on it. And if they want to do it, good, they can look for another name. Afẹ́nifẹ́re, whatever. But the point is that the one that he is part of, the person who led the one that he dropped for him and his cohort, was a representative of the Yoruba socio-cultural group at the Oputa panel. He wasn't talking about 1951 Egbe Olokwe. And after, that one with Padekun Ajasin, Babadesonya, Adebanjo as well, Chief Polaige, a lot of them were in that group. It was that same group. Many of them now decided to create the Alliance for Democracy. And even post Alliance for Democracy, they will still gather from different parties, PDP, AD, different places. They will still be part of that Afẹ́nifẹ́re, representing Yoruba interest. This thing about we must do Nigeria, I don't understand where it's coming from. It makes absolutely no sense. Like there is a way you can create something else. It doesn't have to be that brand. The only thing I don't like the only thing that is quite unfortunate was the break between Professionality and Payo Adebanjo. That's what's unfortunate because it was the same group until they broke. And they can claim that that one is the only one, but I'll end by saying this. No problem, Prof. I'll end by saying this. See, one of the things they use, and this is actually quite important in Yoruba leadership, is Omamuento Dagbaju. In most cases. That's actually one of the reasons Chief Bolaige suggested Padesonya, becomes that he should become the head of Afẹ́nifẹ́re at the time. Adebayo caused internal fracture. Adebayo Olenso. Adebanjo, okay. Yes, it then caused, and then that's why I said it's the only unfortunate thing. But originally, And I'm Baba Bola Gesongba, when people were saying that he should run and become the head of Afenifere, it was like, since this man is there, he should be the one to lead. Now, Fashion Oti is still alive. So whether from Adekun Ajashin to Abamade Sonya to Talo Jeki Baba Fashion Oti to Jeno, or was it the one? To Fashion Oti, I think, no, it wasn't until Abba. No, it wasn't until Adebajo was not Antiawo now. Abba. No, Yinka Odumakin was a spokesperson. Lani Wanjayi is the name I'm trying to remember. No, not Lani Wanjayi. No. There's a person I'm trying to remember. Somebody, Prof, is there somebody between Abamade Sonya and Fashion Oti? Hello, Kokotimowa. Baba Jebu is Abamade Sonya, Jebu. But there's somebody after. I don't know if maybe there's somebody there. I thought there was somebody between Ajashin. No, Ajashin was before Abamade Sonya. So Ajashin, Abamade Sonya, I think it was Fashion Oti. Yeah, but no, Ajashin was the first person that restarted the whole thing. Okay, Ajashin was the one that restarted the whole thing. Then Abamade Sonya, and then Fashion Oti. So what you see essentially is that we know what it is now. If you want to change the name, go and create another group and call it whatever you want to call it, But yeah, Yinka Odumakin was a PRO. Fantastic man, by the way. And I think he was, I don't know what happened with their own PRO now. They are not speaking as much as. But Fashion Oti was the leader and he felt he was too old and cannot continue. Well, yes, now Falai. I think, well, we'll have another session on this one. Like, sometimes I wonder why Adebayo did not just stay with him, even if Baba Fashion Oti is older now and he can't, do as much of work as they used to do back in the day. But all the best to them. But people should not be confused. Dele should find another name for his organization. I wish him all the best. I think what he wants to do, I know what he wants to do. And I think it's brilliant. And the way I know that thing is because I read this book, Don't Die in Their War. I think what he wants to do is really good. But I don't think he needs to throw away his... we don't need to throw away our identity in order to achieve his own goal. That's the issue. Anyway, it's been a wonderful session. My battlefield has not spoken. So, my battlefield, please go on.
Oh, thank you very much. It's been a while.
Welcome, sir.
Fantastic. It's been very fantastic listening to you.
Thank you, sir.
I just picked 1 or 2 points from people's contribution, saying that people who have been living in Yoruba land, they have different mentality. I think that's actually false, really, because I live in Lagos, and if people like Charlie Boy and could have that mentality, who has a street named after him, could he have that kind of mentality? If people like the other guy who in Lagos State, who was made a commissioner, could he have that mentality? I think we'll be deceiving ourselves. Someone who is living in your space is more likely to be conservative, to be more cautious, more careful than people who has never lived in your space. What people talk in their bedroom is different from what they talk outside. So I think even Obi lived in Lagos and he still have that mentality, you can see. But generally, I think we shouldn't be too complacent. We should be friendly but firm and have your own strong identity. Don't let anybody erode your identity in order to fit in. You will not be original and you will not be yourself. You will just fake throughout. And I think what you have discussed today has actually exposed what have been lost in the textbooks. Because what you are doing is just like a literature review, getting facts from different sources. Unlike before, prior to now, people have knowledge of those things, but people have not been able to exact all those little things from different literature, from different books, and you've done fantastically well. Honestly, you've gone so far. I've been, I could see your writing in people's comments, not here, in another platform, which is very good. I just want to commend you that you've done amazingly well. I can only just congratulate you and thank you for a job well done.
And I thank other people for listening to you. I couldn't believe that people are actually listening to you and are digesting it, and it's changing people's mindsets and people's perceptions of things. Thank you very much. I'm most grateful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my Battlefield. I really do appreciate you for your kind words. And thank you for listening, and thank you for supporting the live sessions. The truth is, when I started this last year, I used to use the internet, of course, for a while. I've been using the internet for a very long time. But okay, let's just do this thing. And I think I said it the other day. One of the things that I think we started in November, right? We started much earlier, but then we went full politics, and I used to do religious stuff and everything. Then went full politics, history, culture, and stuff in November. And in one of those sessions, we had the opportunity to interview. As a matter of fact, 2 of those sessions we interviewed kings on this platform. By the way, the interviews are on the YouTube channel. That's the Unimeko and the Olota. And then we're trying to bring in somebody, and then we had a conversation. The person asked me, why do you do what you're doing? Why are you doing this? And I remember saying to the person that there's a huge gap between the town and the gown, especially in Yoruba space. I mean, we pride ourselves in being very educated, and we read books, but then there's a huge gap. So, for instance, and it's not just in history, it's in tech, it's in sciences, it's in pharmacy. When I was in school, because of the kind of school we went, they told us to do, I'm sure you remember, special electives, restrictive electives. We had to do that in Ife. So we did courses in pharmacy, even though I was in humanities. And the things they taught us then in pharmacy, pharmacology and pharmacognosy and things like that, I always wondered why we don't have those things. The same way we have TNs, and of course we have Yemkem and stuff like that in Yoruba land and Okoloyun, but why is it not as big as TNC and all those things that they bring it from China? All I'm trying to say is that there's a lot of information concealed, whether it's in biotech or in history or stuff. And I feel that this platform would help us to get some of those things out so that people actually know what's up, and then we can now make the proper decisions. Also, because the lot of us here, we claim to be the educated people, we are elites, and I used to tell people that if this was in 1940s, 1950s, 1960s, we are the ones that will be representing Nigerians, because how many people are educated as much as a lot of us are? The fact that even our secondary school, kindergarten, everybody, you are already heads and shoulders above everybody, let alone having degrees and all that. So I thank God that people are able to listen, but the real deal is that to get this thing out, people understand it, and then we actually extract the lessons that will guide us in our decision-making processes. And when we now go to talking about Nigeria, I didn't start with Nigeria. Well, I started with Nigeria and the world, but then I went Yoruba, then I'm Nigeria now. The more I studied Nigerian history, the more my passion for the Igbos increased. And that's the point. They will not get it because I'm not Igbo. I'm not connected to Igbo. I don't know anything about them. Actually, I know something about them, but I'm not connected to them. But I just think that if they knew these things, maybe they will stop. Because who are funny Iwa. Then for the Yoruba people, there's also this thing that the passion in me just grew up like, these people have been blackmailing you, and they are the ones responsible for these things. You should know. So I hope that this knowledge, serves as a shield when it has to be a shield, and also serves as a spear or sword when it has to be. So it's a defensive tool. It's also an offensive and attack tool in some cases. But for the most part, just keep yourself, defend yourself, and hopefully we can all have a better nation. Learn from the past. Don't repeat the mistakes of the past. There's a lot more to learn, and I hope that we'll all continue to come here for these sessions. But thank you very much for that wonderful contribution. Let me first thank all the people that have spoken here so far. We have one more person to speak, and we're going to be closing very soon. But thanks to everybody who has been here to speak. Thank you very much for your contributions. Thank you for your submissions. And those in the comment section, thank you very much for liking the live, for sharing the live, for engaging. And those on YouTube as well, thank you very much for listening and for liking the live and typing and sharing. I really appreciate your presence here. I want to thank all the gifters. Every day people come here and gift, all kinds of gifts. We have TikTok gifts, and we receive the gifts, and we thank you for the gifts, right? Thank you so much for your support. And for those who use the bank details up here, thank you very much. And if you haven't used it and you want to, please use the details. These things help us to do the work. It costs a lot to do these things every day, and we do this Mondays to Fridays for hours. But I like it, I like it. I think it's serving its purpose, and there's much more coming. More plans are, of course, underway, and I trust that when that time comes, you also support what we are doing. So please support now, and then we'll make it bigger as we scale. We also expect you to support us and help us drive the message, right? And Yoruba people, make no apologies for your Yorubaness. We are all one Nigeria, we are one Africa, we are one world, we are one everything. But you are primarily first, you are Yoruba, and let's retake our Ferry. Hopefully they will bring something great from the main group that we can plug into it at some point. But thank you very much for that wonderful submission. Let's go to the last person on today. Mr. Abosipis, I want you to check the relationship of Pade Banjo and Awo. Okay, I will do that. I will. Thank you. Prof, you'll be our final speaker for today. Ekrole.
Yeah.
Shewa.
Yeah, Mwajari. I know you're about to close it, but I can't resist talking about that Ferry stuff. About Binu for all years.
No. Binu, no, Binu, it's you. I can't Binu.
But anyway, when you mentioned that this guy is trying to form an organization, right? It's duplicating Ferry's name. If you remember when Ẹgbẹ́ Ọmọ Odùduwà was formed, right? Some accost Yoruba people.
Oh boy!
Zik gathered. He gathered some accost Yoruba people, and they went to form
Yoruba Federal Union.
He went to inaugurate it. Zik inaugurated it, but he took those ones. Some of those people, if I mention their name, you will one of them. You and I know that person. You will read this book. We talk about him. You know the person that became chairman of the Yoruba Federal Union, Olumide Lucas.
What?
Yes. So that's why I say you'll be disappointed when you hear the people that Zik used that time, right? So you have the like of Olumide Lucas, SB Ogubiyi, the Eolowu, right? Those are the people, that he used to form the Yoruba Federal Union. I mean, Zik took them and he was the one saying, I am forming this union for you. You can imagine the effrontery there. Wow. Then on this Afenifere issue, so the issue has been there for a while. It's not even now. And there's also some intra-tribal stuff, which I don't even want to. But anyone that wants to.
Is it those four people? Those four people,
they later
from that particular part of Yoruba land.
Exactly. They later became three, right? When Paul Nosanya died, right? And Wale Adembanwi's book on Yoruba ethnic politics, he actually called them three, four, right? Those three people, right? And if you read Baba Akonde's book, Baba Akonde also, talked about
that. Is it the new one, participation?
Yes, the new one.
Let's get away.
Or which one are you talking about?
The one that just launched this year now. Participation in Labai.
Yeah.
Should I?
That's only blue cover.
Blue cover.
Yes,
you've read it.
Yeah. Yes. Now.
I have bought it. I have not read it. How did you read all these things at the same time?
So, if you read the man's book, he also talked about how these guys came up with the immediately Chief Obafemi Awolowo died, and they started talking about some are Aways, some people are not Aways. It's this set of people, right? That want it, and the issue people used to call them derisively. They call them they call them the Park Lane constituency, because unlike people like Bola Ige and Ajashin and co. They never held any political position. And they make fun of them because they are just they always anger at Chief Obafemi Awólọ́wọ́'s house on Park Lane in Apapa. So the politicians make fun of them and call them Park Lane constituency. But they've been so immediately the former Afenifere was when against as a social political organization was when Ayo Adebanjo started that issue. It's not even now. It started that issue as at that time. And the issue relates to, supremacy. We had the original people with Awolowo and lots, some silly things along that line. And that same receipt that Dele Farotimi is bringing out is the same receipt that Ayo Adebanjo was bringing out to show people. And Adebanjo talk about him. Now, the problem was that Egba Afenifere of the First Republic is a sobriquet, right? Suggested by Akinloye, meaning you don't have a very literate population. Action group means nothing, so you have to call it a name. It's a local name. So that is why you will see Egba Afenifere only on the receipts in the Western region. You will not see it on the one from Igbo land or the one they issued in the north, because Action Group had members there. So it's a local name. It's not like an official name at all. And that was why when Iransi proscribed the organ, it didn't proscribe Egba Afenifere because it wasn't the name. It's just that they call you nickname now, right? They call you a particular name. Does that make it your official name? The people that registered that name, drew up constitution, was during the movement against Abacha. And they specifically asked Alhaji Lateef Jakonde to go and check if Afenifere was actually set up a committee, was proscribed before they used that name. So there's a history behind that name. But Ayo Adebanjo kept on causing the issue. The same man that said when they make Bola Ahmed Tinubu, if you read Adebanjo's book, he said he's not Asiwaju. So people think people election is antagonism towards people like Ige and co, right? Because these same people, I don't know how much you know about the D. Rovans event.
I read it from Dari Babarinsa.
These same people were the one that made sure Ige did not emerge as a presidential candidate. Because Ige thought he had won and he went abroad to go and raise funds. Right? These people, and that was why Ige was the one that drafted the first constitution of the three major parties in Nigeria. When PDP started, it was there. It was the one drafting it. They scattered it where they saw that Ige was getting capital there. They formed AMPP. AMPP, they did a primary. I think they picked Ige. They scattered it. They didn't agree. Then they said, oh, this thing has to be done at the over. These same people. So what he did during Bola Ahmed Tinubu, if you've read about him in maybe Babarisa's book or you've read Wale Adebanjo's book, you will see it there. The man has always been an antagonist. Right? I don't know. Maybe because one of his daughters is married to an Igbo, his wife is behaving that. But lots of people marry different people. It doesn't mean you have to lose your brain on that, right? So I just want to chip that in, that when people are saying, so whatever Dele Farotimi is doing, we have his examples of it before, and they all ended up in this place, right? So and it's a number. People are saying Akintola Gates now, right? Of him these things has happened before. I can give you 6 to 7 examples of Yoruba men that went that way, and they are all disgraced. So it is not a way. It is how it will always happen. So I just want to keep that in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you for adding that. By the way, I think this will make me to now go back to go and read. My participation, I just put the book there, and then there's one by Dario Barensa. By the way, I think I got a book by, what was this man's name? I can't remember, but I got a book over the weekend as well. I mean, I have to maybe just.
If you have read them Wale Adebanwe's book and you are reading
Yes.
Babak on this book, you will see how they corroborate each other. Wale Adebanwe wrote from a purely academic work, which is years before. It's not AD, it's not anything. So I think that was his, it was an he's a professor, right, at Oxford also. He wrote specifically about it. And then when I was reading Akonde's book, I was not relating it. Like, let me give you one. Sorry for interrupting.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Let me give you one stuff that Wale Adebanwe talked about how Bola Ige, how he told how Bola Ige told Adebanjo, and I mentioned, I think Lani one other person, about his presidential ambition. He actually invited them to Kaduna because his wife was a judge there, right? Was a chief judge. They stayed in his house, and he talked to them about his ambition and co. And what's on their way? What Adebanwe wrote was that if Adebanjo was saying something like so they want to always be in control.
But he's not even trying to become anything. He just to cut people to size.
Yes, cut people. Baba Konde corroborated that story. He actually went further that he was the one that told Bola Ige that, look, you want to be president, your friends are here. Go and tell them, approach them. That he was also invited. And that was why Ige called those senior men that night and told them. And that they took the flight they took, someone sat there and he heard all their conversation. And that person was one that came to tell him exactly the same thing, that they were just cutting the man down. The man that is a friend, they were cutting him down and saying all sorts of things about him. So I've read both books, and they corroborated each other, especially if you want to understand how divisive Ayo Adebanjo is and what the damage he has caused among Yoruba people. Yeah. Thank you.
Part now is that Babaku Intoku one. I think we've done a session here on Yoruba Federal Union. One day we'll do it again. It's the most ridiculous thing that Zik did in Yoruba land. You might had the effrontery and audacity to just do stuff, but 202.6k on TikTok. Thank you so much for bringing us this far. Thank you so much for your support. I really do appreciate that. So I'm trying to see what's happening on YouTube. On YouTube, I see. Thank you very much for your submissions on YouTube. I hope it provides some clarity. But I don't understand. Well, hopefully I'm going to get it later. But thank you very much for being here. Our boys make him realize what he did to. I will read Baba Konde books for details. I will. I'll take a break from preparing for these sessions every day and just enjoy some books for myself. But even if I enjoy for myself, I'll still tell you guys anyway, and that will be fine. The way you talk about Zik is disrespecting. Let me just make this one. Do you know what Ojukwu said about Zik? I am actually respectful of Zik with what I say. Zik spoiled Yoruba politics. Oh, spoil it, Tonde Loku. Do you know what Ojukwu calls Zik? He compared Zik to a goat in his 60s, while Ojukwu was in his 30s. What am I saying? I'm saying, he did. Okay, somebody comes to your land and institutes an ethnic, a socio-cultural group for your people because he is against the one that your people organize for themselves. I don't think you understand. And that's the point for anything. You guys, it is well. Sonia, by the way, be proud of who you are. Like, put your name out there. Your name is not Sonny. You are not Sonny. Just be proud of where you are from. But again, understand context. Nobody is trying to. By the way, I don't even disrespect him, but I don't agree with anything. Let me see. What do I agree with Zik on? No, because Zik was always vacillating. He didn't even know where where he stood was always here and there, here and there. But if you know, we read it today already. Read the book that we read earlier, if you can, On the Darkling Plain by Ken Saro-Wiwa, and read how Ojukwu describes Zeke. Terrible, by the way. And even I felt was Zeke. So if you don't know, I'm not the one disrespecting Zeke. I'm actually on the Zeke side. It's just that Zeke was terrible as far as politics is concerned, as far as Yoruba people are concerned. All right. Thank you very much for a wonderful session. All the speakers, I want to appreciate you. Thank you very much for coming up and sharing your thoughts. Thank you for providing context and clarity. I really appreciate your submissions and your kind words. And I'm trusting that we're going to do even bigger things with time. Zeke is one of the most overrated figures in Nigeria's history. I agree 100%. There's no Zeke of Africa. And that's why there's an article that somebody wrote. I read it years ago. How the man reduced from Zeke of Africa to Zeke of Nigeria to Willie of Onitsha. It was Zeke of Onitsha at the end of the day, because the whole thing was a brand. It was a facade, by the way. It was just something that you put out there. And I'm not saying he's a terrible human being. Of course, he has a good side.
That was how he started now, Kabiyesi.
Benoni.
He started as Zeke of Onitsha. If you read his article that he wrote about the history of Onitsha before he entered into full politics, he referred to Igbo people as their neighbors. He didn't identify as Igbos.
Yes.
Igbo.
Yes.
If you even read his master's thesis, the name that he called Igbo people there, they will cry. That is ammunition for another day. That is from Zeke's mouth itself. So,
to be fair, though, I mean, GT Bass then said that people from Zeke's place would never call themselves Igbo. They'll call everybody to the east Igbo. And I think it's just politics that came up. Even now that everybody's called Igbo, there's still a weird number of people still say that, they are, the top of the food chain. But yeah, we'll see in camera, and then we'll see here as well and bring the information when the time is right. So thank you very much for the contributions. Thanks to everybody in the comment section. Thank you for liking and sharing and typing and, engaging. Why was our Lord in prison? Was it not because he was planning a coup himself? You already answered you already given the answer that your father gave you now. What's your name? Star EJ. I thought you were a human being. I didn't know you were a fool. I was going to answer your question, actually. But your first statement just makes you a really stupid clown. So yeah, tell your dad that. Where was I? Thank you very much, Prince 577. That's the funny thing. You guys cannot engage like rational human beings. Small thing, you're already shouting and insulting. You go the way of whatever it is you are wishing. Anyway, maybe one of these days we should even talk. I don't even think it's necessary. I will organize a coup. How? We'll have a session on that some other time, but people are stupid in Nigeria. Their fathers that did terrible things, they will never acknowledge this stuff. They will now be looking at you and say, oh, your father did something. I don't know how he did it or if he really did it, but I think they said he did it, so he must have done it. This is just clowning. Anyway, thank you very much to the gifters. Thank you very much, Prof, and everybody who has gifted me and other speakers today. Thank you very much for your generosity. And thank you for using the bank details as well. All right, we're going to close the session now. If you're on YouTube and TikTok, we would be... Wait, though. What's happening with this? It looks like there's a lag. If on YouTube and Facebook, we're going to be ending the live now. We'll be here tomorrow at 1 p.m. West African time. So please join us tomorrow. You have not answered my question. What question, Vodi, please? Let me quickly see if I can do it in 2 minutes, and then we'll play the anthems, the Nigerian anthem and the Yoruba anthem, and then we'll call it a day. What's the question? I have, I think, a couple of minutes. The propaganda about Awo is unbearable on X. Don't worry. Oh, nice. Thank you. Thank you, UIG. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate that. What gave the Southeast that rise post-independence? What gave the Southeast that rise post-independence? The structure of Nigeria in politics and military. So number one, there's a structure. So Nigeria was divided into 3 regions, and it was 2 in 1914. In 1939, it became 3. The South was divided into East and West. The majority ethnic group in the East was the Igbos, were the Igbos, and they, for instance, had political power just by sheer numbers. That's one. But when it comes to, I want to give you the foundation first. When it comes to not politics, civil service, in the beginning it was because the Oyinbo, worked with them, especially in the north. But the rise that people talk about is actually not as organic as it seems. The rise of the Igbo, for instance, in politics and in the civil service actually happened through nepotism. It was engineered. In other words, you have a situation where certain people, are supposed to be promoted, and the boss, who is Igbo, will promote other people above that person. And that happened in every single federal government parastatal in the First Republic. And that was because NCNC was an alliance with NPC. NCNC was dominated by the Igbos, and they used that. By the way, during the war, we're going to get to that in this conversation. During the war, they did the same thing in the Midwest. When, after conquering the Midwest and renaming it Republic of Benin, they imported people from Enugu to work in Benin in the civil service. Why? Because why not? It would have happened if they're taking over Yoruba land according to Ojukwu's plan. They would have taken Yoruba land, and according to Enaoro, they would have eventually taken Nigeria according to his plan, because they found documents, classified documents from Biafra stating the real plan. The real plan was to take over the entire country. And if that happened, what they couldn't finish in 64, they would have continued doing it. Where, in fact, not even 64, even into 66, where every place would be taken over. That's why I said, listen, the statement by Charles Onyema really, really meant something. The Igbo domination of Nigeria is only a matter of time. He said it. It will never happen, by the way. But you see, that statement means something to many people because of the events that happened, not just because of that statement, but because of the things that people would have done based, whether it was based on the statement or it was similar to what the statement was about. But if you ask me what gave them the rise, it's nepotism. There's a book I recommend. I recommend this book a lot. It's a fantastic book, Sunset in Biafra. It also tells you how they got into all those spaces in the eastern region. So, number one, there were many, they were the majority. Number two, whenever one of them got into something, they will bring other people. And when they're bringing other people, it didn't matter that the people that the other people that were there were senior to who they were bringing up. It was so bad that they brought up a janitor to become the chairman of a committee in the Nigerian Railway Corporation. So that's how they rose. And then there's another one. If you read the Williams Commission report, they also talked about the way they rose, and it's similar to what the complaints of the minorities in the Williams Commission of 1958 is similar to what Lechi Amadi mentioned in Sunset in Biafra. Right. So thank you very much for that. We'll see you tomorrow at 1 p.m. If you're on TikTok, on Facebook, I'm going to end the live so that we don't play music and then have copyright issues with the live. But I hope you had a great time today. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll be here tomorrow at 1 p.m. So we do this on Monday, from Mondays to Fridays. Mondays to Fridays, 1 p.m. West African time. So please join us tomorrow. We're going to continue this session talking about Aburi Accord. That's the main topic for tomorrow. Yes, we'll talk about Aburi, then we'll talk about the meeting that they had with Ojukwu much later. We're going to spend some time on Aburi. And also, if Nnamdi Kanu and his bunch of interesting people, if they know what they're talking about when they say that, Yakubu Gowon reneged on Aburi Accord, and that's the reason for whatever happened. Is it true? What was Aburi Accord? What was inside? And thankfully, I got the minutes. And I'll put that out tomorrow, put in Telegram channel. Again, if you're not joining Telegram channel, if you're on, of course, Telegram channel is on Telegram. Let me just put out the link again, just in case you want to join. We muted the stuff for now because I want to be sure that we're not having a lot of stuff that will now look like any other group, you get. But when Tobati Shede will also open this so people can talk. But for now, when you get there, if you just go to the learning material section, there are some materials there that would help the conversation. I'm going to put out the Aburi Accord minutes tomorrow. Yeah, that will be the focus of tomorrow's conversation. Thank you very much for a beautiful session today. We're going to end the Facebook and YouTube. See you 1 p.m. Tomorrow. God bless you. And please check the YouTube channel, check the TikTok channel. Please, you're going to enjoy the fantastic things we've done there over time, and you're going to learn a lot of stuff. And please share with your contacts as well, and let's spread the knowledge together. All right. Facebook, YouTube, God bless you. Have a wonderful evening. For those of us on TikTok, it's time for our national anthem and the Yoruba anthem. So, Ejadide fún orin àkọ́jáde. Ta ló mọ nǹkan tó ń pè ní orin àkọ́jáde? All right. So see you guys tomorrow on YouTube and Facebook. Bye bye. Kí lẹ wí?
Mo ní ìjọsìn ti parí nìyẹn. Ẹ gbàgbélébùú ẹ jẹ́ akọrin àkọ́jáde.
Ẹ má gbàgbélébùú. You get it.
Èmi náà gbàgbélébùú.